Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the educational platform of the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. I'm kind of sad. I can't believe it's coming to an end today.
Well, good morning, Dr. Tracy. Good morning, Jeff. So excited to be here. Yeah, and it is that last day of school today. So we're excited to see everyone. We are open live. Come on down. We'll be here till at least 5 o'clock today. And it's a beautiful spring day in Pittsburgh, and we're excited to see everybody.
Absolutely.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, this is the last day. Like you said, it's coming to an end, but I'm sure there'll be many, many more to come. That's a great thing about it. It's just the end of the first chapter, but we have many, many more chapters to go yet.
That's right. Well, the education may be over, but you can always go back and watch the replays. So with me today is Jamie Dorley, owner and CEO, and also Jeff Niznik, applied kinesiologist at the Weiner Wellness Center. And just so everybody knows, we have been doing a virtual stream all week long, 42 different lectures, tremendous education, and also deep discounts at the Weiner Center. So you can get your products, you can go in and shop, you can get them delivered to your doorstep, or you can just drive up in your car and get curbside assistance. So it's been a fabulous week. So many good comments on all the videos. So I thank you guys for taking time out of your schedule. You did a lot of education this week. And summits like this would be thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's a great point. The applying functional medicine in clinical practice, which is a similar type of event where it's a week long and you take classes all day. That's about $4,500 just for the classes, Jeff.
Wow.
And then you got to fly and you got to get the hotel and the car and the meals and everything else. So that's the closest thing I can compare it to. Mm-hmm. I think the lineup of speakers, Tracy, that you put together today and this week was incredible. I mean, these are the leaders in the industry, everyone from you and Jeff, of course, to our internal team with Joe and Dr. Orbach and Dr. Honigman, Mikey, Candace, and then our external team. You know, when you look at the people on the outside that have become part of our team at the Weiner Wellness Weeks, it's incredible. You know, we have Judy, of course, Robert Scott Bell, Brett Wilcox. I mean, the list goes on and on. And there was even some new faces that I'm not that familiar with. And the great thing is that now over the next few days, I know what I'm going to do when I do my hour of cardio each morning. I get to watch and listen to the shows that I missed during the week. So that's the great thing about this is that the education never ends. So thank you so much for putting on an incredible event. It was seamless on my end. It looked so simple, not so easy. So thanks so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it. You did an incredible job.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And we have to give credit to Phil as well, because Phil, who works at the Weiner Wellness Center, he's a very friendly face, young kid, just coming up in natural health and in his career. And man, he was just a trooper. So I have such gratitude for him this week. And he was so calm and collected the whole time. And I'd be texting him in panic. And he's like, it's all right. We got it. We got it. So I really appreciate all your help, Phil, and the whole team there. I mean, this is not an easy feat. I mean, it's a coming together of education, schedules, practitioners, getting everything arranged. But then internally, you have your front desk staff. You have the people packing the products, people helping in the store. So an event like this is very big on the internal side, and it does look kind of seamless from the outside. So thank you for those words, Jamie. I really appreciate it. And it's my pleasure to help all of you with
I want to thank you, of course, and the team that makes this so easy and seamless. You know, Ashley's the captain of the front desk, answering multiple phones. She's like an octopus. She has her hands going, answering phones. She has her team up there with Sonia. My wife, Kristen, Phil, her mom, Michelle, helping out. And then the shipping and receiving department, they've been shipping out 100 orders plus per day. And that's headed by Monica, doing an incredible job. She really stepped up this week. Michelle, of course, we have Mike back there. So a small team, but a very efficient team. Mm-hmm. And, I come in the other day and I'm like, is this from yesterday? They go, no, these are from today. And it looked like the same stack. It was just like packages everywhere. And thanks to all the clients and patients and customers, because they've been really patient waiting for the orders to come. I know right now, even if we get the orders out immediately, there may be some delays in shipping still due to COVID. So thanks for your patience and support.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks to
I saw
everybody
people
too.
texting that they received their package the next day or 2 days later. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
USPS, right? Yeah, and thank you, Tracy. What you do for us is just incredible. Getting these speakers lined up. And Phil, talk about a stress-free morning. I come in, Phil has a computer up. I don't have to go into my email, get your link, click on the link, get on Zoom, do all these things. And Phil has it set up. I'm like, come in, I sit down, I'm like, this is great. I drink my shake and start yapping. It's wonderful.
Yeah, he's been a great asset to the team, and these lectures have been amazing. I've noticed we had some different topics this time. They weren't just all physical health related. A lot of this went on the emotional wellness and tools that we can utilize in conjunction with good supplementation and lifestyle to overcome some of the mental aspects that have come out, the anxiety, the depression, the fear. It was all addressed. And that's what I really liked about this, because you were right, Jamie. I remember you saying in the beginning of this, it won't be the COVID that's going to really impact the world. It'll be the mental aspect of it after the dust settles. And I think that's what we're really seeing.
Yeah, it's been an interesting process to watch, right? Because we had the initial fear, and then people took all different types of directions, right? Mm-hmm. Some people, it actually helped, like me, because it restored what was most important in my life, which is faith, family, fitness, finances, work, and also fun. So it restored some of the simple things, but it really got me locked into, hey, that foundation each day, right? And that's why I played that video for our team at Nutritional Frontiers yesterday about that guy that he says, Jeff, he says the only handicap he has, or people have it, is their mental capacity. Mm-hmm. He's got no legs and one arm, right?
Wow.
And this guy does more in a day than I do in a month. And it was just a breath of fresh air, because I think so many people have resorted to, quarantine and doing nothing, right? And all that does is increase stress.
Right.
So, what was nice for me when it first happened was that the gym was closed. So I walked up the hill and around the church at the top of my hill, and I run into Phil Henry, my neighbor, and some other neighbors I haven't seen in a while. And initially we talked from across the street, and after a while you kind of just get back in the normal flow. But you would see neighbors and people walking their dogs again. So that was a nice thing to see. But the mental capacity, you got to incorporate the NFL Life, the lifestyle program. And the mind is just like any other muscle, right? And you can build it or you can lose it. And if you're struggling at times, those are the times you got to lean on your faith and lean on your exercise and eat better and, take your power cleanse and things. Because if you don't, you're going to be more susceptible to stress. I think that people think the things that they do, like maybe cigarettes or sugar or alcohol or sleep or, medications, they think those things help. Those are very, very short-term fixes, if any, and they actually increase your risk for being susceptible to stress. So Some simple things like getting a good night's sleep and building on your foundations and saying your prayers and doing your reading and your exercise and doing something simple. I was talking to someone yesterday in the wellness center. I said, just do the power cleanse once a day for breakfast. That's it. That's all I want you to do. Do that for 30 days, and then we'll build on top of that. So what are your thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, you got to take baby steps. A lot of people try to eat an elephant at one time. You can't do that. You got to eat it one bite at a time, right? And stagnation, kills us. Stagnation doesn't get us anywhere. You got to move forward. You got to keep going. You got to keep moving your body. You got to keep believing that things will get better for your life, for every aspect of your life, and keep building on that daily. And like you said, it's those daily foundations. You get up in the morning, you do things to take care of yourself. You got to take care of your body. You got to nutrify your body. You got to exercise. You got to move. Movement helps so many things in your body, cardiovascularly, but helps your mental state. When you sit still and you're not doing much, it doesn't help your mind. You got to get active in something and get going, for sure.
We have a philosophy on our team that you're either getting better or getting worse, right? And I was talking to my daughter. Her team was struggling this year, and they were really playing hard and working hard. They got a little bit better each week, and they got over the hump, right? And so that's how life is. You're not going to win every day, right? But you either win or you learn. There is no losing. You either win or learn, right? And I think you got to continue to keep moving and growing. And sometimes it's challenging. So you got to lean on the workshops that we do here. You got to hire a coach. You got to do a Zoom training with Tracy or me or you, right? You got to meet with a nutritionist. So there's so many opportunities in life now to improve. There's no reason why you shouldn't. There's no excuses.
Yeah, I like watching YouTube videos from time to time. When I'm alone, I got stuff going on. If I need motivation, I'll pull up a YouTube video of motivation. You just type in Google on YouTube search bar, you put in motivation, and you can put motivation exercise, motivation, money, whatever. There's all kind of videos come up, and it gives you a spark in your mind, and all of a sudden your focus has changed, and you're moving forward again in the direction that you want. That's helped me from time to time too. The mental aspect is huge.
Yeah, and it's not just the hey, I'm going to be in a great mood, right? When you do these things, the physiological changes occur in the brain, right? Let's listen to song Tony Robbins. Tracy last night sent me a nice little video, and I love Tony Robbins, right? Mm-hmm. And his energy just picks you up. You have physiological changes in the brain when you do these things. You keep doing that and layering on top of each other one day at a time, and over a month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, you will see a change in how you feel and how you act. And, a lot of that is by continuing to focus on making those changes, and then you'll see it over time.
Yeah, and that was one of the points that Brett, who's a licensed counselor, was talking about. Yeah. He was and I asked him directly, I said, do these underlying non-conscious thoughts, do these fears that you have, do they cause a biochemical response? And he was like, absolutely. He's like, you can see people that have negative connotations with weight or food. No matter what they do, they can't lose weight. You have people that want to move forward in their life, and no matter what they do, they can't break the sabotage cycle, right? And he said, basically what happened over this last year is we all got paralyzed by fear. And, one of the things I talked to him about after was this fear factor, right? In order to get the entire mass of people to stop fearing, you'd have to go back individually and figure out what's the trigger for each person. So really the only way we can overcome fear, right, which is really just false evidence appearing real, is to learn what the truth is. Because if we bank our perception or our choices on this false evidence, then we can never see the truth. So, and, to your point of life and living and what you learned, Jamie, the greatest loss of life is a life that's never lived. And we have lost so much in the last year of not moving forward in our lives and really just living. And people, even if that meant just, even if you were not isolated, but keeping your social distancing, whatever you felt comfortable in, you could still live, right? You could still exercise at your home. You could go for a walk. You could still choose to eat healthy. You could still increase your bedtime and your sleep cycles. You could still drink water. So there were many choices that we could have made. And I think what happened was our society went the other direction. It was like, oh, life paused. I don't have to eat healthy. I'm going to sit here and eat my potato chips and watch the news. And now we're seeing people come out of that and saying, okay, we can't live like this anymore. And you're right. I'm noticing things going back. There's 17 states that have lifted the mask mandates. So, this, I don't know if we'll ever go back to normal that they were saying in this new normal. The biggest thing that I noticed about our country and our world is it's overcome some really tragic things. And we've come out stronger on the other side. So I believe that for our country and our world, regardless of what we go through. And it starts with education and understanding, not to repeat history. So that's what this whole week is dedicated to, is for everyone to, really tune in to what resonates with them. What part of this entire summit do you need? Did you need the coherence therapy lecture? Did you need the detox lecture, right? What did you pick? Because every lecture I saw people saying, that's what I need. How do I do that? This is so great. And it was different people. So that's what I love. We have this eclectic group, that brings something to the table, and there's something for everybody. So if you missed the videos, you can go back and replay them. You can skip right through the recording to the lectures that you want. Every hour they change, and you can get so much great information. The schedule is laid out for each day, so you can find what lecture you want on that live stream. So those will be up forever. And they're also on our YouTube channel for people that are not on Facebook. You can share that with your family and friends. And I encourage you to do that, so just help people get empowered and make better educated decisions.
Yeah, the other thing I want to let people know is you become the average of the 5 people you're around most, which is scary because I'm around Tracy a lot, Jeff. So, she's rubbing off on me. But no, it's good to surround yourself with really good, positive, motivated people that want to continue to grow in life. And it doesn't mean we're all perfect. It just means that you want to have people around you that enhance and build you up. Think about the team at the Wellness Center, right, Jeff? We got great people on the team that are all here, support, enhance each other's development. And look at the growth that's occurred in the last month, right? It's been fantastic to witness. So be careful who you surround yourself with. And sometimes you got to make some difficult decisions. But that's what life's about, making those tough decisions that, hey, you know what? Maybe it's just having a conversation with somebody. Maybe it's having a conversation with yourself, right? Maybe it's reaching out to somebody that maybe you guys had some little bit of friction together, right? It's okay. I did that to somebody this week, and I sent them something, and they thought I said from your favorite so and so, and they thought it was somebody else, right? So it took them a few days to figure out it was me, right? But it was kind of like burying a hatchet, but it made me feel so good because this person is important to me. And, I'm not even sure what the issues were over the years, but when you just move forward and say, okay, well, it's okay to disagree or have some challenges, but at some point you got to move forward, surround yourself with the right people. If there are situations, address them and move on. And I love what Brett was talking about this week. And then the other one I really like was Robert Scott Bell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he speaks, I'm like sitting at attention. Like he really has a commanding voice.
He's authoritative. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I like that.
Those people you surround yourself, really can have a tremendous influence on your life in a positive way or negative way. It depends on who you surround yourself with. The guys in high school that were drinking and partying and stoning and all that stuff, when people got into that sphere, a group of them, they started doing it too. And likewise, the people that were, moving forward, studying, exercising, people hung around with those, they end up being that way too.
Yeah. What school did you go to? Fast Times at Ridgemont High? I mean, Jesus.
You had your group of stoners, you had a group of, it was always separate groups, like join the right one,
Well, listen, some of us have emerged from the not so great groups. I'll have you know that. So there's always choices in life too, that you can be better than you were yesterday.
Yeah, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody can mature, and some people mature at different levels, different rates. And hang around with those people who are where you want to be, really. That's the ideal. You want to model people who are successful and do what they're doing. You want to get up like Jamie in the morning, exercise, take your vitamin C prayers, and think about positive thoughts and move forward. The television, watching the news in the morning, not the best idea. It's just programming negativity in your mind.
I don't watch the news in the morning, afternoon, or evening. Someone told me recently you have your head in the sand. I go, it's better than have my head in the TV, right?
Yeah, I'd rather have my head in the sand any day. There's good height.
Yeah,
good
minerals
and nutrients in there.
One of the funniest memes I saw was, they were interviewing the Amish. They're asking the Amish, like, why aren't you guys sick with the COVID and all this stuff? Like, we don't have TV.
That's awesome.
That sums it up.
Speaking of that, I'm really excited today because I think the lineup is fantastic. And I'm excited to see Jeff's presentation on the demonstration for applied kinesiology, because I think sometimes when I say that to people, they look at me a little funny, right? Now, if I ask them how an MRI is done, they have no idea, right?
Yeah.
CAT scan, they have no idea. So it's no different than those technologies. This is just a manual technology on the testing. I know Tracy's been trained in it. I've been certified by Freddie Ulan. So let's talk about that briefly, about the applied kinesiology, because I think it's an important tool that is not given its credit.
Yeah, everything is made of molecules. All molecules have an energy to them, and they emit this electromagnetic field. Everything in your body is made of molecules. You emit an electromagnetic field. In certain parts of your body, you will have stronger fields. Other parts of your body have weaker fields. And you can ask your body to communicate with the tester, basically, to find out where you're strong and where it's weak. And when you find these weaknesses, you find out which particular nutrient strengthens the weak reflexes. And then you can stimulate different parts on your body. If you're doing, say for instance, you have an allergy to cats. You can literally hold a jar full of cat fur and stimulate acupressure points on the body while you breathe 4 different ways. And most of the time, you no longer have a negative response to those cats. It flips a switch. Somewhere in your lifetime, that switch has been flipped. Like you're around cats, you have this inflammatory response, and somehow stimulating all these acupressure points, any energy spots in your body, it flips that switch. You don't have this negative response anymore most of the time. You can do that for cats. You can do it for trees, grasses, molds, everything. I have 3,200 vials in my office to test people on things with. So chances are, if you have an issue, we could find.
You're not going to do them all at once today, are you?
Not all at once.
Take a while. We'll be here tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, Jeff. I'm not streaming with you tomorrow.
Yeah, what's really fascinating about this, when you say acupressure and acupuncture, right? They look back, and acupuncture points were discovered over 2,000 years ago in China, right? And they were always questioned. With modern technology, they tested the frequencies in the body. And don't you know those acupuncture points were 100% dead on?
Yeah. Yeah.
From thousands of years ago. So whatever you believe in, that right there should tell you that, look, these things were discovered thousands of years ago, and now they've been proven with modern medicine. So I'm excited about that. What about next, Tracy? We have the one and only, the godfather of nutrition. He's running out of nicknames here. The manager now.
Yeah, Joe Messino, the godfather of nutrition. He's going to be talking to us why D3, the alpha nutrient, is no longer enough. So we heard a lot about D3, and actually, Jamie, in the nutraceutical industry, it was the #1 seller. And it has so many benefits, but he's going to be giving us a little bit more of why that's just not enough. Like, yes, it's beneficial, and yes, we all need it, and yes, we need it in the amounts that are enough for our bodies. But he's going to give us a little bit more insight of what he's learned here over the past year. So I'm excited to hear from Joe.
I hope he got a good night's sleep and he's passionate today. What do you think?
He was so tired yesterday. I was like, poor Joe.
We push him to the edge and we're pulling him back in. So
Joe always brings it.
He's doing a great job. And then we got 11 o'clock, part 2, Jumpstart Your Brain. What your Chiro can teach you to do for yourself. That's what I love about Dr. Orbach. When you meet with him, and he is accepting new patients, if you want to make an appointment with him or Jeff or Dr. H or Adam, call the office at 412-922-WELL, 412-922-9355. And I met with him this week for a chiropractic appointment, and he never ceases to amaze me. Every adjustment is different. Mm-hmm. They're very thorough. He knows, he doesn't even ask me. He just knows right to go to. Like, he started working on my hip flexor. I was like, how'd you know? He goes, after 30 years, I know where to go. And it was just a little tight, and he worked on it. He did some unique stretching. So he does a combination of the physical exam, does the chiropractic adjustment, the muscle therapy, and the stretching. I've been to hundreds of chiropractors over the years, and I visited thousands of offices. Very few are that thorough in their full exam, evaluation, adjustment, muscle therapy, and stretching. So I'm excited to hear his workshop at 11 today.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. And then at noon, natural solutions for seasonal allergies and upper respiratory issues with Mikey G. So he's going to be great. He's going to talk to us. I think this will really help people understand why it's important to come see you, Jeff, because, allergies are still, they're so predominant, and people just do over-the-counter medications for these things like candy. And they don't really understand how detrimental those can be for long-term use.
Yeah, and you talk about the mental capacity on those, right? How many people you hear, they just accept it. Oh, it's just my allergies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just allergic to this, that, and the other thing. And not everything they can do anything about it. I think that's the part. Doc's in my head today talking about the mind's like a parachute. It only works when it's open. You have to be open-minded, folks. If you're not, you'll never get healthy, regardless of what you have.
That's
and there's
right.
people that have reverse cancers. People had brain tumors with Dr. Brzezinski down in Texas. Look at all the work Dr. Bob Bukowski's done. You look at Erica Schwartz in New York with hormones. I mean, the changes that people have made, but you got to be open to it. If you're closed-minded or don't think it'll work, it never will.
Yeah, there was a little boy that came to see me. He was 10 years old. He was out playing in the park, and his face, his eyes were all swollen. I don't know if you could see this poor kid.
Oh my God.
You know, can you imagine being a mom and your son comes up to you looking like this? You're like petrified. And a week later, he came in to see me, and we did a bunch of testing. I got him on a good nutrition plan, showed him what food to stay away from. We did some work with allergies. He failed on 13 out of the 19 grasses in my testing kit. We did an allergy reversal treatment for that, and a week later, he's up playing in the same park. Actually, did a handstand with his head in the grass.
Wow!
Unbelievable.
To it.
And no reaction at all. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's very freeing for parents because, it does limit lifestyle for kids. If you're allergic to grass, how do you go play? And parents, I mean, what else can they do? They go through the allopathic or they get the over-the-counter allergy relief and it doesn't work, or, they don't want their kids on that. This is a solution. So this is a solution for people. So I hope they tune into yours and Mike G. So 1 p.m., do you know what the eighth wonder of the world is? The Great Health Pyramid with our very own Jamie Dorley.
I thought it was Andre the Giant, but I guess it's changed over time. So
tell us about this lecture.
Well, the great thing about the health pyramid is that this gives you a strategy. We don't want to do green medicine, right? Rather than taking Lipitor, I'll take Cholesterol. There's a time and place for that. However, we want to do a long-term strategy of addressing the foundations, which is our lifestyle, and then how do we incorporate food and supplements together? So we're going to go through the Great Pyramid of Health, which incorporates the NF for Life lifestyle, and then food-based and food-based supplements. And how do you intertwine those? Because you may not eat fruits and veggies, and maybe you can do greens. Maybe you eat a lot of good oils. You don't need the fish oil. So there's a way to have a strategy, put this together. I'm going to go through how do you combine food and food-based nutrition so you have your foundation built. And then if you have a specific issue, right, like, hey, I need help with sleep or joint pain, then we can go to condition specific. So this can give you a great strategy to incorporate today in your life that will address all the things you need to do every day so that we can really zero in on how we can help you. So that's something that Tracy wrote up. I really love the literature she put together on that, Jeff. And so many people, including some other healthcare professionals, use that pyramid as an educational piece. And we're going to go through that today. Great way to help get a strategy to get you going in the right direction.
So people need a plan, right? And then finishing it off today, how to help your immune system work better with Dr. Joseph Honigman. I mean, what a better way to finish.
You know what? I think he's, I hate to say rising, but he really took off this week with his presentations and his commentary and just getting a little more of his background. And, I didn't even realize some of the work he was doing with reversing cardiovascular disease 30 years ago with some of the leading medical doctors in the country. He's got an incredible wealth of knowledge, and I think it's time we tap into it a little more.
Yeah, Dr. Honigman is brilliant, and people have issues with blood pressure, like go see Dr. Honigman, He's helped a lot of people, and I'm sure he's going to continue to do so. I love working with the guy.
Well, guys, I appreciate you being here this morning and sharing your thoughts. Really looking forward to this final day of education, but it doesn't stop here. So they are open all day today. Stop in. You can place your order by phone. You can place your order by email. I'm not going to say fax, but you can do that too.
If I hear the phone ring and no one picks it up, I just figured out after a couple of weeks it's a
right.
fax. Yeah.
Right. So thank you guys so much. And Jeff, you're up next, so I'll let you get prepared. So stay tuned.
Okay.
Tracy, are we doing commentary tomorrow morning?
Not tomorrow, but maybe Monday through NF. We can talk about that. We can have health commentary.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. God bless.
See ya. Okay, stay tuned because Jeff Niznik is up in a few minutes for allergy testing and reversals. We're going to let him get set up for a live demonstration. So we're really excited that you're here with us today. Stay tuned. Share the stream. Make sure that you call the Weiner Wellness Center if you need any products. Stop in. They are open, and there's lots of people there that can help guide you towards your health goals. So as always, thank you for being here, and we will see you in a few minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We have Jeff Niznik, applied kinesiologist from the Weiner Wellness Center with us right now, and he's going to be doing allergy testing and reversals, a live demonstration. So, Jeff, we're very excited. I know you're going to do the demonstration first, and then you're going to explain what just happened, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to give you the full screen, and I'm going to go disappear, and I'm excited to learn. Thank you for being here.
Okay, great. All right, thanks, Tracy. Thanks for setting this up. And folks, my name is Jeffrey Niznik. I'm a nutritional consultant at the Weiner Wellness Center, and I do a lot of work with helping people with allergies. I'm going to do an allergy reversal treatment on 3 different grasses my wife tested poorly on, and I'll show you how that's done, and I'll get into explaining that how we do this later. So, Phil, once I start doing this, can you make sure that we're on screen with the camera adjustment? So come over here, right? So.
Our heads are cut off.
Yeah, so raise the camera up a little bit. That's good. Perfect. and then we'll probably have to adjust it back down in a moment. So folks, what I did first was I did some testing on my kits out there. I have 3,200 different vials in my office charged with the energies of all sorts of different things. And one kit in particular has 19 different grasses in it. My wife failed on 3 of those. So we're going to do an allergy reversal treatment on them. But first of all, resist again and again. Put your hand on top, turn it over, boom. So the first thing you do is check for polarity, make sure a person is testable. She is. Now let's do the reversal. So let me grab this chair. And okay, Phil, I can adjust that down a little bit. But that's good. All right, so I have her hold this in her left hand, and I'm going to stimulate acupressure points and run from the base of your skull down to the tailbone 4 different times while she breathes 4 different ways. So the first one is take a deep breath in and hold it. And all I'm doing is doing a decent amount of pressure on all these acupressure points. The bladder meridian runs through here, gallbladder runs through the shoulders, neck meridian, large intestine, and breathe. And take a deep breath in and hold it. And breathe. So that was the first pass. So the first pass, you take a deep breath in, hold it, stimulate these points. The second path is you take a deep breath in, blow it all the way out rapidly, and hold it out. And breathe. A lot of people feel this is like just a massage. They feel it's very relaxing.
I agree.
Okay, breathe in, blow it out. And breathe. So when I initially tested her, she tested very poorly on these 3 different grasses. We'll test her afterwards to see how she does. The third one, rapid panting breath. Like you just finished running. Perfect. And breathe normally. You want to stop halfway through. When people do that one, sometimes they get lightheaded if you go the full distance. I always stop halfway through on all of these. And again, rapid panting again. And breathe. Okay. Sometimes I feel energies too, and people let them go, and I feel them, and I let it go too. And the last one is just to relax and breathe normally. So Chinese acupuncture was started many thousands of years ago. They found that energy flows through your body in distinct lines and meridian lines. And you can stimulate these things and help to open up energy flow in the body. And I'll explain more about that in a bit. And that's it. So stand up for a second. And then let's, so Phil, can you adjust the camera up again? And let me see your arm. So what I'm going to do now is retest again. So let me see how you respond to all these different grasses. Resist. And that is mega strong. Mm-hmm. So have a seat again. Have a seat. Now you have to stimulate a loop around the body, hitting all these different organ points on the body, meridian points. Takes you about 8 to 10 minutes to do this. It's a pretty simple process. So I hit large intestine points coming up the arm, large intestine points up here, gallbladder points, small intestine points, bladder points. All we're doing is just hitting different spots to open up energy flow in those organs. And somehow your body accepts the energy of this versus reacting negatively to it with an inflammatory response.
And this feels fantastic.
So this is not invasive at all. There's no blood involved. It's actually very calming and relaxing.
No needles, no.
Scoot your chair back just a hair. So then you got to go behind the knee, adjust it down a little bit, Phil. Go behind the knee. You have to kick your shoes off here. Now keep that in your hand.
Oh. Sorry.
So you go behind the knee, over on the tibialis anterior. There's a junction point right above, if you go 4 fingers above the ankle, there's a junction point reflex there on the outside of the lower leg as well. Around the ankle, side of the foot, side of the big toe, in between the first and second toe, corner of the toenail. Okay, of the foot. So corner of the toenail, the inside corner, between the 2 toes, outside of the big knuckle, outside of the foot there where that little knuckle is, around the ankle, on the outside, around the ankle on the inside. Just a few seconds on each spot. The junction point, outside, same thing. Some of those are tender, aren't they?
Yeah.
Tibialis, behind the knee. So all we do is make a big loop around the body and back to where we started. And now we set a timer, and she has to hold that for 30 minutes as a minimum. Okay, so take those outside.
And that was it.
That was it. So she
Now I relax for a half hour.
relax for a half hour. Don't cross your arms. Don't cross your legs. You just got to relax.
Okay.
So set a timer on your phone.
Yep.
Don't play with anything electronic and just chill. Okay. So that looks pretty good there, Phil. Let's scoot that over here. So we're going to bring the PowerPoint up now. Okay. So see how I feel here really drops the stress in my life. Say it again.
Don't push back.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's go here. So allergy testing and allergy reversals. This is my topic today. You just saw it, and that's about all you need to know. So come in and see me, and we can take care of you. All right. So a little bit about me. I went to Center High School locally here in Monaca area. I went to Carnegie Mellon. I worked for several civil engineering firms. Before I got into the healing arts field, my body was pretty much a mess most of my life with all kind of neck pain and back pain and knee pain and arthritic spurring and degenerated discs, and woke up exhausted every day, severe sleep apnea. My body really wasn't working, and it forced me to get into this field. And you know what they say, sometimes your greatest struggles turn out to be your greatest blessings. And truly, this is my greatest blessing. This is my passion to help people. There's a very good chance, no matter what you got going on in your life, I could probably help you with it from a health and holistic level. I'm on the radio, folks. The Health Breakthroughs radio show is sponsored by the Wine and Wellness Center. That's Monday mornings. I'm on at 10 a.m. and Friday afternoons at 5 p.m. And I'm on these radio stations. They all broadcast the same thing at the same time. If you can't, if you're out of range, you can go into khbradio.com during those times, Monday mornings, 10 a.m., Friday afternoons at 5 p.m. and hit the Listen Live tab and you can tune in live. I'm also on Nutritional Frontier Supplement Company, their Holistic Truth radio show, Thursday mornings at 8 in the morning, and then one Saturday a month, or sometimes two, on KDK radio on these two stations as well, simulcast. If you want to set an appointment with me or with Dr. Orbach, Dr. Honigman, or Adam Kawash, or if you want to call in an order for supplements, 412-922-9355. Tune in and check us out. All right, folks, I'm not a medical doctor. I don't treat, I don't cure, or I don't prevent any disease or conditions. And this presentation and all the statements I'm going to make, these are for informational purposes only. They're not intended to treat, diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease. And should you have any medical condition, you're advised to see a licensed healthcare practitioner for that. And I usually say, good luck with that. So anyway, kinesiology, they've been doing this a long, long time. This is just a natural, holistic approach, using ancient modern wisdom and Oriental medicine, combined with modern science. They've proven all these things. They teach what I do. Practitioners like Dr. Freddie Ullin, who teach what I do as well. You know, the basic premise of what I do, during an appointment with me, I use this system of applied kinesiology. Your cells, your whole body grew up from one single fertilized egg. And that little unit had the intelligence to grow you to the size that you are, but also to replicate you. Your body's always replicating everything in your body. You need intelligence to do that. And all your cells communicate with all your other cells instantaneously. And we can use this to test your body, to communicate with your body. In other words, I can't tell you how to fix yourself. Your body will tell the both of us where you're weak. Your body will tell the both of us what foods you have a very poor response to. And your body will tell the both of us what nutrients you have a very strong reaction to, what nutrients you have a very poor reaction to. That's the basic premise of what I do. We're always testing your body to see where you have these weaknesses or the blocked energies, you know, disturbances in the force. And then we can energy test all these things to see what's weak. And this can help you pinpoint what nutrients strengthen your weak reflex, which may help you tell you what your body's really attracted to nutrition-wise to see what can possibly help you. You know, so we don't cure, we don't treat or prevent anything. We aid and assist a client in improving their nutritional status. And through this energy testing, we can find out what's weak. Through the energy testing, we can discover what makes it strong. You know, we never make any claims, but I have a very good track record of helping a lot of people. If you have challenges, call the Weiner Wellness Center at 412-922-9355, and let's get you started on a plan that maybe help you change your lifestyle, which in turn can help you change your health of your body. So here's an example of these energy meridians I was talking about. If you look up and down the spine over here, this is the bladder meridian, the dew meridian, the small intestine meridian, the gallbladder, and the large intestine goes through the top of the shoulder. A lot of these things go all through the neck, and you stimulate these, and somehow your body resets, and you don't have this wicked response that you used to have. You know, as Bach would say, fascinating, Jim. So the instant you touch or you think about anything, you know, if you grab an electrical hot wire, does it take like 3 seconds for you to get shocked? Or instantly you get shocked. Instantly. We're constantly emitting this energy field. And your body knows whether it's going to, if you test on something, your body knows whether it's going to amplify your field and make you stronger, or whether it's going to destructively interfere with you and work against you. Your body will tell you this. So you can use this to your advantage, you know, whether you think about something or you hold something. Say, for instance, you just bought a new supplement and you left it at home. You've held it in your hand. Your body actually knows the energy of it. And we can ask your body, well, how do you respond to that? It doesn't have to be here. Because all the time people will do this and they're fascinated by this. And they'll bring it in with them next time and we get the same exact results. So whether you have it here or not. Okay. Basic idea of this electromagnetic field that's around us. Everything is made up of molecules, and in the middle of a molecule you have protons and neutrons, and outside that molecule you have these electrons. These electrons are spinning, and it's generating a natural frequency of vibration. It's generating an electromagnetic field. We're made of molecules. We're basically a mass of electromagnetic fields, and the electromagnetic field of this supplement is different than the electromagnetic field of this one. And you can ask your body, does this make me strong? Or does it make me weak? And your body will tell you this. So because we're above absolute zero, at absolute zero, which is almost minus 460 degrees, at that cold temperature, this electron cloud really is not moving. So it's not generating any frequency. It's not generating electromagnetic fields. So above that, you're going to get this field, and your body's going to know whether it's good for you or whether it's working against you. Everything emits this electromagnetic field. So everything has its own unique frequency of vibration. Everything has its own unique electromagnetic radiant field. Every cell of your body is made the same way. All molecules, all these fields are interworking together. You find out which one works for you, which one works against you. Another example of electromagnetic field And here's another one. Electromagnetic field of the heart. See how far it goes outside of your body? If you are sitting in a room with your back to the door, and someone very quietly, stealthily comes and stands in the doorway behind you, it could be 8, 10, 12 feet behind you, and all of a sudden you sense it. You turn around, you know someone's there. You sense their field. So does this has a field, this has a field, everything has a field. Whoop. Hit the wrong button there. Okay, so energy sensitivity. Your body's completely energy sensitive. You can't, if you grab an electrical wire, whether you want to get shocked by it or not, you're going to get shocked by it. Your body is sensitive to this. And we generate electrical current. It flows through our body nearly at the speed of light. Every part of your body is in constant contact with all the other parts of your body in sending signals, basically. So remember, everything vibrates and generates its own natural electromagnetic radiating field and its own frequency of vibration. You can use this to your advantage. This is what I do. So everything is an energy. Thoughts are an energy. I ask people, like, what's your name? They'll say, Marie. So say to me, my name is Marie, and I'll test their arm, and they're strong as it could be. And I'll say my name is Georgianne, and they'll say, my name is Georgianne, and they're super weak. All these thoughts of energy too. And I do that to show people, like, say, for instance, you get a fatal cancer diagnosis. If you think you're going to die, there's a very good chance that you're going to die. If you get a fatal cancer diagnosis, you say, I don't care what that doctor says. He has no idea of my body's ability to heal itself. I can beat this. I can beat this. Those thoughts are going to propel you to help you heal your body. Always use that to your advantage. No matter what you got going on inside your body, always put that energy out there. My body can fix itself. My body can get better. I can heal. I can overcome. Use those thoughts. Always program that. Now, your kidney cells are an energy. They generate their own unique electromagnetic field. So does your heart. So does your intestines. Every cell of your body has intelligence, and it can communicate. So, good or bad, right or wrong. How do you know if a food, how do you know if a heavy metal, toxic chemical, grasses, trees, shrubs, weeds, how do you know how your body's going to respond to this? Well, you can ask your body. Your body knows whether something's going to amplify your field or something's going to work against you. You energy test it, muscle test it. Use applied kinesiology and test this stuff. So what if someone is an invalid? What if someone's a quadriplegic? What if someone is a little infant? You can test them through another person. If you get 15 people in a row and everybody holds hands, one guy grabs an electrical hot wire, everybody gets a shock. So you can test one person through another person. I do this quite often as well when a person is not testable. So here's the guy that started it all for me. I was working for a chiropractor in Coriopolis, and he was trained by Dr. Dick Versendahl. And Dr. Dick Versendahl taught this form of this applied kinesiology. He called it contact reflex analysis. One of his instructors was Dr. Freddie Ullin, and Dr. Freddie Ullin branched off and started his own training seminars called nutritional response testing. And Dr. Freddie Ullin still does this, and you can look it up. Look up his name if you want to get trained in this. Dr. Versendahl has since passed on, but Dr. Ullin still teaches this. So here's contact information for these guys, the International College of Applied Kinesiology. It was started in 1975. The muscle testing procedure, we really don't have to go through this. Basically, you test for polarity, you test the immune system, you test the organs, you test to see what supplements strengthen everything, then you test the teeth. Now, if you've got root canals, infected crowns, or mercury fillings, say for instance you have those in the molars over here, chances are you are blocking your own life force energy, your chi, your voltage. You're blocking this, interfering with that production of it to your lungs and your large intestine from having a root canal here or a mercury filling here. On your canine teeth, if you had a infected crown tooth here, you're blocking voltage to your liver and gallbladder. So I test people on their teeth all the time to see, is this an additive factor? People come into me with all kinds of problems. And usually it isn't just one thing, and you need just one supplement to fix it. It doesn't work that way. It's our lifestyle that gets us to the problems we have. And usually people have problems with terrible digestion, which is almost everybody that sees me on the first visit. They have difficult time breaking down a whole bunch of foods. They probably have a lot of inflammation in their body from a whole bunch of foods. They had issues with the teeth. They may have a fungal overgrowth in the intestines or parasites going on, and strained relationships with work or boss or spouses or family, something. All these things affect your overall health. And I try to address your overall health when you come to see me. We look into all these different things. So once you're beyond that, we test the scars. If you've had surgeries, you saw on that meridian chart all those lines of energy flow. If you do a C-section across your abdomen, you're cutting through the circulation and sex energy meridian system of the body. Right on either side, that's a kidney meridian. You're cutting that. Basically, you're blocking voltage flow to all these different organs in your body. So we'll test your scars. Then you see which particular essential oil can strengthen that weak reflex. Essential oils are like voltage in a bottle. And they suggest not putting that directly on your skin. You dilute it with a carrier oil so it isn't as strong to avoid against blistering and so forth. And then you can test on foods. You see what foods are irritating in a person. You can test animals. You can test emotions. You can test household items. I have all these kits down there. I have a pathogenic virus testing kit. I've got a Lyme testing kit. I got 2 kits on emotions that have 156 different emotions in it. 3,200 different things I have in my office to test with. And then if after a month or 2 of you nutrifying your body and change your diet, whatever, say for instance, you still have a problem with sugar at that point. Usually if people fail on sugar on the first visit, they usually don't fail on the second visit. Usually if people fail on onions or peppers and tomatoes on the first visit, they usually don't fail on the follow-up visit because they started to take a different nutritional plan. They've avoided foods and so forth that they had a problem with, and all of a sudden they're doing a lot better. If you still have a problem with things like sugar or egg yolks or something, we can do an allergy reversal treatment like we did out there. But we can also do allergy reversal, testing on, trees and shrubs and molds and all sorts of things. And then once we do that, we can we write out a detailed game plan for you to follow for your future health. Basically, to change your lifestyle is the key. So people return in 2 to 4 weeks, and we retest everything. We find out what was weak originally, and we retest that. And usually they're all strong. All these negative responses to food. I have a lady that saw me about a month and a half ago. She came back about 2 weeks ago for her first follow-up visit. She initially had a very terrible response to 86 different foods. I mean, these are could be healthy things like mangoes and tomatoes and onions and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. She had a very negative response to 86 things. When she came back, she failed on 6. And she told me, you know what? My acid reflux that I used to have, I don't have that anymore. I didn't treat her for anything. We just found out what was weak. We found out what her body said he had a very strong response to. And she started changing her lifestyle to incorporate these things and eliminate those other things. So this is what we do. Come back and we'll retest everything and see how you do and see what we need to modify and change. So you can test the body for polarity. You have to make sure you're testable first. We really don't need to get into that right now. Pathogens reflex. Once we know you are testable, Dr. Versendal said there are all these different reflexes on the body that would allude to maybe you got an overgrowth of bacteria in the system, or fungus, or parasites, or viruses, or allergies. You find out what's weak, write them down. And then you find out which particular nutrients strengthen those weak reflexes. And if it's a pathogen, and say for instance, you made 9 different weak reflexes on the body, and all those reflexes were strengthened by all these anti-parasitic formulas. You find out which particular one you have the best response to, and then you can ask the body how much of this anti-parasite formula is it. Let me see how your body responds to 3 of these a day, 4 a day, 5 a day, 6 a day, 7 a day goes weak. So chances are initially your body wants 6. And then, should you do those 6 a day for 5 days? A week? No. Do it for 5 days and then cut it back. Your body will tell you these things. All right, so then foods. My goodness, foods are brutal to people. Most people are not taking any supplements, if any, and you need 91 different nutrients daily to fuel all these processes that are supposed to happen in your body. Your cells make 550 different kinases. Your liver does 500 different functions. Your pancreas is supposed to pump out all these digestive juices. You're supposed to be able to make all these hormones. Do you have all the chemical reactants you need for all of these processes? Let me ask you a question. Are you going to get those nutrients? Say, for instance, you're a person who drinks a cup of coffee and runs out the door in the morning. And at lunchtime, you grab a piece of pizza or a ham sandwich. Are you getting all the nutrients you need to do all this stuff from that diet? No. And then people's bodies start to malfunction. And the majority of people go see someone in the medical industry and they give them an anti-inflammatory. How can you expect your body to function eating extremely nutrient poor foods, highly inflammatory foods? So we need 16 vitamins every day, 12 amino acids, 2 essential fatty acids, 60 different minerals. Let's test you and ask your body what it wants. Once you eat food, food's supposed to be broken down to its constituent components. Proteins are supposed to be broken down into amino acids, and amino acids are supposed to go into your bloodstream. But when larger chunks of proteins aren't digested well and go into your bloodstream, your thymus sees this and it attacks it. So you could be eating healthy stuff like corn or cabbage or asparagus. And if you don't break them down fully, there's a chance they can get into your bloodstream and you have this inflammatory response from your thymus gland attacking it. So rather than that giving you energy, it's taking energy away from you. Your food should be giving you energy and doing all these great things for you. Instead, you're wasting energy creating this inflammatory response. You're wasting energy repairing all the damage from the inflammation from stuff that should be making you stronger, healthier, more wholesome and full. So again, I have 3,200 different testing vials in my office. We have testing kits for foods, grasses, trees, molds, nuts, body parts, weeds, phytochemicals, radiations, all sorts of things. Lyme, viruses, all sorts of things. So we can ask your body how well you respond to the things. We're not going to test all 3,200. We're going to narrow it down quite a bit, but we have that opportunity. So let me tell you about a couple stories about this allergy reversal stuff and the testing that I do. Here's my brother's dog, Binks, and Binks was a ride. He was a Doberman Greyhound mix. He was a lover. He'd sit on your lap, and he's like a 90-pound dog, and he just wanted attention and affection. Well, he was 6.5 years old, and he was dying. I was in Ambridge, Pennsylvania. He was in Cadiz, Kentucky. My brother called me. He's crying. He's upset. His wonderful dog, Binks, was dying. For 4 months, he was getting weaker and weaker and sicker and sicker. And he had taken him to 4 different vets, and they could not find out what was wrong with Binks. So he called me, like, what do I do? So I asked to remote test Binks. And I remotely tested his dog. I intuitively connected with him. And I saw in his body he had an issue with his heart. He had an issue with the food he was eating, and a strong need for a number of different vitamins and minerals, nutrients. And I tested a whole bunch of other vitamins, minerals, nutrients, and he didn't test well on those, but this particular group he did well with. And I immediately grabbed them and I drove down to Kentucky, and 12 hours later, I'm in front of Binks and I'm testing his dog. The stuff I remotely tested him for was exactly the thing he tested strongly on in person. The things he tested poorly for remotely, he also tested poorly for them in person. And 3 or 4 days later, Binks is back to normal. That was a revelation to me, that because this energy is out there, you don't have to be in direct contact with somebody. I've done remote sessions with people all over the United States. And chances are, if you're in a different city, can't make it to the Wine and Wellness Center, the ideal scenario, of course, is to make it to the Wine and Wellness Center, and let's do some testing with you directly. But there's a possibility that we could do this remotely. And Binks, actually, we had to do this again a couple of years after that. And Binks lived for another like 4.5 years from the first time I did that. And he was so bad that my brother, he wasn't eating anymore, and my brother had to carry him outside to do his business. He had days or hours left. And thankfully, I intervened in just the right time, and Binks gave us joy for 4 more years. So there's Binks' story. Allergy elimination treatment. You stimulate acupuncture points on the body. You do a breathing technique with it. Afterwards, you test again. You hold the jar, whatever it was they treated this process for 30 minutes at least. It's something your body resets. Say for instance, you are a 1-year-old child, and you get bit by a cat. You're 1 year old. You don't remember this, but you got bit by a cat, and you're crying. Your eyes are watering. Your nose is running. You have this whole congestive process going on. And now, from that point on, every time you're around cats, your nose waters, your eyes water, your nose runs. You have this congestive process going on when you're around cats. So something stimulated, initiated a program in your mind that cats create this set of symptoms. And for some reason, when you hold a jar full of cat fur and they stimulate all these points, you breathe 4 different ways. Many people don't have a negative response to it anymore. I don't make any guarantees that this will help you, but I've helped a lot of people doing this. So here's another example of all these energy meridians that are in the body. You stimulated all these different points during a process. So 10-year-old boy, let's see, here he is. He was out playing in a park, and for the first time that year, it was May of 2019, he's 10 years old, and he was reacting to the grasses. His face was all inflamed. His mom brought him to me, and I did a bunch of testing with him. We got him on a nutrition plan and tested my testing kits, and he failed on 13 of the 19 grasses in my testing kit, and we did an allergy reversal treatment to grasses. And when you do this, as you saw earlier, it's very relaxing. It's non-invasive. You just test the kit, test this valve, this valve, this valve, this valve. This one's weak. Pull that one out. Basically, that's the testing. And here he is a week later after doing the testing in the same park, actually doing a handstand in a pile of grass and had no reaction to it. I don't guarantee that this will work for you, but this has worked many, 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 many times with clients who came to see me. So, folks, your health challenges, they don't have to be a life sentence. With a proper diet, nutrition, positive mental attitude, you can detoxify your body. You can rebuild your body. You can strengthen, fortify it. You can protect your health. You can reverse many chronic conditions. You got to feed that base. You got to feed nutrients in your body. Your body requires nutrients to function. Your body does not require toxins to function. Most of the coffee out there is not organic. It's sprayed with pesticides. You're drinking pesticides with your coffee every morning. What about doing, a scoop of lean greens, or a scoop of power fuel with your shake? What about doing power cleanse in the morning? How long does it take to throw something in the blender with some water, spin it, put it in a cup, rinse it out, and run out the door? Doesn't take very long. It's quicker than going through a drive-through someplace, and way better for you. So we can help you address all these things, help you find what your body has a strong attraction to. How well do you do with red peppers or green peppers? How well do you do with cabbage, onions, tomatoes? Let's ask your body, and your body will communicate with us. And folks, it doesn't matter how many problems you've had. You have to believe that there is help for you. You have to believe that, somebody, somewhere, somehow, they can help lead you to help healing yourself. Maybe I'm that guy. Other people in the Wider Wellness Center, other practitioners are out there. Somebody can help you. Always leave that possibility open. It doesn't matter how long you've had problems. For most of 56 years of my life, I was miserable with all sorts of things. In the last 5, it totally turned around. Chances are we can help you turn things around too. So my contact info, call the Wider Wellness Center at 412-922-9355. Send an appointment with me. You won't be disappointed. I'll spend a good bit of time with you, and we'll delve into all these things to see where you're off, where you're weak, what strengthens the weaknesses, what immune boosters might you have attraction to, what foods do you have a disagreement with. Do we need to work with allergies with you, with sugars, with dogs and cats and grasses and trees and molds? Let's get into this and ask your body. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. And minimize this.
All right. That was great, Jeff. Thank you so much.
Well,
and
thank you, Stacey.
I'm kind of jealous. Nancy has you like on call. Any issue she has, you're right there. So that's a great resource for her.
Yeah, we're both very lucky, put it that way. Lucky to have her.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
I thank you for all your knowledge, and I hope people reach out to you because what you do is life-changing for real.
Yeah, I've helped a lot of people with a lot of things. A lot of people with asthma, all sorts of things. High blood pressure, you name it. I've helped people with it. Irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. I've helped a ton of people with that.
Right.
Severe headaches. Lots and lots of people have helped with that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm treating this stuff. We're just communicate with your body. That's the whole thing. It's just your body will tell us what it really wants and what it wants to avoid. So.
Yeah. Well, I think what people have to remember is, most of the allopathic model, when they say things or they scientifically do studies on things, those studies are not done on people that are utilizing healthy nutrients, detoxifying their body. Most of the time, their words are applied to people that are really sick and are not doing lifestyle changes in order to get better. So I think that mind shift that we've been talking about all week has to come from the fact that we have to stop thinking our body is broken and that this is just the way it is, or it's a product of, age. All of those ideas are very archaic. And what we're trying to get people to understand is you have more power over your health than anybody else, but the choice is really yours. So they have to make a choice to call you. They have to make a choice to take their nutrients, their supplements, to eat healthy food, to drink their water, to go to bed on time, to exercise every day. Every day it's a choice. So I hope people are empowered by what you said and know that there actually is hope.
Yes, there is hope. If any message you got from today, there is hope. Your body's not drug deficient. You're nutrient deficient and have these energies that aren't working for you. Let's delve into that. So call the Wider Wellness Center at 412-922-9355. Let's get together.
Let's do it. All right, Jeff, have a great day. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Love what you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, guys, stay tuned. We have our next lecture coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm an hour ahead of myself. Why D3, the alpha nutrient, is no longer enough with Joe Messino. He is the manager at the Weiner Wellness Center. We call him the godfather of nutrition. And he's been in the industry, close to 32 years. So just a wealth of knowledge. So can't wait for Joe. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back in a few minutes, 11 a.m. Gosh, I have to stop saying that. 10 a.m. I promise you. I'm going to go have more coffee. All right. 10 a.m. with Joe Messino.
talk about an incredible vitamin that everyone needs. In fact, the new research has shown it's a hormone-like substance, vitamin D3. Nutritional Frontiers has many options for you, and everyone needs vitamin D. If you look at the research, it's so overwhelming that vitamin D3 won supplement of the year 2 years in a row. The real question comes up with how much vitamin D you need. Well, in the past, it was highly recommended for brains and bones, but all the new data has shown that your receptor sites and your immune cells are primed with vitamin D receptors. So we have vitamin D 1000 Nutritional Frontiers in a tablet. We have 5,000 in the veggie cap. And we have a D3 Sunshine liquid. In addition, we have D3 in our fish oil. So make sure you're getting your vitamin D3 levels checked. The range for optimal D, normal is 30 to 100. Optimal is at least 70. That's according to Dr. Edwin Lee. He's a medical doctor, endocrinologist in Florida, and works closely with Nutritional Frontiers. So either way, make sure you're getting your vitamin D3 levels checked, and make sure you're taking your vitamin D every day. Very simply, 1 to 10,000 IUs a day. Very inexpensive. You're taking a tablet, capsule, or liquid. It's going to cost you less than $1 per day. So make sure you're getting your D3 in every day.
There's so many things that I could say about dimethylglycine, so many benefits that it offers. It's exciting to know that we have NRDMG available in our product line, which actually has dimethylglycine by itself in a chewable, and we also have it in the liquid. So we have different delivery systems to meet different patients' needs. The chewable is 500 milligrams of dimethylglycine, and the liquid is 300 milligrams of dimethylglycine. But let me tell you about the many different benefits that dimethylglycine offers. Well, dimethylglycine used to be called vitamin B15, and now it's called DMG or dimethylglycine. So it actually, it has 2 methyl groups, so it's a methyl donor, it has 2 methyl groups. One of the key things that helps with limiting or lowering cardiovascular risk is methylation. When we improve methylation, it actually decreases our risk of a cardiovascular event. That's one of the key things that it does, but dimethylglycine also has patents on it. It actually downregulates the inflammatory process and reduces pain. And it also modulates the immune system. So it helps the immune system kick in when it's under attack. Okay, so you get many benefits from dimethylglycine, not to mention that it also plays a key role in ATP or energy production. Okay, so again, it's available in the chewable, it's available in the liquid. In terms of a daily cost, it's right around $1.50 per day. So very cost effective and inexpensive. And again, you can get it in different delivery systems, liquid, chewable, however you need to consume it. Dimethylglycine, the product is called NRDMG, and it's available at Nutritional Frontiers.
Cleanse is a unique antioxidant formulation designed to detoxify and help balance hormones in both men and women. We are constantly bombarded every day by fake estrogens called xenoestrogens. These are commonly found in plastics, such as your plastic water bottle. Ester Cleanse may be the product that can help detoxify these from your system and bring your hormones back into balance. Take 1 to 3 capsules daily or as directed by your healthcare professional. We do not recommend this product if you are pregnant or nursing. For $1.88 per day, Ester Cleanse may be the product for you if you're experiencing hormonal disruption or imbalances. Frontier Biotics contains 6 billion live active cultures and 10 microorganisms. This product is a great everyday probiotic to boost immune system, maintain gastrointestinal health, and continue regularity. 1 Frontier Biotic is recommended daily. Always consult your healthcare practitioner before taking any product. Frontier Biotics is a great investment for $1.65 a day to keep your GI tract and immune system healthy.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are back and we have another great lecture coming up. With us today is Joe Messino. He is the manager at the Weiner Wellness Center. We love to call Joe the godfather of nutrition. He's been in the industry for a very long time.
I heard a number 32 years. Is that how long I've been here?
Or you, is it longer?
We'll stick with 32. That's good.
I was like, all right, I got to throw a number out here. What should I do? Well, I mean, Joe, you're like a fine wine. You know, you get better with age. So
Oh boy,
it's just
thank
a
you.
number.
You're building me up, boy. I hope I can live up to this.
You can. I know you can. So all the rumors are true that people care. So this is an interesting topic because D3 was supposed to be everything, right? And you're saying now that although it is alpha, it's not enough.
Yeah, that's exactly. There's so much new information coming out and it's really just validating everything we've already known. But to hear it come from, outside of us, that is incredible. But D3, don't get me wrong, folks. D3 is still the alpha nutrient. It's still the thing that you cannot go without. Why? It comes from the sun, like I learned from Dr. Tracy. The only nutrient that comes from the sun. So how important is that? The sun, the giver of life, it's the alpha nutrient. Unfortunately, you can't get it from the sun enough to protect you, especially up in this part of the country. So without, you have to supplement with D3. There's no two ways about it. And I've said this many times, we're at the Winer Wellness Week right now. The sale is on. Everything's 30% off. You need to get a bottle of D3 for every member of the family. Every member of the family. Not one for the family, one for every member of the family. They all need their own. It's 30% off. Get a liquid D3 for everybody. Now, we're going to get into why D3 is not enough in a moment. But until I do that, I can't stress enough how important it is for every member of the family to have their own bottle of D3 and take it daily. And I got to say, we were validated on the 10,000 IUs, okay, which is now 250 micrograms. They changed the designation, but we got validation on that earlier this year. We've been saying it for 10 years. You need 10,000 IUs. Everybody's, I only need 1,000. I only need 2,000. If before it was 400, 800. Look, folks, you need 10,000. That's it. End of the story. But that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. I did a protocol, a workshop a while back called the Divine Protocol. And I love to do a little play on words like that and make my workshops fun. So, basically the Divine Protocol was, what did the Lord instruct the Israelites to eat to get them through the journey, through the desert? When I asked the question, what do you think the Divine Protocol was? I get everything from, manna, wheat, all kinds of things. Because people stop and think, and well, wait a minute, they're in the desert. What could they possibly have? Well, I got news for you. The Divine Protocol was not a vegetable, folks. Okay? The Divine Protocol was the organ meats of animals. Organ meats. Now, organ meats back then were pretty clean. Today, you got to be really careful. Hey, I like a good liver and onions, as much as anybody, but it's going to be an organic calf liver, and you got to cook it just right. And on Thanksgiving, I love to get all the giblets and saute them in a little Himalayan sea salt and olive oil and eat those like they're candy. They're so good for you. But you don't have to do that. Luckily, you can get the benefit of these organ meats, the benefits that they produce through your dietary supplements. The nutrients that are highlighted in these organ meats are fat-soluble vitamins. So I've got some breaking news for you on those fat-soluble vitamins and how important they are right now with this thing out there, that which shall not be named. Maybe we'll call it Voldemort. I don't know, but I like calling it Myron. How are these fat-soluble vitamins pertinent to what's going on today? Well, first of all, what are they? Okay, well, we know D3 is at the top of the list, even though we know it's not a vitamin. Yeah, but we still call it that. It's hard to break that habit. But we've known about vitamin K2 and vitamin A now for some time, and its role and their role in cardiovascular health, in osteoporosis prevention. But there's more. We're finding more and more all the time the benefits of these fat-soluble vitamins and the benefits when you combine them with D3 and when you combine them with vitamin E and omega-3s. Look, this whole fat is the enemy issue started destroying our health a long time ago, because when we cut out fat-soluble nutrients. Vitamin A got vilified for years, because of a study done with smokers. Ridiculous. And we now know that vitamin A is so important to protect you from viral and bacterial infections. A deficiency in vitamin A will make you susceptible. But for years, everybody said, don't take vitamin A. Don't take vitamin A. It's dangerous. Vitamins are not dangerous. They're not toxins. But there's more. Okay, let's move on. I got a few things I want to highlight for you here. Vitamin K2, let's start there. If you're not getting your D3 levels up fast enough, one of the reasons could be your deficiency in vitamin K2. Simple as that. That's why we have an amazing formulation called Super K2 Plus that gives you the 3 most important fat-soluble vitamins, D3, K2, and vitamin A, in therapeutic levels. It's critical to bone formation. See, for years it was always just calcium. And then it was calcium and a little bit of vitamin D. Then it was calcium, magnesium, and a little bit of vitamin D. No, the 3 most important nutrients for bone health are D3, K2, and vitamin A. They form a triad of nutrients that perform a task that if you pull one of them away, that task is incomplete. And that task is very simple. Driving calcium into the bones, K2, making sure that brittle bone tissue is discarded, vitamin A, and making sure that new bone tissue is built, vitamin D3. And when you do that, the positive side effect, the PSE, is that you keep the calcium out of your blood, which prevents atherosclerosis. You keep calcium out of organs it shouldn't settle in. I mean, we had somebody have nodules on his tonsils. It was a calcium deposit. In your kidneys, there are calcium deposits. In your pineal gland, it can calcify easily. K2 will help prevent and reverse the calcification of our organs. K2 has been out of our diet for decades, maybe longer, because the 2 main sources in your diet for vitamin K2 are grass-fed beef products and naturally fermented vegetables. So if you make your own sauerkraut, great. If you're eating grass-fed beef on a regular basis and using grass-fed butter from grass-fed cows, then yeah, great. Most people are not. Most people have not been doing that for the last 30 or 40 years. We are deficient. We are extremely deficient as a society in vitamin K2. Now there's more. Some of the breaking news we found with K2, just K2. And remember, this deficiency has been going on for a long time. It affects testosterone production. If you have a deficiency of K2, Well, see how these things tie together. There's no coincidence when it comes to your health. No. HRT, hormone replacement therapy, through the roof. Why? Because of deficiencies. D3, K2, all part of that pathway to produce testosterone. Oh, and let's not forget cholesterol. You can't produce testosterone without cholesterol. We've systematically destroyed that, haven't we, over the last 30 years? And HRT, that business has gone right through the roof, hormone replacement therapy. Now, bioidentical hormone replacement therapy is very beneficial for some people. Even those people that are going through it, and I know because I've worked with companies doing bioidentical hormones for many years, they still supplement them with K2, D3 all the time, and a DIM or a DIM combination formulation like estrogens. You just can't replace hormones, folks. You have to stimulate the production of them. We do that through nutrition. Now, what else? Oh, that big enemy, the statin drug that we talked about earlier this week. We know it depletes CoQ10 by far. We know that. Everybody should know that by now. Guess what else it depletes? Vitamin K2. Wow, big surprise. It's going to help accomplish the thing it's trying to prevent. Cardiovascular disease. Depleting K2, which means if you have a deficiency and you deplete it even more, that calcium running through your blood is going to stay there, contributing to cardiovascular disease. Statins do the same thing. They cause the destruction of vitamin K2. Unbelievable. This is the single most horrific drug ever designed, is a statin, depleting everything you need and the opposite of what it's trying to prevent. Incredible. But there's more. They found that K2 has a protective role in chronic aging conditions. What are those? Well, anything that involves inflammation, and we know everybody's inflamed. Cardiovascular disease, of course. Okay, any inflammatory, anything. Have you ever had your C-reactive protein done in your blood work? That's your barometer. That's your measure for inflammation in your body. That's far more important than cholesterol. Okay, it's far more important. The only two tests that for cardiovascular disease that are extremely important are C-reactive protein and homocysteine levels. All inflammatory markers. Now, let's extrapolate that for a second to what's going on out there today. Who are most susceptible to damage from an invading virus like a coronavirus or a Wuhan flu? Those with chronic conditions. You see the connection? There are no coincidences. Chronic conditions, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, COPD, all inflammatory-based conditions. Are they diseases? Well, yeah, the FDA tells you they are because they can design drugs for them. But they're inflammatory-based conditions that are anti-aging. Let's use that term. And those are the people most susceptible to being damaged by a virus. It's all there, folks. K2, fat-soluble vitamins. We need them more than ever. Kidney health. Major problem with kidney health is a deficiency of vitamin K2. D3 by itself, boy, we love it. Do it every day, 10,000 IUs. But supplement. Now, I'll tell you what I do. I take one dropper full, or maybe two, of D3 liquid, Sunshine D3 liquid. And then I take one Super K2 Plus. So I get a little bit extra D, and I get all the K2 and the vitamin A that I need. And that's simple little protocol. You can't beat it. So now, more breaking news. Bristol Myers did a study on certain medications that would help. But along the way, this is beautiful. Along the way, they stumbled upon the fact that certain vitamins are protective against, let's just call a spade, the coronavirus. Now, after everything I've told you, do you think you can guess what those vitamins are? They actually named them in the article. They named vitamin D3, K2, vitamin A, right in the article as being protective against SARS-CoV-2. And we could say SARS-CoV-2 because, you know, that is the actual virus that they've never actually isolated. Okay. The other term is the name of the condition. But the virus itself is SARS-CoV-2. And so they found that, you know, the higher the accumulation of these vitamins in your fat tissue, A, K2, and D3, the more protective you were, and the more chance you had of fighting it off if you came in contact with it. I don't know about you, but to me, that is amazing news. That just, it gives validation to everything we've been talking about over these years. We've been talking about the divine protocol of fat-soluble vitamins for years. I mean, just look at that alone, folks. If that was the key to life, to getting the Israelites through the desert, don't you think it's going to protect you now? Absolutely. Absolutely going to protect now. So there's another factor here. Now, let's go back to D3 for a second. I still get people that say, you know, my D3 is not coming up fast enough. They get the blood work done and they take vitamin D and then they're not getting it up fast enough. Why? There's factors. There's reasons. Number one could be the form of vitamin D3 that you're taking. Unless you have the other fat-soluble vitamins combined with it, okay, like Super K2 Plus that combines K2 and vitamin A, you're going to get great absorption. But many times, people that take D3 by itself in a capsule or soft gel format don't get their levels up fast enough, and there's a reason for that. And the reason is that vitamin D3 is not a vitamin, okay? It's a regulatory hormone. So we know by nature, hormones are not well absorbed in the gut. Melatonin, DHEA, D3, they're not well absorbed in the gut. So you've known for years that we've known for years, formulations of melatonin are best either sublingual or liquid. I'll come back to that in a second. Same thing with DHEA, a bioidentical form of a master hormone. Much better in liquid form. The absorption is incredibly higher when it's absorbed through the mucous membrane of the mouth. So D3 falls in that same category. If you're taking D3 by itself, I highly recommend that you take a liquid version. If you prefer the soft gel, fine. But I would probably take 2 soft gels to get what you would want in one. So if it's a 5,000, I'd take 2 to get 5,000 because some of it won't get absorbed in the gut. Some of it won't. If your levels are good, no problem. Get your levels tested. If they're good, the soft gel is great. That's a nice maintenance dose. If you are below 30, 30 nanograms per milliliter. If you're below that level, when you get your vitamin D levels tested, I highly recommend you go liquid. to get those levels up in the good range. Then if you want, you could always go back to a soft gel, but you could also always use the combination formula of Super K2 Plus. There's another factor. And this is so incredible that the single most deficient mineral in our society, in this country today, is also a cofactor in vitamin D3 absorption. Do you see how it all works together? Magnesium is the single most depleted mineral today in this country. Not calcium, no, magnesium. And it's used in over 300 metabolic processes in the body. We have multiple forms of it here. We have Mag Complete, our best-selling magnesium formulation. We now have Mag Complete in a powder as well, an effervescent lemon-flavored powder. Great for at night. You know, a lot of people need magnesium in the evening. It helps for restless leg. It helps keep your muscles calm, helps you to relax. What better way to do that than in a nice warm drink? Effervescent magnesium Mag Complete powder. So we have it in multiple forms, but it is a cofactor in vitamin D3 absorption. So if you're deficient in magnesium, it's probably going to go hand in hand with a deficiency in vitamin D3. Don't neglect one for the other. These are both highly deficient. Make sure that you're subsidizing with magnesium and D3 together. Now, we don't have them in a formula together, but it's easy to get your Mag from Mag Complete, get your D3 from your Sunshine D3. You'll see the levels on your blood test go up considerably faster if you combine D3 with these cofactors. Okay, so there you have it. D3 is not enough. It's no longer enough. You need the other fat-soluble vitamins. Number one, to protect your organs. Number two, to make sure that your immune system is fortified, that the receptor sites, you see, the D3 receptor sites that we heard about in June of this year with a study that was in PubMed that showed that D3 occupies the same receptor sites in the body that an invading viral infection would, an invading virus would. But now we know that D3, K2, and vitamin A all occupy the same receptor sites, which will block the attachment of this virus in your system. Block it. The higher your levels of D3, K2, and vitamin A are, the less susceptible you are to being infected. Well, you could have the virus. Anybody can catch it. It's what happens afterwards. It's how your body deals with it. And the higher your levels of these fat-soluble vitamins are, the more protected you will be. So I also, I'd like to recap a little bit. It's Saturday, and it's the last day of the summit, the virtual summit. It's been an amazing summit, as it always is, thanks to Dr. Tracy. She puts together a lineup that's always incredible. And, this year, because of my new duties here as a general manager, Tracy, not just manager. I'm the GM here, okay? But because of that, I haven't been able to watch as many of the summits as I would have loved to when they were live. But of course, the beauty of the summit is that they're archived. They're there. They're going to be there. They're always there. And I'm going to be able to go back and watch them instead of, the junk programming that's on TV. So I'll be watching them. I got to catch just a few minutes of Judy Mikovits, a few minutes of Robert Scott Bell, and a few minutes of Brad. So I got to go back and watch those for sure. But there were more. There were so many more. I mean, it's hard to even catalog them, and hey, we got, Ashley Rossi did a great one yesterday. She's right here on site today doing Zyto scans again. Her schedule's booked. So, make sure that you check in and check her presentation from yesterday was phenomenal on food. But I didn't get a chance to watch them because I'm just a little busy here this week, but I'm going to go back and see them. But I want to recap a little bit on the ones that I did as well. Because, it's a lot of breaking news here when it comes to your health and your immune system. And oxygen. Folks, if you missed my workshop on nitric oxide, how to reverse the effects of the oxygen destroyer, then, go back, take a look at that one. Because it's amazing how, the energy of the universe works. Because since I started, studying a little bit more about nitric oxide and watching the lectures and presentations of Dr. Louis Ignarro, who won the Nobel Prize for Medicine in 1998 for his discovery of what he called the miracle molecule, nitric oxide. It's amazing because now all of a sudden, all the feeds on my online sites are hitting me with more and more articles about nitric oxide. So you see, you throw that energy out there and boy, it comes back. And I'm getting just article and lecture after lecture on nitric oxide because I started down that path. That's what you got to do too. It is that important. And, the reason that it's so important is because it's so simple. Folks, when you breathe through your nose, your body makes nitric oxide. Makes it when you breathe through your nose. You make nitric oxide when you eat green leafy vegetables. We have an enzyme in our mouth that converts it into nitric oxide. The things that we know to be true and consistent. We've talked about greens. We've talked about drinking your greens, right? With the lean greens. Nitric oxide. A while back, I did a workshop on oxygen again, but from a different standpoint. From the standpoint of using DMG, dimethylglycine, and our greens. Why? Because chlorophyll from green leafy vegetables helps increase oxygen too. And oxygen keeps your body balanced in pH. They all are hand in hand. They all go together. So we talked about that a year or two ago. But now there's a new component, nitric oxide. Nitric oxide. And folks, you can build nitric oxide. You can do the 4-minute workout for nitric oxide. It's a very simple 4-minute major muscle movement exercise. Look it up online. Dr. Zach Bush's 4-minute nitric oxide workout. 4 minutes. Okay, anybody has 4 minutes. You start with once a day and get up to 3 times a day. Build your nitric oxide. Breathing through your nose builds nitric oxide. That's why these face diapers are preventing us from getting nitric oxide, because we're not breathing in the right combination of nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide anymore. Now we're breathing in 100 times more the carbon dioxide because of what we've expelled and breathing it back in. Terms you want to make sure you learn, understand, and repeat. Hypercapnia, carbon dioxide poisoning. Hypotoxic hypoxia, oxygen deprivation, severe oxygen deprivation. Earlier in the week, I told you about a little device called the oximeter. I didn't have it because I lent it to somebody. But guess what? I got it back. Here it is. This simple little device goes on your finger and measures oxygen. Your blood oxygen levels. Simple as that. This will tell you if you're getting into the danger zone, because the normal range is 95 to 100. then you start getting weaker and weaker. You go below 95, and this will show you. And we have it. We've shown it on videos. People wearing this and putting on a mask, and their levels dropping to 93, 92. I had my daughter had it drop to 89 once. 89. That's go to the hospital levels. Monitor your oxygen so you know. 3 minutes is all it takes for ill effects of oxygen deprivation. And some people have to wear masks at their job for hours. Hours. So, oxygen, nitric oxide, how do you fix it? CircuCore from Nutritional Frontiers, one of our newest and most amazing formulations, has the components to help your body build nitric oxide: L-arginine, L-citrulline, and beetroot powder. Boy, beetroot's all over the place, isn't it? You see all kinds of commercials. I see them all the time on online, not on TV, but online, for beetroot powder. Yeah, absolutely. It's good. It helps to promote nitric oxide. So you can get beetroot powder, citrulline, and arginine in CircuCore. Not only that, you get one of my all-time favorite ingredients, Activin, which is a patented research trademark brand of grapeseed extract. One of the best there is. It's been studied for decades already. In my early years at Douglas Laboratories, we brought Activin in, and back then we saw the studies. It's still single-handedly the best grapeseed extract that you can get, and it's in CircuCore. Why, you might ask? Well, because nothing increases the integrity of the cardiovascular system, the artery walls, the capillary walls. Nothing increases the integrity better than Activin grapeseed extract. Now, grapeseed extract in general will do that as well. And it's kind of funny because I did talk about, the longevity factor in resveratrol earlier in the week. It's a great book, by the way, by Dr. Joe Maroon. Make sure you get that, The Longevity Factor. But resveratrol, which is activated in the skin of the grape, the skin that protects the meat of the grape, resveratrol keeps that intact. Grapeseed, resveratrol, the integrity of the skin. How about the integrity of your cardiovascular system? The lining of the wall, the lining of the arteries and the veins and the capillaries. The integrity is improved through grapeseed extract. So if you improve the integrity, keep them lesion-free, increase the flow of oxygen, increase the amount of nitric oxide that helps increase the flow of oxygen, better blood flow, better oxygen, better immune system, all from one simple little molecule, nitric oxide. Available, you can build levels of nitric oxide very simply, very easily. Breathe through your nose. Do deep diaphragmatic breathing. Breathe through your nose. How many times do I have to say this? Deep diaphragmatic breathing. I saw a lecture recently, not a lecture, but a discussion that breathing through your nose and humming at the same time even increases nitric oxide more. So, maybe these guys these yogis from the past, maybe they had something, you always got to go back. Things come full circle, all natural. Breathe. It's the secret of life. So CircuCore, cannot tell you how important that is. We need nitric oxide now more than ever. And the beauty of it is you could try it in something else too. You could get those same components in Power Fuel. I told you that, but I wanted to recap it. Make sure one of those two, Power Fuel or CircuCore, is part of your regimen. Keep your nitric oxide levels up. Keep your oxygen high in your body. Oxygen is the key. No foreign invader can live in the presence of oxygen. Can't. Everything from a bacteria, a fungus, a virus, up to including cancer. Dr. Otto Warburg, 1932, Nobel Prize for Medicine. The cause of cancer, oxygen deprivation. And look what we're doing today. Look what we're doing. And I also saw, and I have to research this a little bit more, but I saw in an article that this shot that they're promoting now actually destroys certain proteins that are cancer fighting in the body. Okay, so you draw your own conclusions from that. Let's deprive ourselves of oxygen. Let's destroy the body's own natural mechanism against cancer. And cancer can only live in an oxygen deprived environment. Draw your conclusions. It's been a great week here at the Weiner Wellness Center, folks. I wanted to recap a couple of my presentations for you in case you didn't get to see them live. You can always go back and watch them. We also talked a little bit about intermittent fasting and how beneficial that can be for your body as well. Remember, your ancestors didn't eat 3 square meals a day. Okay, they didn't get up and run to the kitchen and pour themselves a bowl of cardboard and pour some hormone-filled pus on top of it. Don't mince words, Joe. What do you really think? No, and don't do that to your kids, okay? Cardboard with sugar and hormones. That's what you get with a bowl of cereal. No, our ancestors didn't do that. They didn't eat breakfast as soon as they woke up. They had to go out and get it. Okay, so there is major benefit to intermittent fasting. And really, it's as simple as 12 to 16 hours from the time that you finish your last meal of the day till the time you eat your breakfast the next day. First meal of the day is breakfast, no matter when you eat it. You are breaking the fast. Try it. You'll see. You'll feel different. You'll feel better. And if you work out prior to eating that first meal, more beneficial as well. You'll build muscle faster. That's been shown and been proven as well. So there you have it, folks. That's my wrap up for the week on today's topic, D3 not being enough, and a little bit of a recap of the workshops I did for you earlier this week. And I hope you enjoyed all of those. Tracy, I don't know, do we have any questions?
No questions. I think you did a great job. Very subtle.
I've been accused of a lot of things, but subtle's never one of them.
Don't feed your kids cardboard for breakfast. Very subtle.
Cardboard, sugar, and hormones.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the other things to address is the people that maybe they've already made a choice beyond natural supplementation to boost their immune system, and maybe chose, to vaccinate themselves or someone they love. I think some of the questions that pop up, are what do they do now, right? So if they're coming to this light of like, oh, wait a minute, I might not have want to made that choice. What do we do now, right? So I think that the biggest thing for people to realize is the body's amazing. We have overcome a lot of toxic poisoning in our lifetime. And I know that from when I talked to Robert Scott Beljo, he was talking about on both sides, right? There's fear. So you either are afraid of losing your freedom and mask mandates and vaccine mandates and fight. And then over here, you're terrified of the vaccine, right? Because people know the biological pathway of it, And there's vast differences on how they all work. So, the Moderna and the Pfizer are pretty much the same pathway. And then you have the J&J, the Johnson & Johnson, that works a little bit different, but it's kind of interesting. So just a quick recap, the Moderna and the Pfizer, they work on a pathway of non-neutralizing antibodies, which means this gets put into our cell as a snippet of genetic code, right? A snippet of the SARS-CoV-2 gets actually put into the vaccine. The vaccine's injected into us, and then our antibodies come and they grab it. That code gets sent down to the macrophages, and the macrophages are like a Trojan horse. They take it to every cell and they're like, here you go. We think this is the normal, like just dumbed down virus, but really it's a genetic code. So this is an experimental drug, and they've actually been able to come to market on a principle of the emergency. I can't remember exactly what it is, but they're not FDA approved. I think that's the biggest thing that people are fighting against is like, well, the FDA has approved this. This is not FDA approved. This was put to market in an emergency situation. So it surpassed all the safety testing, long-term animal studies, anything that would give us relevance that it's safe. There's no longitudinal studies, no long-term studies. We don't really know what's going to happen. And so we, the people, are the experimental group. You're all being experimented on. It's kind of like, it's just amazing. And people are lining up for it. They're actually fighting to be first.
I know.
You know what they say. Let the pond.
Tracy, is there validity to what I've seen also about life insurance policies? Because this is an experiment, and if you do happen to die from it, it invalidates your policy. Is that true?
I'm sure they'll protect from that. I really don't know. And I can't speak to that because that's actually a point that I was like, wow, Joe, I never thought of that. But yeah, is it like voluntarily like putting yourself up for slaughter?
Yeah.
I guess. Would it negate it? I don't know. So that's probably for people smarter than me to figure out. That's not my wheelhouse, right?
Well, see, we'll throw it out there and let somebody, research it for us.
That's a great point. But, when you say D is not enough, it's not. It's not enough for prevention totally, right? And it's not enough to overcome. Although D3 will be great for helping to calm the receptor site of the SARS-CoV-2, since you're putting this genetic code in your body. And people are saying, oh, it won't go in. And, you have to have 5 factors come together for that cytokine storm. Well, I said this point yesterday, and I'll say it again. If we look at everybody that has unfortunately passed from COVID-19, right? Or what's his name? Myron, right? The actual percentage is 0.01. And if you look at the amount of people that died from the vaccine that is being given right now, it's 0.01. So it's a pandemic on both sides. People are dying at the same percentage and rate. It's all relative, right? So 93 million people were vaccinated, 0.01% died from the vaccine. Billions infected with SARS-CoV-2, 0.01 died from COVID-19. And in the meantime, flu has gone down, cardiovascular deaths have gone down for the first time in decades, cancer has gone down for the first time in decades. Like suddenly SARS-CoV-2 is curing other diseases, which is a miracle. Mm-hmm. So I don't mean to tangent off, but I want people to understand that knowledge is what you need. You need to go read and research and do the things that are important. It is important. You have to be a seeker. And, if I can read studies and you can read studies, we need to know. So, all right. So I'll try to describe the J&J in comparison. Okay. So the Moderna and the Pfizer, they work on this system of the Trojan horse effect, right? It's kind of tricks your body to thinking that it's just like another vaccine, like this attenuated virus. Right. There's adjuvants around it, excipients in that vaccine, and that all stimulates your immune system to go take a look at this kind of dumbed down virus. And it's, in theory, makes an antibody. But as we know, immunization does not equate an immune response, right? You don't get vaccinated and actually get an immune response to the attenuated virus. It might be to the adjuvants, an allergic reaction to the excipients, but they don't care. When they measure antibodies in your blood, they're just looking for antibodies, and they're not going to see what those antibodies are for. So with this particular 2 delivery systems, what it does is it tricks your cells into opening up and being like, oh, come in, attenuated virus. And they're like, whoa, wait a second, that's a genetic code. Then that messenger, that mRNA vaccine goes in there and starts telling all of your cells to replicate the SARS-CoV-2. And it creates this massive cytokine storm. And macrophage 1 comes out because they're the guys that kill everything, right? They're like, come on, onward. And you get this big cytokine storm and MAC1, and they're killing and killing. The issue is it works in what's called a non-neutralizing antibody. So there's no MAC2 activity. So it deactivates macrophage type 2, which are the guys that come out and go, calm down, everybody, just relax. I'm here to clean your mess up. MAC1, you're done. You can stop that storm. Just, go sit down. That didn't happen. So in the studies that they did on ferrets, because they're so biologically like us, the animals that died, which was about 80% that received the vaccine, they had only MAC1 cells in their lungs, according to Dr. Tenpenny, who was talking about this. They had no MAC2. So the storm turned on, their body did what it was supposed to, but then they couldn't turn it off. The animals that they exposed to SARS-CoV-2 that didn't die, they were actually sacrificed later so they could look at, the longevity of how their body responded. So they were sacrificed day 1 that they were exposed, and then they had animals that they would expose and sacrifice day 2 and 3 and 4 and all the way up. What they found were the animals by day 2 had already started to create macrophage type 2. And although they may have been symptomatic, they were getting better. And so these animals recovered. So my point is the Pfizer and the Moderna, the initial studies on it done for safety were not safe. It was thrown to market because of this Emergency Relief Act or whatever they're saying, and it's overrid the FDA. And so the FDA has no safety studies. The Johnson & Johnson, what they did was they shelled out a cell of the common cold called an adenovirus. And they put inside of that the SARS-CoV-2. So it's the shell of the common cold, and they put in the SARS-CoV-2. So now they inject this into you, and what they had to grow it in order to get enough viral culture, right? They had to take that SARS-CoV-2 and get enough of the viral culture to hollow out the common cold cell, stick it in there, because of the way the common cold cell works is that it actually attaches to your cell and then breaks open like a little egg and delivers its goo into your cells. Well, they were like, wow, that's amazing. Let's take that shell and put the SARS-CoV-2 virus in there. So they did that. That's how Johnson & Johnson works. So it actually skips the manufacturing of the mRNA process in your body, where Pfizer goes like, all right, Trojan horse, open up, put it in. Now we got to manufacture it. Your body becomes this massive viral producer with no neutralizing antibody. Where the Johnson & Johnson's like, forget that. We're just going to take something that already does that, stick the SARS-CoV-2 so that adenovirus comes in and connects to your cell, opens up and delivers its goo in there, which is the SARS-CoV-2 protein, right? So it activates the toll-like receptors in your body, which is the innate immune system, which is self versus non-self. And we learned all about that from Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. She did a great lecture on it. And what happens from that point is your body goes into a huge immunological response. You get MAC1, you got neutrophils in the blood, and all this stuff's going on. And it really comes down to, do you have enough of yourself to be able to overcome that? So let's inject people that are morbidly obese, elderly, so the safety mechanism of these vaccines, we're all sitting back, rah, watching the president telling us, do your part. And we're voluntarily putting ourselves up for experimental science. Nobody knows what the implications of these are going to be in a couple of years. Nobody knows if we're going to have massive autoimmune because we're going to have massive inflammation everywhere. Guys, if you put something foreign in your body, regardless what it is, that's a toxin. And Pfizer has 3 ingredients that we've never seen before in a vaccine. Moderna is not a vaccine company. They're a technological company, just so you know. And if you've ever looked at what they're creating, they look like these little bots, like these little viral bots. So we don't know what's going to happen. We don't even know what they're putting into our body. They've not released their ingredients panel for their vaccine because they don't have to, because it's patented. And so all this stuff is very protected, from us knowing. The scarier part is, I think, while we're all focused on vaccines and masks, the only way to stop it is not to educate people on vaccines, right, and masks. I mean, that helps because it makes them go, whoa. But the bigger part is what Charmaine Russin said, was our legislative body is losing its ability to legislate for us. So in the state of Pennsylvania alone, I talked about this again yesterday, Governor Wolf came in and he put this disaster act over us, right? So the House came back and said, time out, disaster act done. Majority partisan vote, Democrats and Republicans said, enough. We're killing our economy. Everything's calming down. Let's open back up. And he appealed it. It went to the Supreme Court. And the law that is meant to protect us from dictatorship and tyranny, the Supreme Court went against and said, no. Governor Wolf's right. Now that disaster act can renew every 90 days automatically, and we have no power to stop it. So what Charmaine was trying to get to us is that the legislative body that we, the people, elected, no longer have a voice for us. And we need to start having a voice for us. The only way you're going to stop what's happening is to stop participating. Quit it. Stop it. And it's amazing that people just are like, oh, okay, I'll just do whatever they say because I want my life to go back to normal, because I want to be able to go to Starbucks and get my coffee. Drink coffee at home. Okay. So the whole thing is we have these people that aren't elected that are Secretary of Health, Secretary of Education. They're not elected. They're appointed by both. And guess what they're doing? Right. Making government decisions over our land.
That's right.
That's not constitutional.
Nope.
So I don't know if anybody is aware that we're no longer a democracy. Is anyone aware of that? That we, the people, have no voice to say.
Well, we're no longer a republic either.
Right.
I mean, we're basically supposed to be a republic, but we're not. And I think that, if these powers that be have their way, the word constitutional is going to get eliminated too.
Oh, yeah. Well, when he stood up there and said, everybody do their part, what they should say is this. Everybody, this is a non-FDA approved experimental vaccine. If you would like to participate in being part of the experiment, of which we have no idea what's going to happen. Oh, and by the way, to our own admission, it does not prevent the spread of COVID, right? They say that they don't know if this vaccine prevents contagion. What is the point then? But hey, do your part. If you want to be part of the experimental, non-FDA approved vaccinations that are out by companies that have zero liability if it kills you or injures you, we took away all liability for them because we're afraid that they'll get sued. So you can't sue them. But hey, this sounds like a good idea. Do your part, America. Mm-hmm. Come on, do your part. I mean, this is crazy. And people are running to get this thing. Running. You know why? Because they're not saying that. Because they're lying. They're lying to everybody. They won't say it's not FDA approved. They won't say it's experimental. They won't say there's no liability for people that get injured. There's no payment for your family. Sorry, mother of 4 who died the other day. Sorry, cardiovascular. Sorry, Hank Aaron. Sorry, you're dead. But it's for the greater good. Mm-hmm. Now it matters, right? Now that
cytokine.
If I would say, hey, that 0.01% that succumbed to COVID-19, it's for the greater good, guys. It's herd immunity. It's herd immunity.
Herd immunity.
That's fair to say. I mean, how many people would be like, oh, how could she say that? But if you say it over here for the people that died from the vaccination, they're just like, oh, well, some have to die.
And like that video that you sent me, I mean, this is true. The total death count for the United States over the last 5 years hasn't changed.
It hasn't. Mm-mm.
It hasn't changed. If this plague was deadly, it should have skyrocketed this year. It did not.
So, Joe, they should never let us on lives together.
Together? Look out.
That's what happens. So,
and the low red blood cell count is a direct effect of that stage 1 cytokine storm, macrophage 1, without macrophage 2 being allowed to come in.
Right. It's called a condition called ITP.
Yep.
And it actually is a direct effect of, it's almost like an anaphylaxis to it. It happens very quickly. And that's what the cardiovascular doctor died from. He died from ITP. So if you want, thank you, I will preach. You're right, Cheryl. I'm going to preach. Is Bill Gates involved in the vaccine? Yes, of course he is. I mean, and I don't know why, because talk about people that are not licensed medical professionals making choices and recommendations over the medical welfare of people. And that was another thing Charmaine mentioned. You know, she talked about the fact that this is going to come down to businesses and schools, that these people are going to have to make decisions based on science or information, and they're going to be given, and not given, they're just going to take authority over people's medical choices. And let me tell you, in my town, that's not going to happen because I will fight it. And I honestly, that's what everyone has to do. I'm not here to be liked.
No, we have to fight.
And I'm not afraid. And it's hard because I'll tell you, people sometimes, just like it happened with Judy the other day, right? There was a guy begging her to sit down on the plane and just put that paper mask on. And she said, no, I can't. It's loaded with asbestos. It's loaded with all these toxins. I will not put that on my face. It's dangerous.
And she had another mask.
Well, yeah, she had a mask on. Like, she wasn't not wearing a mask.
Right.
She had a true silver mask on, which scientifically has been proven to kill viruses and bacteria and the exhaled viruses and bacteria. So if you go back and watch her lecture, which was when was Judy on? My goodness, Tuesday. Yeah. March 9th. If you go back to that lecture, she was at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard. So she'll be kind of towards the end of the stream, but she talked about the true mask and the science behind it. And, you know, I mean, we need to be supporting these people. Joe, they were spitting on her as they were taking her through the terminal. How
did they do that if they had a mask on?
Well, people were pulling their masks down to spit on her. So, you know what? In a day and age like this, isn't that a direct violation of health? I mean, wouldn't that be considered a weapon now? Since
that's an attack. Yeah, that's an attack.
It is. So it just goes to show you how I wouldn't even say afraid, how selfish people are. They're selfish because they want what they want now and they don't want to be inconvenienced. We are so addicted to comfort and the way things are in our lifestyle that if it is disrupted, even by somebody who's out there with no other agenda but to save freedom, they spit on her. And it was just, it was heartbreaking. I couldn't believe it. So, yeah.
Oh, somebody asked how many I use in the liquid D3. It's 5,000 per dropper. So if you want 10,000, it's 2 dropperfuls.
So, at the beginning of that whole tangent, I'm sorry. If you have taken any doses of the vaccination of this experimental drug that's out there, which is not really a vaccine, I don't even know what to call it. We have to give it a name, like Myrna. If you've taken Myrna, make sure that
Myrna and Myron.
They're a couple of what, I don't know. But if you've taken it, D3 is going to help because it works in the same facet as it would in the studies that were put out in the prevention of COVID-19, where it protects the receptor site of the SARS-CoV-2. So get it now and start taking it at the recommended dosage that was out in that study, which was 10,000 IUs. The second thing you can do is full spectrum hemp extract oil because the endocannabinoid system is going to be activated. And Judy talked about this, genomic nutrition, keeping the storm calm, X-Flame, Inflam, Omegas. These are all your anti-inflammatory studied products that actually work. Those are what you need to be putting into your system and staying away from inflammatory foods and lifestyle. Drink water. Give up the gluten, give up the dairy, take the products that were mentioned here today, and CoQ10 and Power Fuel for ATP production. All of those things. So
if I was everybody out there, I'd stock up on D3.
I know, Cheryl, that's exactly what I thought, Cheryl.
Before they take it.
What's that?
Stock up on D3 before Big Pharma comes in and
absolutely. It's too effective. You know they're going to come out with some sort of study that is bad for you. But Cheryl, that's exactly what I thought. They spit on Jesus too. It was exactly the thought that went through my head that day. So guys, just remember, persecution, as Brett said, as Robert Scott Bell said, persecution is coming for anybody that's going to go against the indoctrinated norm of what they're trying to get us on top of, the persecution of whatever religious faith you're coming in with and saying, hey, I don't want to take this vaccine. It's against my beliefs. Judaism, Muslim, Christian, all of them, they don't want pig blood. They don't want that stuff. So we have to remember, it's not just one group of people standing against it. People don't want the aborted fetal cells. They don't want it. So persecution will come. It's not about bowing down and being quiet. It's about understanding that it's coming and being okay with it and fighting against it. So, yeah.
Guess we ran a little overtime, huh?
No, we have 2 minutes. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I'm waiting for my next one, which is Dr. Gideon Orbach.
Yeah,
So,
Dr. O's up next.
all right. Well, we love Dr. O. He is going to give us some Jumpstart Your Brain Part 2. Your Chiro can teach you the things to do for yourself. So he's going to empower us with great wisdom. I'm so happy. I can't wait because I need my brain to be trained, to be quiet. Okay.
He's waiting in the wings. He's ready to go.
Yeah, bring him in.
All
okay, guys, I'm going to shut your camera off for a second and let Dr. get situated. Guys, stay tuned for the Weiner Wellness Center Virtual Summit. We are bringing Dr. Gideon Orbach in, and he is doing natural solution. Oh, no, he's not. I'm all over the place today, guys. I'm really trying. Jumpstart Your Brain Part 2 is what he's going to do. What your Chiro can teach you to do for yourself. He's going to give us some tips and tricks to take care of ourselves, which is really important. I know sometimes we like to look to others to help with us with our health, and that's great. We need guidance, but we need to know how to do this all the time, not just once in a while. So as soon as he's ready and set to go, I'll bring him on. So stay tuned for another great lecture, and we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We have a great lecture coming up with our very own Dr. Gideon Orbach. I'm so excited that you're back. I've missed you. You haven't been here all week.
I had a couple big events. What was it, on Saturday and on Monday? And I've been busy with patients. So it's how it's supposed to be.
That's right. So we are so excited to hear what you have to say today.
Yeah,
and, I'm going to let you get started. And if you need me, I'll be right here.
All right. So it's my turn. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Gideon Orbach. I've been practicing chiropractic for more than 19 years at this point. The last 13 and a half have been here at the Wellness Center. So 19 years, hardly a lifetime, but long enough to have noticed a few things and seen what's going on. And I'm enjoying my ride. And I was just talking with Tracy that I had a chance to make a couple of presentations and be part of the workshop on Monday and Saturday. And then I was with patients all week. So this is my next chance to come back to present and talk to the virtual world. In all of the workshops that I hosted, I like to think of them as being interactive. So I'd like to, first of all, invite people, if you have questions or comments, or if something's not clear enough, please, I think there's the comment box. I try to keep an eye on that. I know that Dr. Tracy keeps an eye on that, and we're perfectly willing to get a little bit sidetracked to make sure that everything is clear. And with that, this presentation is actually a sequel to the one I did on Monday. On Monday, I talked about specifically what chiropractic adjustments are and what your chiropractor can do for you. And this presentation is going to be more hopefully empowering to teach you guys out there a few things that you can do for yourselves. So the first place to begin is, let's ask the question, what does it mean to be healthy? What is health? And if you have an answer to that question that you'd like to share, or that you maybe want to have read out loud, or you want to be participating, go ahead and type in your answer to what it means to be healthy. But in the meantime, I'll give you my definition. To be healthy means that you have the ability to recognize, interact with, adapt to, and overcome your environment, both internally and externally. To recognize, adapt to, continue to interact with, and overcome your environment. What that means is, internally, we're talking about your chemistry, your ability to digest the nutrients that you put in your body, the ability to get rid of the things that you want to, the metabolites that you want to detoxify for, your brain's ability to communicate with your body, to be able to move as a functional unit rather than as a collection of parts. So that's going to be our internal environment. Our external environment, that's us. That's what's going on in the world around you. That's the people who are driving in the lane next to you, the people who are shopping for something on the same shelf that you're shopping for, so that you're able to find what you're looking for, and they're able to find what you're looking for, and you're not bumping into each other. That's the external environment, being able to recognize your position in space and where you are. So I practice neuromusculoskeletal chiropractic. And when we talk about health, my special area of interest is in the physical health by very definition. But we can't discount the importance of having good social, good mental, good spiritual, even good financial, and good good social, and these are all aspects of what it takes to become healthy. There are a lot of sectors that fit underneath the definition of the word health, and I'm really fascinated by the bridge and the communication between the conscious and the subconscious mind, and I like to use little hacks to exploit that bridge to be able to accelerate healing for my patients and the people that I interact with and the people that I work with, and that's pretty much what this conversation or this workshop is going to be about. So that being said, let's dial up the energy a little bit. Make no mistake about it, your physiology is going to have great influence on your psychology. So I'd like to do 2 quick exercises that are going to help to jumpstart our mindset. The first of which is, I want everybody to be big. We want to take up as much space as we possibly can. So we're going to talk about power position number 1. What I'd like everybody to do is to stand up, and we're going to spread our feet wide, wider than hip and wider than shoulder length apart, shoulder width apart. And I'm going to disappear here my head's going to disappear from the camera so I can do this, but my feet are way out here, wider than my shoulders. And I'm going to pick my arms up overhead, and I'm going to reach for the points where the ceiling and the wall meet on either side. So I'm literally, physically taking up as much space as my body will allow. And I'm just going to hold this position for a few seconds. My arms are not pointed up towards the ceiling. I'm not telling you that the touchdown or the extra point is good. My arms are out wide to the side. I'm owning all the space, a complete sphere all the way around me. And I'm going to dominate the space, and it's mine, and I'm making myself as big as I can. And I hope you guys are all doing the same thing. And when I'm done with my workshop and I go back downstairs, I want all the people who've been watching me on the TV in the waiting room to say, hey, we were able to do that without bumping into each other. Okay, you can sit back down. So if you're able to take up more space, your posture is part of your physiology. Your posture is a big part of your physiology that you have a certain degree of control over. And if you're taking up that space, you're starting to positively influence your psychology. The next key to doing a good low-tech exercise, we're going to manipulate our physiology, and we're going to take a walk on that bridge between the conscious and the subconscious mind, is the way we breathe. Every workshop I do, whether it's here talking about chiropractic and natural health, or whether it's at one of the other places that I go to make presentations on a variety of other topics, we always do some deep breathing exercises together as a group. So what I want everybody to do is we're going to sit up as straight and tall as possible. And once again, we're taking up all the space that we can, but this time we're doing it in our chair. And we're going to make ourselves as tall or as long as we can in this space from the bottom of our chest, the top of our abdomen, to our belt buckle. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit up straight and tall in that area. And our shoulders are just going to rock backwards. And if you think about your shoulder blades, those are the wing bones behind your back. Those pointy wings are going to point right down to your belt buckle or to your belt in your back. And they're going to stay right there. We're not going to raise our shoulders. We're just going to hold them locked in our position. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a big deep breath in through our noses. And I want you to feel your chest cavity opening up like it was a balloon being inflated. And we're going to hold this for 1,001, 1,002, and then blow out through your mouths. And once again, our shoulders stay at the exact same height. And we're going to inhale through our noses. And we're holding, and we're holding, and we're going to hold some more. And now let's blow out through our mouths. Again, big deep breath in through your nose. And we're going to hold and feel your chest cavity inflated like a big balloon. We're going to hold some more and blow out through your mouths. Okay, one more time. Let's go into our power position and just stand right all the way up. We're making ourselves big. Our arms are coming out. We're not bumping into anybody. We're not taking up anybody else's space, but we're completely and absolutely owning our own space. And we're going to hold this for another second or two or three and go ahead and sit back down. Now, when I get a chance to do this presentation or these drills with a live audience, we get to talk about it for a moment or two and get other people's feedback. So once again, if you have any feedback for me, if you're participating along, feel free to make note of what you're experiencing in the chat box, and we can certainly talk about that. But what you should feel is maybe you feel a little bit lighter. Maybe you feel like a little bit of brain fog has diminished. Maybe you feel like you're a little bit energized and more inclined to do something, maybe a little bit more motivated. And just as a little hack, these are some of the things that I do in between patients. I have a fairly crowded schedule. I have a pretty full patient list throughout the day. I don't like to leave people waiting for me. I like to try and keep to the schedule as best as possible. And I know that if you are my patient and you're listening in, you've probably heard me apologize to you or to somebody else for keeping you waiting. But there are often times that in between patients, I need to recenter myself. I feel like I've invested a lot of energy in the last patient, and I'm still invested there, and I'm not ready for the next person just yet, and I got to clear my mind. So I probably went back to my office space and spent 2 minutes doing a little bit of deep breathing, maybe a little bit of meditating or EFT, which are two things that we're going to get into a little bit later in this workshop. Maybe I've stood in my power position for a few seconds and just recentered myself. So perfect real life example of practical application. Sometimes you just need a break and you need to clear your mind, and you just don't have time to go home for a nap. So power position number one, deep breathing exercise, two great ways to recenter yourself. Anyhow, I've mentioned the word energy several times already. Energy means the physical capacity or the strength and the vitality that's required to do work or to keep something in motion. But energy is so much more than that. Maybe Maybe you've had a chance to walk into a fairly crowded room and you know some of the people there, but you don't know others, and you're looking around and you think to yourself, there's somebody over there that I don't necessarily know, but I just immediately like them and I want to go stand closer to that person. Or maybe you just feel more comfortable with one group of your social circle than another. Why do you think that is? There's no real dictionary definition for why, but certain people gravitate towards other people because they have similar energies and they just simply connect with one another in a better fashion, make themselves feel more at home amongst each other. So by doing the exercises that we've begun to talk about and begun to work on, and by getting to the ones that we're going to work on later on in this workshop, you're essentially dialing up your own energy and your own vibrational state. Tracy, so far so good. Am I missing anything, or is there what to talk about, or can I keep rolling? All right, I'll keep rolling. All right. And don't forget, we are a collection of biological microorganisms and cells and organ systems and little organelles, which are all in constant motion, that are all moving at a certain frequency. So that concept of vibration and that concept of sustained energy is so important for us. It's how we sustain. We're able to maintain the vitality and the energy to do work that just sustains life. And in fact, both Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein said that the future of medicine involves vibration and sound. Sound are sound waves, or they are vibrations. And when you think about Jeffrey Niznik's work with allergy elimination, he talks about the vibration of different frequencies of substrates that people might be allergic to, and how he's able to change vibratory senses so that people's allergies begin to dampen down or eliminate. When we talk about different foods have different frequencies, different supplements have different frequencies, and this is why one group of foods or supplements or a diet plan might be so appropriate for one person, but not necessarily the other. When we talk about chiropractic adjustments, we're introducing movement into places where that movement doesn't exist within the body. We're stimulating vibratory senses with the same chiropractic adjustments, and that's why it's so important. Here comes the shameless plug: chiropractic adjustment periodically. So we're talking about all of these vibrations and all these stimulations that go on throughout the body and the movement, but that means we have to address the blocks. Why would a body part not necessarily vibrate, or why would a body part not necessarily move the way it's supposed to? We talk about we can talk about a whole different litany of reasons why. We can talk about physical trauma to the body. We can talk about chemical trauma to the body. We can talk about the electrical trauma to the body, environmental toxins, and the list goes on. But ultimately, your body does not necessarily, in times of stress, recognize the difference between a deadline and a dead weight. In either case, what happens is your body starts to produce a hormone called cortisol. And cortisol builds up in times of stress. And what the cortisol does is it might raise your blood pressure. It might cause muscle weakness. It can cause weight gain, especially around the abdomen and around the face. It can slow or inhibit healing. So these are all very similar to what we talked about in the Monday presentation, where the sympathetic nervous system is too involved and the sympathetic nervous system is inhibiting the parasympathetic nervous system. All of that non-voluntary activity that goes on with the human body. And we talked about from a chiropractic perspective of why those adjustments are so important to regulate our nervous system. But what we're talking about today, are things that you can do for yourself to inhibit your cortisol buildup and to decrease the way the stress impacts your body. From a nutritional standpoint, one of the things that are so good would be fish oil, also ashwagandha. Those two supplements in particular are shown to help to inhibit cortisol buildup and to help us regulate our stress or decrease our stress and normalize ourselves. From a functional standpoint, let's do a couple more deep breaths together. Everybody, please sit up straight and tall. We're making ourselves long in the abdomen area. That was the top of the abdomen down to the belt buckle. Our shoulders are going to be in a relaxed down position, locking ourselves into place. Big deep breath in through your nose. And we're going to hold and hold and hold some more and blow out through your mouths. Again, big deep breath in through your noses. And we're holding and we're holding. And we're going to hold some more without letting our shoulders shrug up. And go ahead and blow out through your mouths. Again, big deep breath in through your nose. Hold, hold again, and out through your mouths. How's everybody doing with this? I don't see any comments in the chat box, so I'm going to assume that everything is going okay and we're fine and I can keep rolling.
It all seems great to me.
Great.
I'm just stretching with you.
Nice. Very nice. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take that deep breathing drill. And when you think about it, what we've just done twice now is take somewhere between 2 and 5 deep breaths in a row. It really didn't take us more than it didn't even take us a couple of minutes. Then we stood up and got into our power position, our take up physical space, enhance your physiology, therefore influencing your psychology, putting yourself in a better energetic, positive mindset, dialing up your levels of motivation. And we really didn't even take barely 2-minute breaks to do that. So when I talk about doing exercise, we could talk about going to the gym and hiring a trainer and spending money on membership and spending money on your personal trainer and devoting an hour to your workout and devoting all of that commute time to get from home or from work or from wherever you're coming from to get to the gym to go and do your workout. And if you told me I don't have 2 hours 3 times a week for that, I believe you. I believe you. Not everybody does. But we're talking here in this presentation, in this workshop, we're talking about some internal exercises and building internal power and coordinating that, walking along that bridge between the subconscious and the conscious mind. We're making a conscious decision to do these activities to influence our subconscious self. We're talking about doing things to accelerate healing and to decrease levels of stress and to dial up your energy, which in turn makes you a more magnetic person. And we're able to do this in very small chunks, 2 minutes at a time, several times a day. So I'm optimistic that the people who are all listening in will all follow my lead and take on these activities and make it part of your everyday routine. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take the deep breathing a layer more involved, and we're going to work on some meditation. Now, I've had a little bit of conversation in the past with people who were, I guess we were not on the same page. Meditation doesn't replace prayer. In no way, shape, or form trying to offend anybody's religious beliefs with this or with anything else that I'm saying or doing. This is simply an internal conversation between you and yourself in order to promote better relaxation. Why else are we going to meditate? You become more mindful and more aware of your thoughts, gain better control of your emotions, better control of your decision-making capabilities, and learn a new skill that you can do anywhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit up in that same position. I want everybody to be very long in their torso, meaning that we're creating the maximum length between the bottom of between our belt buckle and the bottom of our chest, the top of our abdomen. So we're sitting up tall and straight. Our shoulder blades are ever so slightly forced down. That means we're not shrugging our shoulders, and our hands are going to go in our laps. And let's put our tongues on the roof of our mouths or behind our top front teeth. So our tongues are just relaxed and out of the way. And this time, we're going to inhale through our noses. And we're going to hold it for a little bit less than we held for that deep breath. And we're going to blow out through our noses again. So we're going to only nose breathe for the sake of this exercise. Deep breath in through your nose. We're going to feel our chest cavity expanding with all of that delicious oxygen coming in. And then once again out through our noses. And our feet are going to be flat on the ground. So what we're going to do here is we're going to continue with that deep breathing. And what I got you guys to all do is just imagine that you have balloons on the top of your feet. And as we inhale, those balloons are going to become stronger and stronger. And they're going to be able to never pull your feet up to the point where you break contact between the bottom of your feet and the floor. But your feet are going to start to get lighter and they're going to feel like you're lifting up. And then we're going to exhale. And our feet are going to sink right back down into the ground like you're weighted. And what are our shoulders doing? Absolutely nothing. They're just relaxing in the position that you're in. And your body should feel like it's supporting itself. I'm not using my hips or my thighs or any of my muscles to hold my torso up. I'm not straining at my deep abdominal muscles to hold them really super tense in a tight muscular contraction. My body is in ideal posture, and yet at the same time, I'm not even working to be in that posture. I'm relaxing into it. So we got our hands in our laps. We're going to keep our feet flat on the floor. And we may even feel our feet lifting up as we inhale, as those balloons in our chest inflate with air, and the balloons tied to our feet are starting to lift us. And we're lifting ourselves a little bit higher. And as our chest cavities expand, just like that power position, we're starting to take up a little bit more space. And let's blow out through our mouth, through our noses. Again. And we're going to hold. And one more time. Feel your feet just lifting up off the ground without making surface contact break with the ground. And let yourself sink back down into the chair that you're sitting on without moving your shoulders, without becoming too heavy. Now we're going to take up a little bit more space as we inhale through our noses. And our hands are so light in your lap. And if you find yourself thinking about what you had for dinner last night or what you might have for dinner tonight or something else, that's okay. Your mind is allowed to wander, but let's reel it back in. Let's imagine that those balloons on your feet just changed color. And when they changed color, they became just a little bit more inflated, so they're better able to help you lift your feet up, although you're not breaking surface contact with the ground. And big breath in through your nose. And we're lifting without going anywhere. And we're going to exhale through our noses. And meditation will go so much better if you don't have to hear me or anybody else talking your way through it, and you're just letting your body react. Once again, this is going to help to increase your level of awareness. It's going to help your decision making, better control of your emotions. It's a skill that you're able to really do anywhere you can sit down, you can meditate. When you become very good at meditation, you might even be able to meditate when you're standing or walking. And this is, once again, an exercise specifically designed that we know exactly what we're doing consciously. We made the decision that we're going to sit down and work on our breathing mechanics while allowing our bodies to relax at the same time. We're very much consciously aware of this, but at the same time, getting in all of that delicious oxygen. We're feeding our nervous system the most important ingredient that it's requiring, that oxygen. We're empowering ourselves to tread that balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic, between conscious and subconscious mind. We're going to accelerate our healing. We're going to decrease our levels of stress. We're going to better empower ourselves to be able to deal with rising levels of cortisol in times of stress and begin to suppress it. We're going to activate our cerebellum, the area of the brain that fires to inhibit the sympathetic nervous system. We're getting out of our fight or flight mode, and we're starting to just calm down. So far, so good? Okay.
All good.
All right. So one of my favorite stories. This is a story about a hypnotist who wrote an article about one of his clients who basically validated everything that I'm trying to get at, and how important the connection between the brain and the body really is, and how we really have to use techniques to activate our brain, especially the subconscious part, in order to heal and to feel good and to be consciously aware of our well-being. So this particular story is about a woman who had this burning foot pain. And she went to a number of different practitioners, including chiropractors. She didn't come here. I like to think we would have been able to point her in the right place at a certain point. But she saw chiropractors elsewhere. She had been to physical therapists. She'd seen the pain management doctor. She'd seen her PCP. And the list just goes on and on and on. And nobody was able to help her. And she had this burning, terrible neuropathic foot pain. So anyhow, she went to go see a hypnotist in order to quit smoking. And the protocol went so well, and she was so impressed with the hypnotist and so pleased with the results of her sessions, and she wanted to befriend the hypnotist. And so she was talking to this fellow and explaining other things that she has going on. Can you help with this? And my friend has that. Is that something you can help with? And finally, she talks about the foot pain. And the hypnotist said, we should, let's explore that in session. And so they did. And while this woman was in hypnotic session, she learned that in a previous lifetime, she'd been a witch and she'd been burned at the stake. The first time I read that, I was amused. The second time I read that, I was shaking my head. And the third time I read that, I started to think about it a little bit deeper and think about so many of the little tricks that we do here, the deep breathing to balance out the relationship between the conscious and the subconscious mind and inhibit the sympathetics. Over the years, how many patients I've taught how to meditate while we were in our appointment. Over the years, how many patients I've taught emotional freedom tapping to in their appointments, which is what we're going to do in a couple of minutes. So I took the approach of, well, why not? Why not? Who cares? So this woman's learned that she'd been a witch. She'd been burned at the stake, and her foot pain was a result of the remnants of her burning. So the hypnotist gave her a few chores to do, a few tasks, maybe to right past wrongs. And those tasks included things that I think we can all appreciate, like going to the animal shelter and helping to feed and play with animals waiting for adoption. She went to a homeless shelter to help feed people in their times of need. And don't you know, all the burning pain in her foot went away. Now, I don't know whether or not much greater minds than mine puzzle over whether or not we've lived past lives or whether or not they're going to be future lives. I'm not treading down that pathway. The pathway I want to tread down is that this hypnotist did an absolute masterful job of tapping into this woman's subconscious mind, explaining what was going on in her conscious experience, and finding a way to put the fire out by using a subconscious mind trick and a subconscious mind hack to better influence her current physiological and psychological state. So we've had patients here that we have in the past referred to a hypnotist that we're linked up with, a great guy who's a tremendous practitioner. We have stories about people who start to make changes in their lives and their pain goes away. And what we talked about on Monday was that pain really is an emotional experience. So if we're able to tap into people's emotions and change them, then we're able to better deal with their pain. We're able to suppress their pain. And once again, we talked about physiology, our posture, our breathing mechanics, our ability to relax, our ability to be aware, our ability to control our emotions, our ability to make better decisions. All of that is part of our physiology, and all of that is able to influence our psychology, which is a function, at least in part, of our subconscious mind. And once again, here we are doing these exercises and these life events and these activities of daily living to tread on that border between the subconscious and the conscious mind in order to promote better healing, in order to feel better, in order to be more comfortable living in our bodies. Now, to move right along in our workshop, and the next big bullet point that I want to hit on is what's called emotional freedom technique. There was a psychologist named Roger Callahan who was working with some Vietnam combat vets when they returned home. And these guys were barely communicative, and they didn't want to participate in society, and they didn't do events, and everything was a drag, and they were in bad shape. They were in bad emotional shape. And what we would classify, or what we would diagnose these people with today, is post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because this was occurring in the later 1970s and the early 1980s, here's another shameless plug. I'm drinking a combination of the Nutritional Frontiers Pro Reds and Pro Oranges. The bartender couldn't have mixed me anything better. So anyhow, Dr. Callahan is working with these guys at a time before we have a recognized diagnosis for what PTSD is, and they're in group therapy, and they're just trying to get these fellows to re-immerse themselves into society, meeting with no success whatsoever. Dr. Callahan is one of these people who's just interested in everything, and he reads everything he can get his hands on, and he's interested in growing in his own career and in his own sector of the world, and he's interested in mechanical stuff and psychological stuff and construction, and he's just one of these mechanisms guys. And how can we make this work? Why does it work? What are we going to do to make it better? And through his studies and through his learnings, he came across something called emotional freedom technique, which was based on acupuncture, and stimulating very specific points in people's bodies. And what we do is we stimulate these points on ourselves. So what we're going to do in a moment is we're going to do EFT, a session of emotional freedom technique together. And I'm going to explain, or I'm going to say exactly what to do and where to tap. And I would prefer that you guys all just kind of follow along and do what I do and say what I say. And later this afternoon or this evening, I'm going to make a list of all of these points, and I'm going to put them in the comment section on the Weiner Wellness Center or World of Wellness Center Facebook page. So it's better that you participate now rather than try and take notes for later, because the notes will all be laid out for you. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to establish a mantra. We want to get over something. We want to identify a problem and either make that problem go away or empower ourselves to have the tools to better cope with the problem. So because of how things are going now in current events, I think our mantra should deal with living in stressful times. And no matter how stressful the times may be, no matter how bad things are going, no matter what, we all have to be our own best friend. We have to be our own BFF. So even though everything's not going so great, and even though the stress level is pretty high, and even though there are things that are going on that I don't have control over, I don't have the power to address the way I would want to, and things aren't going the way I would like to see them go, I still love and accept myself. That's okay. So our mantra is going to be, even though we're living in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though we live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. And I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. But while I'm doing it, I'm going to tap on some very specific acupuncture points. The first one we're going to call the crow. And for the purposes of what we're doing here, I'm going to use my right hand to tap on my left side. That's not set in stone. You can do left on right. You can vary it. You can do both sides. I just want to make sure I'm conscious of the time that we can get through the whole thing without encroaching on somebody else's time slot. So this is going to be very specific for what we're doing in the moment, not a hard and fast rule. So if I were going to have a stack of wood and I were going to karate chop right through it with my left hand, this fleshy part on the outside part of my palm on the pinky finger side, that's the point where I'm going to hit, where I want to break that wood. So with my right index and middle finger, I'm going to just tap on that spot. And I'm going to say, even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now, it's okay to devote an hour to this and just say your mantra 15, 20, 100 times per spot. But we're going to cut it short in order to make it through everything once again. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now we're going to move to the next acupuncture point, and that's going to be at the top of my head. So if I were at the doctor's office and they were measuring me and I wanted to be as tall as I possibly could, and I'm lifting myself up, I'm looking for the tallest spot on my head where I want that arm on the scale to come out, and that's the point. So in my tallest possible point, I am tapping with my index and middle. Even though I live in these times of anxiety, stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. I'm tapping and tapping and tapping. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move to the spot where our eyebrow ends, but our nose, the top of our nose hasn't begun yet. And I'm going to use the same two fingers, and I'm going to tap, and I'm going to say, even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety. I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. And now we're going to move over to the outside of the eyebrow. If you find the top of your cheekbone by the edge of the eyebrow, you should find a little ridge of a bone that makes up your eye socket. And we're going to come right behind that socket, moving towards our ear, and there's a soft fleshy spot. And we're going to tap right into that fleshy spot. And even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. And now we're going to trace right along that orbital bone, that eye socket, until we come to the bottom. And there's that bony ridge underneath the eye. If the eye were a clock, it would be 6 o'clock. And I'm going to come right underneath that ridge, and I'm going to tap some more. Same 2 fingers, right underneath the eye. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Moving along, we're going to come to this seam right here in the middle of the mustache area. And at the top of the lip, the bottom of the seam, we're going to tap again. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. And we're going to move down just below, straight line down. We have this ridge between the top of the chin and the lower lip. We're going to be right in the middle of that ridge. We're going to continue tapping, same 2 fingers. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now, what happens if you are a student and you have a big final exam coming up, and you know you studied and you know you're prepared, but you're not necessarily a very good test taker? What if you're a car salesman and a week's gone by and you haven't sold a single car? What if you're just not doing as well as you think you should be doing at some task around the house? Even though I haven't sold a car this week, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though my test taking abilities don't reflect my abilities as a student, I deeply love and accept myself. These mantras can be anything, individual, specific. The one that I'm working on with you guys about the stress and anxiety, I think suits our current events and probably satisfies a lot of people's requirements, but it's not carved in stone. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come to the middle border of the collarbone, right as it meets the sternum. The sternum is the breastbone. The collarbone ends at the sternum, and we're going to tap right there. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now we're going to come further down to our lowest rib here, the spot that we made very tall a moment ago with the past exercise. We're going to wrap around to the seam in the middle of our body near our armpit. And we're going to tap right here. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to move to our hand. When we talk about our thumbnail, if we could make our thumb flat and put it right next to our index finger, the part of the thumbnail that's further from the index finger. That's going to be the point we tap on next. So I'm positioning myself into the camera and I'm tapping. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. I'm going to do the same thing with the index finger, the part of the index fingernail that's closer to the thumb, not closer to the middle finger. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Moving on to that same part of the of the middle finger, closer to the index, further from the ring. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Now we're going to skip the ring finger, and we're going to move to the fifth finger, that pinky finger, and we're going to move to the part of the nail that's closer to the ring finger. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I live in these times of stress and anxiety, I deeply love and accept myself. And what we're going to do now is we're going to move to this fleshy spot in between the fifth finger and the ring finger. And we're going to tap on this spot in the fleshy musculature, just closer to your wrist than the edge of the web of the space. There we go. So we're tapping here, and we're just going to stare straight ahead. And now what we're going to do is continue tapping, and we're going to stare straight ahead, but we're going to close our eyes and continue tapping. And now what we're going to do is we're going to keep tapping, but we're going to look down and to our left. And continue tapping, but look down and to your right. Now we're going to continue tapping, but roll our eyes clockwise and then counterclockwise as we continue tapping. And now what we're going to do is continue tapping, but we're going to hum the alphabet. And now we're going to continue tapping, and we're going to count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And later today, all of those points and instructions will be on in the comments section of our Facebook page. And if we really wanted to race through it and we knew what we were doing, we could run through the whole circuit in a matter of a minute or two. Or we could sit down in our favorite comfortable chair and we can do our meditation for 5 or 10 minutes even, and then we can do our EFT, and we could spend a whole hour working through these drills. All the exercises that we talked about today, doing the power posture pose, our power position, doing our deep breathing, beginning to work on some meditation, working on the emotional freedom technique, the EFT. These are all exercises that are geared towards, well, one, most importantly, empowerment, things that you can do for yourself that you really don't need me or anybody else to guide you through. That's the idea. The other thing that we're doing here is that we're doing exercises that help to link the conscious and the subconscious mind so we can walk along that pathway and use our subconscious mind to help calm ourselves down, to accelerate our healing, to make us feel more comfortable living in our bodies. And two authors, Furman and Gallo, The Neurophysics of Human Behavior, not an Amazon Top 100. The Neurophysics of Human Behavior. They figured out that we have 3 trillion bits of information processed in our brain every second. but only 50 of them are conscious. So when you think about the gap between 51 and 3 trillion, we really ought to find these tools and empower ourselves and use these tools to access those parts of our nervous system to be able to get them to work for our advantage and not to our disadvantage. So I see that I'm dangerously close to running into somebody else's time here. I don't see that there are any questions or comments or concerns or even moral outrages in our comment box. I see that somebody said that these messages are good and that use these techniques for years, and somebody else is saying good stuff. Thank you, and I certainly appreciate all of that feedback. But I'm easy to reach if you have questions about anything that we've talked about or that I've gone over either today or in the Monday presentation. The office is 412-922-9355. Same place. We're going to encourage you to call to order your supplements. Leave a message for me. I'm really good at getting back to people. I'm going to put these points all on the Facebook page to make sure that you guys can follow along by yourselves. That's the whole point. And learn how to do this as part of your own routine. That's the point. And if you're looking for a neuromusculoskeletal chiropractor who can help you restore movements to your joints and to your muscles in places where that movement is lacking in order to increase your vibration and in order to stimulate your brain and your body and how they talk to each other, you can call me for that too. Thank you all very much for your very kind attention. Dr. Tracy, thank you for making the technology available so that we could all do this. And I wish everybody strength and good health and vitality.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Orbach. That was amazing. And I think everybody feels a lot calmer now. So, all right. Well, up next we have coming up Natural Solutions for Seasonal Allergies and Upper Respiratory Issues with Mike Gallagher. We're very excited to have him come on and present with us again. So we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll let Mike get set up. So don't leave. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit, and we are ready for our next lecture. With me today is Mike Gallagher. He is an outside sales professional and educator for Nutritional Frontiers in the Pittsburgh area and Ohio, and probably other places, right, Mike?
Yes, all around the globe.
It doesn't matter. Just call Mike. And today he's going to be talking to us about natural solutions for seasonal allergies and upper respiratory issues. So, Mike, we're so glad you're here. We'll let you get started. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Tracy. I am excited. This is a great topic because this is right now. It's a beautiful day out, sun shining. It's warmer weather out, and it's really good to see that. So for a lot of people, it's welcome. But there are a certain percentage, and we'll talk about the numbers, who this is not the best time of year. This is the worst time of year. Allergy season is now upon us, springtime. So we have a lot of fantastic options, and we're going to talk about them. Some really unique research trademarked ingredients. So we're going to discuss all of those things. But again, if this does not pertain to you, if it pertains to a family member or a friend, again, please pass this on to them. These are being recorded. So we just want to get this information out there, and so we can help every person, every situation. So allergy solutions. So let's talk about it first, the statistics. So according to the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology, 50 million people suffer. Again, statistically, there's roughly 300 million people, so 1 in 5 people have an issue here. So what is happening with an allergy is it's basically an immune reaction to something your body perceives as a foreign invader, and then your body mounts a defense against it. And we're going to talk about this and the different reactions that occur. But again, a lot of people know these, right? Affects all your organ systems, but obviously your nose, your mouth, skin, throat, stomach, and your intestines. So allergy reactions. So again, your body overreacts to, it can be food, pollen, dust mites, mold, right? And again, the classic symptoms: itchiness, redness, discharge, wheezing, right? Cramps, digestion, right? Shortness of breath, all very common. I think everybody knows what we're talking about here with allergy issues. Okay, so this is where it gets a little more technical. So the allergy itself refers to a very specific immune reaction, which is an antibody, which is basically a protein component of our immune system, and this is known as IgE, or immunoglobulin E. And so this is your immediate hypersensitivity reaction. So if you are allergic to shellfish or peanuts or any of those kind of things, right? You eat it, you can go into anaphylactic shock. And so that is that immediate reaction, right? And so that is the IgE working overdrive. But there's other antibodies, IgG, IgM, IgA. These are your delayed immune reactions or delayed hypersensitivity reactions. And this is where food really plays a critical role. Okay. So again, people, don't always associate food with allergies when it's a delayed reaction, but for us, it's critical. And for any upper respiratory issue, lung, sinus issues, the most common food that you have these sensitivities to are dairy. Okay, so dairy can inflame the lungs and create all of these characteristics. So everybody knows milk, everybody knows cheese, but they forget about pizza, ice cream, and yogurt. So, and again, it takes time to get these out of your system. So typically speaking, it takes at least 6 weeks to get dairy out of your system.
So again, for a lot of people, 6 weeks is 6 years. So what I would always tell somebody is try it for 1 week. See how you feel. Avoid all dairy for 1 week. If you feel better, then let's try it a second week. Okay. If you still feel better, which you should, then let's try it again another week. So take it 1 week at a time, for some 1 day at a time. But for others, I always try it 1 week at a time, but at least 6 weeks. So dairy is right up there. I would also suggest avoiding gluten, anything containing gluten, and also egg, right? 90% of the population, 90 folks, are sensitive to one of these three. But again, upper respiratory issues, it's dairy. Now, here at the Water Wellness Center, Jeff Niznik, he can actually test you on what foods you have, and he actually can do what's called reverse allergy treatments. Okay, so instead of avoiding the foods, he can actually treat. So pretty amazing. So if you have issues like this, I strongly encourage you to make an appointment with Jeff Niznik, because he can really help. But if you are not able to, if you can't, if you're in a different area, again, we just have to avoid these foods. Okay. So again, this is the biochemistry of the IgE, right? So that those antibodies, those proteins, they travel through the blood and binds to what's known as basophils and mast cells, which again are in your immune system. And they release these chemical messengers, histamine, prostaglandins, and leukotrienes. So this produces an inflammatory reaction, right? Everything we just talked about, your allergy, which again can be heat, redness, swelling, any of those. And then, so that is very well known. I think everybody learned that, if they went high school biology, chemistry class, they know this. And people know histamine blockers, such as medications. But what is also happening here that is not discussed or talked about at all is that the oxidative stress effect, okay, free radical damage. And so this is the end result of what happens with the inflammatory response. So oxidation is a big issue with not only allergies, but all inflammatory aspects. And so again, a classic example of oxidative stress, if we, just oxidation in general, we slice an apple in half and we let it sit there for 5 minutes. What happens to that apple? It turns brown. Okay, that's the oxygen hitting it. So that is basically destroying that top layer of the sliced apple. Now that is a very fast oxidative stress reaction. With us, in our body, it's usually a much slower process, but this is one of the ways that we age, is oxidative stress. So just keep that in mind. All right, so we have many fantastic options at Nutritional Frontiers. We'll discuss most of them here, but the one that we always start with when it comes to these issues is AirMax. Okay, this has been one of our flagship formulas. We've had some incredible results. Again, and it usually works very quickly. So again, we're not making any claims. We just want to emphasize that here, but I'll just mention a couple cases. And if you're on any medication for allergies or anything else, we're not telling you to get off anything. You always want to work with your prescribing physician, of course. And we always suggest you take this at least an hour apart from your medication. Okay, so I just want to put a little disclaimer there. But AirMax is exactly the closest natural antihistamine formula that I've ever seen. Okay, so anytime that you would be using any of those medications, Benadryl, Allegra, those kind of things, right? You can use AirMax. Okay, so itchy skin, eyes and nose, watery nose, right? The stuffiness and so forth, even skin issues. Even poison ivy. I've had cases where some of my doctors actually had poison ivy. Instead of reaching for Benadryl, they used Air Max, and within 30 minutes, dramatic reduction in symptoms. Okay, even bee stings, right? Any of these kind of issues that you would be using Benadryl for, you can use Air Max. Except there's no side effects with this. There's no sleepiness with this, and the chewables generally work faster, like in minutes. Okay, so what's in it? So let's go over to capsules. So we have vitamin C, zinc, bioflavonoids, a trademark form of zinc, by the way. That's the most absorbable form of zinc. Again, with what's going on in our world right now, it's recommended zinc. It's in here. Activin, which is a registered trademark form of grapeseed extract. We'll talk about that here more in a moment. Quercetin. So quercetin actually enhances zinc. And again, that can help with even viruses and so forth. So that's a fantastic combination there. Bromelain, very powerful anti-inflammatory in pineapples. Elderberry strengthens your immune. Benegut, which is a very unique form of perla seed extract. It's a rich trademarked ingredient as well. Talk about that a little bit. And my favorite supplement of them all, DMG, which enhances all of these nutrients, makes them even more absorbable. And DMG also had a US patent to boost your immune as well and reduce inflammation. So this is a very unique blend, very powerful blend formula. There's nothing quite like this on the market as far as that goes. So the capsules, generally speaking, the capsules take about 30 minutes to work, generally speaking. And then we have the chewables. So it has a lot of those core ingredients that we just went over. The chewables actually work faster because it gets into your saliva when you chew it, gets into your bloodstream really fast. Generally speaking, 15 minutes or less. Okay, so again, my preference would be the chewables, but again, if you prefer caps, no problem. We have both options. All right, so Air Max ingredients. So vitamin C, I think most people know what that does, powerful immune enhancer. But I haven't talked to too many people, if any, have ever heard of perilla leaf. But it has a really long tradition. It's been used in traditional Chinese medicine. Again, you can see there's animal in vitro studies that actually show it decreases that IgE and histamine, so that immediate reaction as well. Animal studies also showed it helped with allergies. And then we have the zinc. Again, people are familiar with that. Helps with all your different trace mineral, helps with all your different organ systems. But again, for this purpose, we're using it with the immune effect of these type of allergy issues. DMG, I just talked about a second ago. Again, it helps with oxidative stress as well as again, helping with all oxygen, so it helps you breathe better, DMG. Quercetin, again, there's research with this, comparing it to a drug called cromolyn, which is a mast cell stabilizer. But quercetin, the studies show that it actually was superior than this drug. And that is a huge, huge statement to say. So folks, we are using research-based ingredients here for sure. Bromelain, again, anti-inflammatory, and elderberry, which again works on the immune side is why we're using it, but also antiviral as well, and helps with mucus and sinus and upper respiratory issues. Okay, so we put it all together in this one formula. Again, you could buy every one of these separately. So what was that, like 7, 8 different things, right? So you can buy 7 things, or you can buy one thing, and that's what we're trying to do. The synergy of this works even faster. So for seasonal allergy issues, this is where we've seen the best break out before you mow the lawn. Take this before you mow the lawn. All right. We've had many people who've done this through the years. They do not break out. Also, I failed to mention animal allergies. So if somebody's allergic to or break out when they, dogs, cats, things like this, and you're going to a family situation where you're going to be surrounded by that, take this. Take the Air Max before you go. We've had many cases, hundreds of cases who have done this, and they have no issues with the animals. All right. Now, what if you have more serious issues? What if it's asthma, which does flare up more during spring season, right? But any type of lung issue, emphysema, bronchitis, COPD, pneumonia, right? We just have to increase the dose. We need to be more aggressive with the Air Max. So I always recommend 2 breakfast, lunch, and dinner if you're having a flare-up. And then once the condition improves, then just back it down to 2 a day or 2 as needed. Okay? Everybody's different on this. Everybody reacts differently. But again, just keep that in mind. And one other point here, X-Flame. So X-Flame has some of the bioflavonoids that are in Air Max as well. And before we had Air Max, we just had X-Flame. And there's turmeric in there, and there's DMG in the X-Flame, and that will also help with upper respiratory issues. So, typically we recommend it for pain, acute pain, but it can also help with upper respiratory issues too. So keep that in mind as far as the Air Max goes. Okay, so with this one, again, I just want to share a pretty amazing case. I've had so many through the years. And again, when I work with different doctors for the first time, including Dr. Tracy, I would always say, hey, or try these Air Max samples. And a lot of times doctors would say, oh, I'm good. I don't have any air problems. I don't have any lung issues. I can breathe well. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but just try it. And they try it. And just I want them to try the 2. We'll see what they think of the taste and the flavor. And in about 15, 20 minutes into our conversation, I can feel them. I can see them. They're breathing better. And I look at them and I'm like, are you okay? And they're like, yeah, I can breathe better now. I'm like, well, I'm confused because you told me you were okay. And then they look at me a little funny and they're like, guess I wasn't. So a lot of people don't even realize that they have trouble breathing or they have any respiratory issues until they try something like this. So again, it's always a really good type of sample formula. But there was a case that I wanted to share with everybody here at Dr. Weiner's Wellness Center many years ago. And this woman, she came up to me and you could tell she had some major health issues. I said, is everything all right? She's like, no. And she's traveled actually about over an hour to get to the facility here, the clinic. And she then, when I asked her what's wrong, she told me she had serious sinus infection. And I said, okay, how on a pain scale 1 to 10, how is it right now? And she said it's 9. And then I said, how long have you had this problem? And she told me 20 years and tried everything. Okay. So I told her, okay, I want you to try these Air Max samples. We actually had a bottle open there for her to try. And she tried them. I said, okay, I want you to check back with me in 15 minutes. And then I was catering to other people at the time, and she tried it, and then she came running up to me. It wasn't even 15 minutes; it was 5 minutes, and she started crying. And I said, "Is everything all right?" She's like, "The pain's gone, everything's gone. I can't believe this. I haven't felt like this good in 20 years. 20 years, folks. 5 minutes with this chewable, and it's really emotional." She hugged me. I mean, to me, that's what it's all about. I get choked up thinking about it. But again, we helped her in 5 minutes with this formula. Now, again, everybody's different, and that's why the samples are so good to try. but I've had other cases like this, but this is one of the most striking cases of this helping someone with sinus infection. Okay, so we're going to skip rat-free, but I do like, so in place of rat-free, we now have another formula, CircuCore, and that would be another very powerful antioxidant. But what is in the Air Max, and I just mentioned a second ago, as well as in the CircuCore, is this trademarked ingredient, Activin. So most people never heard of this ingredient, but they know grape seed extract. This is the most researched grape seed extract on the market. Okay, so it's a very powerful free radical scavenger. It helps with cellular level. It helps with DNA fragmentation. And on bioavailability testing, it's been shown to be even more powerful than your common vitamins, vitamin E, C, and beta carotene. It even helps with cholesterol levels as well and enhances vitamin C. And again, we have both in the Air Max. Okay, it can help people who are smokers. Now, obviously, we don't want you to smoke, but if you, if you have challenges with that, it can at least help inhibit some of the damage associated with tobacco. Okay, on a cellular level. And if somebody is taking acetaminophen, right, pain medication or over-the-counter pain, we know the long-term damage of this can affect the liver and kidney, and of course GI bleeding. Activin can actually help protect against that as well, and it even has some detox properties to it too. So very interesting test that was done. It's called a radical scavenger activity test. At 50 milligrams, the Activin was shown to be 84 to 98% greater than vitamin E. At 100 milligrams, look at that, folks, compared to vitamin C, over 400%, between 439 and 575% greater. So again, I know vitamin C is great. We have both in the Air Max. The bioflavonoids, okay, we mentioned this a second ago, are plant pigments. That's what gives the flowers and fruits the color. And again, has many health benefits. That's why we want you to eat your fruit and vegetables. We know a lot of people aren't though. So again, it has the antioxidant benefits. It helps with anti-inflammatory, even anti-carcinogenic benefits with the bioflavonoids. But here's why we use it for allergies, okay? So several studies, we listed them here, that the flavonoids in animals lowered IgE, lowered IgG, okay? So both immediate and delayed reaction, right, that this helped with. And the other study here, this Tanaka study, showed with asthma, it actually, again, very powerful benefits for these serious issues such as asthma. Again, another study, this study here shows, again, everything we're talking about. Helped lower airway response and allergy asthma, lowered histamine, lowered cytokines, lowered IgE. So again, list goes on and on and on, but we get the deal. We get the drill. Okay. So Air Max will absolutely help as far as with these type of seasonal allergy issues. But the second part of this, as we talked about, is also keeping your immune system strong. So yes, Air Max will help a little bit, but we always want to keep this in mind that if you can combine Air Max with our Immunomax, this is a great combination. Okay, this has other ingredients in it that will also help strengthen your immune, such as the DMG. We already talked about that. There's additional amounts in here. Larix, which is from the larch tree, which breaks down to arabinogalactans. We'll talk about that. Beta-1,3-glucan, a partially defractionated mushroom extract, which is extremely unique but very powerful immune enhancer, and olive leaf, which is not only will help strengthen your immune but antiviral as well. Okay, so the arabinogalactans, let's go back to that for 1 second, also is derived from echinacea.
So a lot of people know about echinacea for strengthening your immune, but what they've done is that they've extracted only immune properties from echinacea and the larch tree, and it breaks down into what this is called arabinogalactans. So very, very powerful immune enhancer. On that PD, that stands for partially defractionated fraction or mushroom extract. And there is many studies on this helping with all different types of immune issues as well. Now, if you have a mushroom sensitivity, this is not what is you are sensitive to or allergic to. Again, it's fractionated. We've taken only the immune properties of the mushroom extract itself to give you this immune benefit. Okay, so with the Immunomax, again, I recommend 2 or 3 this time of year. If you are coming down with the cold or flu, suggest a temporary loading dose. Again, clinically speaking, we've had the best results 2 every 2 hours for 12 hours straight. If we catch the cold or flu in the first stages, we have hundreds of cases where, including myself, where it knocked it out in those 12 hours. If it's the flu, it's going to dramatically reduce the duration of the flu. We have it not only in the chewable, but we also have it in the capsule. And again, it is available here at Dr. Weiner's Wellness Center as well. Okay, vitamin C. So it is again in the AirMax, but if you need additional amounts, we have 2 different forms, actually several forms now. Vitamin C chewable is known as Cherry Chews. We have a buffered C capsule. We have a buffered C powder as well, and we have a liposomal liquid C. Okay, so many options, but again, folks, if I had to choose one, it would be the AirMax capsule or chewable this time of year. Okay, we want to strengthen the GI or strengthen your immune system, but at the end of the day, that these are temporary. Okay, these will give you temporary relief. And so I just want to make people realize, to get to the root of the problem, it's usually one of 2 things. Okay, and I've done many different shows and workshops and sampled and all the different types of trade shows and things like this, and sampled many times the AirMax and have seen some incredible results. But I always ask is 2 questions if they tell me they have seasonal allergies. Number 1, do they have any GI problems, anything from major to minor, right? So acid reflux, heartburn, indigestion, or more serious issues, Crohn's, colitis, irritable bowel, okay? And if they do, then we need to fix that. That is usually the cause, the source of the allergy situation, okay? And so for that, we have 2 options. We have a GI Complete powder or capsule, which is fantastic. And of course, we have probiotics. But I also put on the bottom, well, let's just talk about the second thing, Adrenamax. Okay, so if you are stressed, and we know a lot of people are right now, and you have trouble sleeping, this is classic adrenal fatigue. So we have a formula called Adrenamax. That is fantastic for this. Okay, so those are the 2 questions that you want to ask yourself if you have seasonal allergies. Do you have any GI problems currently, or are you stressed? Okay, if we fix those problems, then guess what? The seasonal allergies dramatically go down. Okay, so AirMax, again, temporary Band-Aid, will work better than Benadryl, better than your drugs, no side effects. Okay, but keep that in mind. We got to get to the root cause. So it's usually one of these 2, GI or adrenal or both. If you have both issues, absolutely. Okay, so don't forget that as well. Last thing that we just want to mention. Now, the AirMax, if you tell me you have a seasonal allergy and you try the AirMax chewable, for example, and it doesn't work, which is extremely rare, but if it doesn't work, then it usually is a candida issue. So 9 times out of 10 Aromax I've seen work. If it isn't or doesn't work, okay, then it's a candida issue. And this is especially of sinus issues. So what a lot of people are not aware is candida can actually be stored in your sinus tract. So if that's the case, then we go a different direction. And that would be our candida program, Candy Kill. We get the best results, Candy Kill 4 caps with breakfast. And then SBC is a very unique type of probiotic. It actually helps pull the candida out of the body as efficiently, as quickly as possible. We would recommend the SBC 3 at night. So folks, this is though you getting into more in depth. This is really where you need to work with someone like Jeff Niznik or one of the doctors, Dr. Honigman here. They can walk you through this. They can test you. They can see what else is going on. So keep that in mind. We're making general recommendations here. These are excellent recommendations, but we do want to keep that in mind that if you have multiple problems like this, you need to work with someone, okay? So again, just want to emphasize that. The other thing, of course, is your diet, okay? We mentioned the foods already, your top 3, dairy, gluten, right, and egg, but what else? So again, we really have these solution brochures that focus on healthy eating, right? Things to try to eat every day, fresh fruit, vegetables we talked about, organic, or wild food, right? And again, things we want to avoid. So it's a program. It's not just take Aromax and keep taking it over and over, right? We need to do the whole program to get the best result. And we need to figure out the source of the allergy as well, so we can truly get and help you so you don't have the allergies every single spring. Okay, so keep that in mind. And again, people always ask me, you know, doctors, when I work with them, is there research? Yes, there is. We mentioned several of the studies. Here's a whole laundry list of published studies and references regarding these ingredients as well. Okay, so give this a chance, folks. Now is the time. Everything's on special here at Wine and Wellness Center. And again, work with somebody to get to the root cause. But thank you so much for your time. Dr. Tracy, is there any questions at all?
No, that was great. I think this is the perfect time to embrace allergy season.
Yes, it is.
Yes. I mean, we get the wet and then the pollen and then the wet. So you got the mold and you got the seasonal allergies. So it's all coming together.
Yes. So that's why we want to do it. We want it because this is, I'm already running into people asking me about this right now. So we have the solution. Give it a chance, right?
Yep. And it works. So, well, thanks, Mike, so much.
You want to share your quick story when I first met with you that first time?
Yeah. So, you know, Mike always had samples. He was my rep when I had my clinic. And, you know, he gave me the Aromax. And I didn't even know that I had issues with breathing. And about 15 minutes into it, I was like, wow, it was almost like so, how can you explain it? Like almost refreshing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it really does help you like just open up. And, you know, I think a lot of people don't realize how compromised we are in respiration. We don't breathe deep. We're just used to having this shallow breath. And then all of a sudden, when you get all this oxygen, you're like, wow, I feel better. So even if you don't have seasonal allergies, it's a good thing just to have in your house. You know, I keep it in my mommy apothecary always. We have a lot of animals and pollen and, you know, all kinds of stuff in PA. So it's always something that I have.
And one other thing too, I forgot, it can help. I've seen it help with snoring. You would take it right before bed. So again, if that is an issue, might want to try it that way too. So anything that has to do with the lungs and sinus, give this a chance. But you're right, it is an amazing experience.
And it would be something post-COVID too that you could use to support yourself and lung function. And I know that we have some practitioners that recommend it for that as well.
Yes, absolutely. That is definitely an issue, is lung support. Yeah, absolutely will help. Okay, so give it a chance. That's all we can ask.
All right. Well, thanks, Mike. Stay tuned, everybody, because next on the bracket, we have, do you know what the 8th wonder of the world is? The Great Health Pyramid with Jamie Dorley, CEO. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Welcome to The Holistic Truth, sponsored by Nutritional Frontiers. Nutritional Frontiers is a Pittsburgh-based professional nutraceutical company founded by Dr. James Weiner and Jamie Dorley, and they are celebrating their 11th anniversary. All of the Nutritional Frontiers formulations are 100% guaranteed for purity and potency and follow the highest quality control standards today, including GMP manufacturing facilities, certificates of analysis, and third-party testing. Want the truth?
You can't handle the truth.
And now, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It's Nutritional Frontiers and the Holistic Truth.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Holistic Truth, your free classroom on the air for natural healing. At the Holistic Truth, you get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Joe Messino, can you handle the truth?
Well, I think we deserve the truth, Jamie. It's about time.
And you can get this show live. It's the Jamie and Joe show, which is what, Joe?
It is the longest running, episodic, healthy talk duo, entertaining show on the air.
We're humble guys, of course, but, you know, facts are facts. We've been told this is the most entertaining show on the air, and who are we to disagree? You get the show worldwide live, anywhere in the world you are. All you need to do, whip out your phone, click on khbradio.com. That is khbradio.com, and you can pick us up anywhere throughout the world. And we're live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
every Tuesday and Thursday. The Early Bird Show. Early Bird does get the worm. Please check us out from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesdays are Talking Tuesdays with Tracy. Tracy Straub. She is a certified natural health care professional, certified personal trainer. She is a naturopath and the Chief Operating Officer of Nutritional Frontiers. And Joe, what's on Thursday? I can't tell. I'm looking at the schedule. It doesn't tell me what's on Thursdays.
That's because it's anything can happen Thursday, and it usually does.
Uh-oh. Wild Card Thursdays. And today is a special edition of the Jamie and Joe Show Live, because we have a very special guest on the call today, Joe. He is a doctor of chiropractic, a native of Pittsburgh, PA. However, he's practiced in New York City, Washington, D.C., and in the West Indies. He has practiced throughout the world. He is an author of a book that, you know, Joe, it's been translated to multiple languages, including Japanese.
Yeah, that does not surprise me, knowing Dr. Orbach's background.
Yeah, and he is what I call the most thorough chiropractor on the planet. With that, folks, is that he is hands-on muscle therapy, manipulation, and he also does incredible, I call it customized evaluation. He looks at you, he tests you, then he customizes a program. No two adjustments are ever the same. He's got 25 plus years experience. I know he has a similar background, starting out in personal training and exercise, not only for world-class athletes, but also anyone really just to be better and get in better shape. He has been a excellent force at the Weiner Wellness Center, rounding force there, and he is the lead doctor at the Wellness Center, practicing full-time. So I'd like to give a nice warm welcome back to the show, Dr. Gideon Orbach.
Wow, thanks for that introduction. I'm humbled. Glad to be here. It's always fun
good to
talking
be
to you
humbled,
guys.
and you know, I could go on and brag about you for hours. However, we have limited time. We want to thank you so much for coming on the show today. You know, you have an incredible background, and you know, a lot of people talk the talk these days, but you've been walking the walk for a long time, and I know we have so much to discuss, but we really want to talk about resetting the structure, you know, exercise, preparation, performance, recovery. So can you give everyone a little more of your background? Because, you know, I know you from a personal training background and also chiropractic and muscle therapy, but I think you and Joe both have martial arts in the background. So let's hear a little more about your background.
Well, like you said, I'll bet you our paths crossed, and we actually met 10 years before we were even involved with the Weiner Wellness Center in some gym where we were probably both personal trainers or working with clientele and just sort of knew each other but didn't really know each other.
And if not, maybe even scuba diving, because I know that's one of your personal passions. And you know, me, I'm more of a snorkeler, but you know, could have possibly seen each other even in that capacity.
It's possible. In a small world. But I worked in a number of gyms. I did some personal training, and along the way I got more and more interested in natural health, and specifically in chiropractic, and went to chiropractic school in Kansas City. I went to at the time a small chiropractic school, and the reason why I picked that school was because I had a chance to continue working on my other passion of jiu-jitsu. At the time, there was a good program in KC for me, and it turned out to be a great decision. I mean, people ask me, how did you end up there? And I said, well, there was a really good jiu-jitsu school a few blocks from the chiropractic college. And the reality was that because it was a small school, you got a lot of individual attention, and it is a hands-on profession, and it's so important to work with mentors and find people to model and pick their brains. And I was really fortunate because those people were available at my school, and through a number of different organizations that even today I'm still a part of, an active part of. So I'm the beneficiary of some outstanding training and some outstanding mentorship. And now at this point in my career, I even have a few people floating around who are seeing patients and saying, well, this is what Dr. Orbach taught me. So I'm
yeah,
part
you
of the
taught us so
big
much.
circle.
I mean, how did you transition to the chiropractic? Because a lot of the docs I meet with, they usually have a personal experience, right? They're in a car accident, they had some dysfunction going on, maybe some prior injuries. What was your motivation, and what led you to chiropractic school?
Well, I got my first adjustment actually in the gym on a weightlifting bench. I was doing a lot of lifting myself, and I was doing the martial arts, and I was struggling to find time to finish college, and I was working in a bar, and I was living the life that a guy in his late teens through his early 20s should be living, and just sort of figuring that out with some on-the-job training. And so I met a chiropractor in the gym, and he might have been a little bit eager to show what he could do, and maybe I was actually a marketing tool, but he did one of those middle back adjustments that I like so much on the weightlifting bench, and right then and there I knew I wanted to be a chiropractor.
I'm getting so many text messages. You have a lot of fans out there, so a couple of quick questions. Are you accepting new patients at the Wellness Center?
Yes, we are. We're absolutely accepting new patients.
So what's the best way? Just to give them a call down there, 412-922-WELL, 412-922-9355, and I'm sure anybody at the front desk will be able to get you scheduled right away.
Right.
So that's great. You accept the new patients, and people texting me about the Wellness Week. So the Wellness Week is from March 7th through March 14th, formerly the March Madness edition. I guess the NCAA basketball came down pretty hard on us, so we've changed it to March Mayhem. Either way, same exciting event, and we're really pumped up to see everyone. I know it's the longest break during the year we take between Wellness Weeks is that Winter Wonderland
break,
to the March Mayhem edition. So we're excited that it's March 7th through March 14th, folks. You can go to wineandwellnesscenter.com and check out the new flyer. So we're talking about exercise. I mean, there's so many things out there now, Dr. Orbach, and I know Joe's got a background with martial arts. So we want to clear up some of the misunderstandings because, there's all these different fad programs. And I know you guys always say, hard work is really the key. And, for me, it's always consistency. So, when people are talking about, exercise and, they see these different messages out there, my thing is always, again, consistency. But we're trying to reset the structure. Like you said, you got adjusted in the gym. What are some tips you have as far as exercise, preparation for it? So what are some of the things you recommend for people?
Well, I think that there's a lot of debate about warming up, and is it appropriate to stretch? Is it appropriate to get on the treadmill? You want to warm up by doing some light weights and then progress to heavier weights. And I've always felt that the best way to warm up is to do balance exercises. That it's a matter of not only warming your body up and getting your muscles ready to go, but also getting your nervous system warmed up and ready to go. And one of the best ways to challenge the working relationships and the communication, your muscles, your connective tissue, your joints, and your brain is to challenge your equilibrium. So I think a really good thing that I've been advising people to start doing more and more of, and then now I just put it out publicly, is warm up for your workout by doing balance exercises. And depending on your own threshold, for some people that means closing your eyes and walking a tandem walk backwards with your arms folded across your chest. I mean, that's some pretty high level stuff. For people who've never really thought about this before and taken their balance for granted, that means stand up as straight and tall as you can with a very contrived military perfect posture, and put your feet as close together as you can so that they're not touching, and stare at the spot where the ceiling and the wall meet. So when you're doing those balance exercises, regardless of what would seem like the degree of difficulty is individual and specific, you want to challenge yourself to find your place in space, and that really gets your brain synchronized with your body. And I think that's really the best way to warm up, to prepare yourself for a good workout.
Well, I love it. Talk about thoroughness. You know, most people would just say, oh, stretch or go for a walk or, you know, do those things. But I love the fact you're adding in balance. And I think that's what Joe's always shared with me with the martial arts.
Yeah.
So, Joe, what are some of your ideas for warming up? Because for me, I agree with Dr. Orbach. I don't like to stretch too much at the beginning, but I do like to get ease into my workout. I go to Planet Fitness and actually go on the hydro chair, massage chair before, just to, you know, do my meditation and get focused, loosen up the muscles. And then I start with a walk, you know, but I like the balance ideas, Joe. What about yourself?
Yeah, well, you know, I love my all-time sauna. So before I head out there to the garage to hit the bag in the cold, I do a few minutes in the infrared sauna to get circulation and blood flowing. But, you know, I agree totally with Dr. Orbach on stretching and balance. You know, I've told people many times, and I know we're all guilty of not doing it enough. But, you know, if you watch, you know, a dog or a cat, the first thing they do when they wake up is go through a series of stretches. And it's a natural instinct to get the blood flowing through the muscles. So, yeah, you've got to start with a series of stretches, but they can't be intense. That's not good either. They got to be easy.
Great point. Great point.
And moving in the movement that mimics what your workout is going to be. So, you know, I'll never forget a long time ago, someone said to me, look, I don't need to do all this other stuff. Swimmers swim and runners run. So mimic the exercise with your warm-up.
Well, I love that because a lot of people go in there, they try and stretch, you know, really cold muscles, and not warmed up, and I think that could be detrimental to it. So I love that part, and I'm going to try some of these balance movements because, you know, that builds all the ancillary muscles. It gets better form overall, better synergy, you know, throughout the muscles. So some things. What about nutritionally? What do you recommend, Dr. Orbach? Because, you know, I see so many kids with the sports drinks and energy drinks and heavy stimulants. You know, for me, I don't like to work out with a lot of food in my stomach. That's just me. Some people are different. You know, I like to have some water, maybe a little bit of coffee. And then lately I've been using things like super creatine and GI Complete. But again, not too much food. What's your thoughts on nutrition pre-workout?
Well, I think the most important thing is water. That if you feel yourself getting thirsty, if you perceive thirst, that means you're pretty close to dehydrated. So we've lost our mechanism to perceive thirst. So I think about people working out that they should be flooding their body with water. The second thing, if we could get a little more technical, I think amino acids are important, the building blocks. That, you know, I'm a big fan of the basics. If you have good multivitamin, multi-mineral, and add some amino acids to your routine to rebuild yourself, because working out does challenge your body and tear it down, and we want to build ourselves back up stronger and thicker. That's what comes to mind immediately. Of course, we could talk about the importance of having a good green drink, because when you work out, you're trying to pump you're trying to pump blood into your muscles. So that means process of elimination. If blood is in your muscles, that means it can't be in your digestive tract. So that opens up the good possibility to become very acidic. So a good green drink will prevent that acid from happening in the digestive tract as part of a post-workout blood pump somewhere else. Those are certainly highlights that I don't think enough people are talking about.
Absolutely. I love that, you know, because I always start with water. I do the superbiotics and some enzymes just to get the gut health going. And then, you know, like the super creatine and the GI both have some good amino acids, including glutamine, which is probably the most abundant amino acid in muscle. And it gives you that extra level of protection. So I love it because, you know, me and Joe always say, you know, master the fundamentals, seldom you need anything else. And I know there's so many, you know, I get all these kids, well, now they're in their 20s, but my son and my nephews and their friends always asking about these new, you know, product of the month, right? All these pre-workouts. And I says, look, you need water and you need protein. Like those are some of the key things you need. And depending on your training, maybe some carbohydrates. So I like the idea of adding in something like the lean greens too. Joe, what are your thoughts on pre-workout nutrition?
You know, and I'm probably guilty of not doing enough water, but that's why it's so important to have something like the super creatine or power fuel or even the oranges, red, whatever. When you have a fortified water, then you're more likely to not forget it. You're more likely to drink it and finish it because it tastes good and you're getting nutrients. You're getting, you know, what I like to call it fortified water. And if you do that, I think you not only enhance, you know, the water itself by getting in all those nutrients directly into your bloodstream, but I think you'll be more likely to do it than to just drink plain water. And that's something that I've tried to do is add in one of those drinks. Power Fuel by far has always been my favorite. I think that is one of the most outstanding formulations. So you can use it pre-workout, post-workout, during the workout, doesn't matter. And Jamie, you and I have talked about it many times. Like, there's been times when you or I will forget. You know, we're talking to each other. Oh, I just did this workout, and oh, I'm so sore. And I said, "You take your Power Fuel?" No, I forgot. Yeah, that's the one for me.
Yeah, that's what it's funny you brought that up because oftentimes, you know, say you're in springtime or maybe you were just shoveling snow the other day, you know, I find you use different muscles, different activities, maybe you go on a bike ride or a hike, you're not used to it, and you get some soreness, you can use the Power Fuel acutely. You know, I do that a lot, especially when, you know, you're getting back out in the yard and using all these different muscles. Maybe your body gets used to some of your workouts in the gym. I use the Power Fuel 2 scoops oftentimes on Sundays just to help alleviate some of the lactic acid buildup and some of the fatigue or muscle soreness that's sunk in a little bit.
I'll do it after for recovery because it is a mitochondrial rebuilding formula.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We are back for another great lecture with Jamie Dorley, CEO and owner. Jamie, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tracy. How are you today?
Good. I'm doing great. I just couldn't get my screen share to work, so now I did. But we have a great lecture coming up. Do you know the eighth wonder of the world, the Great Pyramid of Health? So I'm excited to hear more about this.
Who is Andre the Giant? No?
I don't know if many people remember him besides you.
Well, it shows how old I am. He was called the eighth wonder of the world. He was an old WWF professional wrestler. But, of course, we're not talking about wrestling. We're talking about the eighth wonder of the world, the Great Pyramid of Health that you were so generous to put together with the assistance of Candace. And I'm excited to go through it because oftentimes when we talk about natural healing, I think people make a determination up front of, do I choose natural or allopathic? How many times have people come in and said that to you? You know, they're making this big choice, either or.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be that way.
No, and I think, everyone has their role, and we just want to get it in the right order, right? You don't go to high school and then go to kindergarten, right? You got to go through the process, and drugs and surgery are always an option, but they should be the last resort. And the first line of therapy should be lifestyle choices. I see you drinking some purified water, of course. I got some organic coffee after I just had my lunch, which was salad.
Ready?
I did salad, veggies, and some grilled chicken for lunch. So, you want to incorporate the healthy lifestyles because that's what goes from sickness to wellness. The gap you fill is with lifestyle therapies. And, our mission here at the Weiner Wellness Center is to make people healthy, not only physically, but mind, body, and spirit. And what's that great quote you have, Tracy, by Dr. Sherry Tenpenny? Health is not the absence of symptoms in the presence of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, health in the presence of pharmaceuticals is symptom-free. In the presence of pharmaceuticals is not health.
Yeah, and I agree 100%, right? So there's a time and place. Some people do need medications. However, for chronic care, they're not going to solve the problem. So we need to address the lifestyle. So let's jump right into it. So we're going to talk about the eighth wonder of the world, the Great Pyramid of Health, by Nutritional Frontiers and the Weiner Wellness Center. A lot of people ask what the Wellness Week is and what's the Wellness Center. So when we talk about it, the Wellness Center is actually a physical center in Pittsburgh, PA. We are accepting new patients. We have the godfather of nutrition, the one and only Mr. Joe Messino as the new manager. It's under new ownership by us. And you can make an appointment either live in person or virtually with any of the healthcare professionals. And we have Dr. Gideon Orbach, doctor of chiropractic. We have Adam, does muscle therapy. We Dr. Honigman, who does functional nutrition. We have Jeff Niznik doing applied kinesiology and allergy elimination technique. And we even have Ashley Rozzi, who's been booked doing her Zyto scans. She does a great job with weight loss, but overall naturopathic doctor. So a complete lineup here of healthcare professionals. Make your appointment. The great thing with these professionals is they will find out what the underlying cause is and help create a strategy customized to meet your needs of where you are so you can move in the right direction towards wellness. So really excited about the team we have on board. We have a variety of products that you can call. We're doing free shipping right now. Also, you can call in and do curbside pickup. In addition, you can come in and shop live, right? You can come in. We are open to the public. You do not need to be a patient or have an appointment or been here before. You can come in brand new. Great thing is we have people on staff that can answer any of your questions. Tracy, we have a tremendous amount of free literature. That's something I really want to stress because all the orders going out, get a Holistic Truth magazine and some free samples, but we're big on education. You want to touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Our goal is to not only educate doctors and their staff, but to have that education flow through to their patients and clients. So we have everything from handouts, tech sheets. We have consumer health alerts, the Holistic Truth magazine. there's just so much information. And I know Dr. Weiner was huge on information. So I know you're having a book sale. There's handouts at the Weiner Wellness Center that Dr. Weiner put together himself. So those are kind of collector's items, I would consider them.
Absolutely. I got some of his books right behind me that I'm going to keep for the library and for the museum one day. But, you know, Doc was a big educator. I know you love education, so do I. But I don't think we'd fit real well in today's classrooms in the school district. But we get the opportunity to teach people and the masses, and that's what we're here to do. If you have any questions, give us a call at 412-922-9355. That's 412-922-WELL. And we'll get you on your way to wellness. So we appreciate the opportunity to help people. Here's my background. I know you're shocked, Tracy. 30 years experience with this face. Can you believe it already? I mean, 30 years ago, you were a baby 30 years ago. So December we'll celebrate, and I'm sure we're going to have a big party. I'm not sure if I get a Rolex or a Mercedes for 30 years. Do you know what it's going to be?
No, what?
I don't know. I'm hoping you guys buy me something.
Oh, okay. Well, if you just give us a hint on what you'd like.
How about a power cleanse, a container of power cleanse?
There you go.
I mean, I love cards. You just got to give me a card. I love cards. That's all. So,
We can do it. I'll make you.
Hint. So 30 years of experience. I graduated from Slippery Rock, which is a state school in Western PA. I went there because they were one of the few schools that were nationally certified for athletic training. My dream was always to be a doctor of physical medicine for a sports team. I got psoriasis and autoimmune condition in college, and that changed my whole career. So I got into a lot of personal nutrition and health, graduated degree in community health, which is now public health. I worked in all aspects of wellness, from the health club to one-on-one personal training through the American College of Sports Medicine. I worked in manufacturing, wholesale, resale, and international sales in sports nutrition. And for the last 20 years, I worked with healthcare professionals like yourself, Tracy, wellness centers like Weiner Wellness Center, and patients throughout the country, helping them implement wellness in their business and in their life. And since 2008, I was a founder of Nutritional Frontiers with Dr. Weiner, and now I own Nutritional Frontiers and Weiner Wellness Center. So I really appreciate all the support. So many great people in my life that have helped me, and I'm just really grateful for all the help that I've gotten over the years. So the mission at Nutritional Frontiers is to continue to making the world healthy. That's what we're trying to do. And this goes in mind, body, and spirit, very consistent with the mission at the Wellness Center. Nutritional Frontier services thousands of healthcare professionals throughout the country, and we're here to do that. So we got a lot of great education on our website. We have events going on throughout the year, including our professional training event, April 10th in Pittsburgh, PA. You want to comment on that a little bit, Tracy, because that's a really exciting event.
Yeah, we are doing a professional training event, which is going to be a live event in Pittsburgh, PA. And it's geared towards healthcare professionals, not necessarily customers directly of ours, but anyone that practices in the healthcare industry, from medical doctors all the way to fitness professionals. This one is called Breaking the Contagion Myths. And we will be touching on everything from germ versus terrain theory, the activation of the metabolic dysfunction, how the immune system communicates, what this virus did to accelerate it. And then we're going to further take that into the different vaccinations that are offered, what we might see coming up in the next year or two, all the secondary issues that arise from the contagion myth, from the financial breakdown to the mental breakdown. And then, of course, we're going to offer NF solutions with that, so that people, have a way to overcome and have hope. Because I think Robert Scott Bell said it best. He said, on both sides of the issue, there's fear. You either are afraid of the virus, or now you're afraid of the vaccination. So we got to stop creating the harbor of fear and start creating a harbor of hope, and giving people solutions to either prevent or offset any damage that may occur, whether it's from a viral infection or a toxic infection. So that's what we're going to be focusing on, and it's April 10th. You can sign up on the Nutritional Frontiers website. If you go to nutritionalfrontiers.com and click the events tab, you can sign up directly right there. One ticket price for your whole staff, It's a great event. We network, we talk, free healthy lunch. It's going to be a great day. 4 hours of concentrated information.
Well, I'm really excited for it. This is a great topic because I think people need to be empowered to make an informed, educated decision. And we're not so much there to steer you one way or the other. We're just there to give you the research and education you need. So regardless of what your decision is, you're going to replace any of your fear with faith. And that's all we're trying to do. So thanks so much for organizing this event. I'm super excited to see you on April 10th. So what is a great pyramid of health? So what it is, it's a lifestyle program. And at the foundation, you see all of the NF for Life lifestyle choices and solutions you get to make every day. And what does that mean? Well, you got to choose what you're going to drink every day and what you're going to eat every day. And the body was designed to move. You got to move, folks. 30 minutes minimum every single day. Of course, we need to have proper bowel movements and elimination. We need to have great sleep. That's where you heal and recover. And emotional wellness, which we touched on earlier today, is my biggest concern for people. You know, the great thing about the mind is that it can be trained and developed at any time, at any age, does not matter. However, the emotional dysfunction is my biggest concern right now. So that's your foundation. It's like you're building a house. You got to build a house with a solid foundation. And then we build the pyramid up with probiotics and enzymes. These are both food-derived and nutritional supplement-derived. And when we say, well, food, well, you got to realize that certain foods, that's why fruits and veggies is so important. The fibrous carbohydrates, the fiber feeds the good bacteria. And we know now from all the research that the bad bacteria is fed by sugars and alcohols. And when you have stress increasing, that decreases the good bug production. So we need a combination of the food for the bacteria and the live bacteria. So probiotics and enzymes will help you absorb, assimilate, and excrete everything that you're doing every day. And then we work our way up. Micronutrients, vitamins, and minerals, vital. They are the spark plugs of your body and catalysts to all activity and all reactions in the body. And then we have the macronutrients, which is your protein, carbs, fats, and fibers. And again, sometimes you get this from food, sometimes you get it from supplements. So Tracy, if you were doing a micronutrient blend, which one would you choose in the form of a supplement?
I would choose Power Cleanse.
Oh man, I've set you right up. Power Cleanse, there you go. I did mine this morning. So I've been doing Power Cleanse and the greens. So that takes care of actually all four of the pyramid, right? Because you're getting pre and probiotics in there with the greens. You're getting enzymes in there. You're getting micro and macronutrients. You're getting essential fats, and you're getting colors. So didn't even realize it. The Power Cleansing Greens will give you all four steps of the pyramid. So that's the idea, folks, is that you got to do food combining and supplement combining to get these food-based supplements to yield exactly what you need. And then that way, if you need something on top, maybe you need blood sugar support, maybe you need help with sleep, you can add in that customized specific formula, condition-specific formula. So the Great Pyramid of Health has all the solutions for you right there. And I love utilizing this for myself and for all my great clients. You know, the thing we got to look at is if you're not getting the results you're getting, and that could be in anything in life, workouts, diet, health. What about your car mechanic? Tracy, if you were taking your car to a mechanic to fix your brakes and they didn't fix them, would you keep taking them back there every week forever?
No, no.
But how often do you see people keep going to the doctor and the specialist for something they have not helped them with, and they keep going?
At least once a year.
Yeah, right? It's like that's the definition of insanity that Albert Einstein talked about years ago. If you're doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, that's insanity. So you need to change the method to change the result, and that's what we're going to talk about today. You know, the United States, I think COVID was just a magnifying glass on how poor of health we are in, right? If you look at the healthcare system alone, And that was the biggest thing we heard about the initial quarantine period. Well, the healthcare system can't handle the overload of sick people, right? So believe what you want, but I didn't see hospitals close. In fact, I have family members that work in hospitals, and they were being told to go home on the weekend. There was no one in there. Now, you may show one or two hospitals that were busy, but for the most part, they weren't. But our healthcare system ranks 37th in the world, and overall, we rank 72nd in health. Tracy, can you name 71 countries?
No, I can't.
All right, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I can't either, right? Maybe
I
after
don't know if I can name 30.
after the Olympics, I can usually name a few, right? But yeah, so we're 72nd, and I didn't make this up. This comes from the WHO, the World Health Organization, right? They come out all the stats every 10 years. We rank 72nd in health, and it doesn't seem like anyone really seems to care.
I know it's kind of disheartening, but I think there are people that care. That's why we're here.
Absolutely. Yep. I think we care a lot. I think people care, but no one's really giving it the attention. And if you look at it, here's the countries that rank there. The U.S. is only 5% of the world's population. We got about, say, 300 million people out of 6 billion. So we're 5% of the world's population. We consume 2/3 of the world's medications, and it's not working. This would be like if you had a party at your house, Tracy, 20 people come over, and one of them ate and drank 2/3 of the food and the booze. Wouldn't that seem a little excessive?
Just a little bit. I didn't invite him back this time for my July 4th party.
It all depends on who it is, right? You know, so it would be like 1 out of 20 people consuming 2/3 of the food and the drinks. And look, Dr. Wine always said, if this model worked, he'd be more open-minded to it. It's not working, folks. Now, where modern medicine is miracle worker is for trauma and acute injuries, not for chronic care. In fact, in JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, in 2004, they stated, we have failed the chronic patient, and 80%, 8 out of 10 office visits to the doctor are for chronic care. So we need a new system, and we have it. You know, the other thing we see quite a bit is, you know, the run for the cure, right? How many times we've seen the race for the cure, the marathon for the cure. We're going to raise all this money for the cancer cure and for the diabetes cure and for MS cure and, you know, cardiovascular cure. Well, why not look at the cause, right? I think oftentimes it's a multi-faction cause, right? You have all these different factors, and now someone who's overweight, someone who has high body fat, someone who already has cardiovascular issues and risk factors, somebody who's sedentary with a poor diet, right? Maybe they have asthma and inflammation. Now they're exposed to COVID. It's a straw that broke the camel's back. Remember, anything can cause anything. When you give the body what it needs, it will heal itself, right? Most issues chronically are caused by two factors: toxicity and nutrient deficiency, and that's what we're going to address today. So when you look at it, you know, most medications deplete a lot of nutrients. So I understand you may need to do them in the short term and sometimes in the long term, but they're contributing to a lot of your nutritional deficiencies. So you take a body that's already deficient in magnesium. It's the #1 deficiency in the world. Magnesium is a mineral that's involved in over 300 biochemical reactions, including it helps muscles actually relax. So when the heart's not beating properly and you have high blood pressure, the first thing to look at, the first cause is low magnesium. Now, when you take blood pressure meds, it further depletes your minerals, and now you may need a second and third medication. So if you're on pharmaceuticals, we got to look at a strategy of how do we deplete what you are diminishing already. You know, the U.S., you look at the medications, you look at the diet, a lot of the food, if you're eating good, healthy food, right, a lot of that food has lost its nutritional content. Tracy, when people come to visit you or you get these Zoom calls or you run into people in public, how often do you hear people that they're eating the standard American diet, right? You're eating cereal for breakfast, subs for lunch, maybe fast food and pizza for dinner. Is that very common?
Yes, very.
Yeah.
But they think it's healthy. They think things like Subway are healthy, and that's kind of like the mindset.
Yeah, and I'm with them, right? I was there years ago. I understand, right? It just, you got to get the education, and you got to be open-minded to learning more. You got to realize too, even if you're eating really healthy food, a lot of the food has lost its nutritional content due to what? Well, over-depleted minerals in soil, right? You're looking at things like herbicides and pesticides, right? You're looking at a lot of this food not being organic. So you have to have a strategy in place to buy some foods organic and make sure at the very least you're not eating processed foods on a daily basis. Let's go to the next slide. Overall, right, you got to look at what are some of the things that are contributing to this depletion of the nutrient content in the foods, right? One of the biggest ones are these, they call terminated seeds, right? So this is where they are using GMOs, genetically modified organisms. A lot of these are illegal in other countries. Dr. Weiner stressed for years that when he lived in France, people's refrigerators were usually bare because they would buy the food every day because there was no preservatives and it would go bad. So you got to realize that a lot of the way the food is grown, right, is contributing to the nutritional deficiencies. So I like to have my own little garden in the summertime. I like to buy from local farmers, buy organic when I can. Like yesterday after work on the way home, I went shopping. I bought organic veggies, cucumbers, mushrooms. I bought blackberries, blueberries. I bought organic spinach and lettuce. And then I went and got organic salmon. That was my dinner last night, right? So you can make it fun. You can make it easy. It can taste really good. But you got to buy organic when you can. And this is why they are depleting the nutrient content and increasing your toxicity, even with some of the food we think is good. In addition, you have so many environmental factors. So we say you can run, but you can't hide. We are swimming in a sea of toxicity, right? They look at all the different contaminants we're exposed to. In fact, the blood of a newborn baby will have over 200 different known chemicals and carcinogens in it. So the key is to have a strategy in place that helps limit our exposure to toxins and supports our body's ability to detoxify and increase our nutritional content of all of our food and supplements. Go to the next one. This is just some of the extra stats we're talking about. 75% are known or suspected to be toxic to the developing human brain, right? So all the different chemicals released in. And a lot of these things that are actually studied are studied one by one. What about when you get the synergy of combining these toxins over a period of time, right? They're saying 1 + 1 isn't 2. 1 + 1 could equal 50, right? Like you take somebody who's a cigarette smoker, exposed to chemicals, maybe they install commercial carpeting every day, right? And they suffer from asthma and a poor diet. The negative synergy of all that exposure, puts them at much greater risk than just one of these chemicals by itself. This is the standard American diet, and I'm not saying we never eat any of these foods and we never go to a pizza party. However, if this is what you're eating every single day at every meal, you need to change. You need to change immediately. And a lot of this food is contributing to diabetes, obesity, toxicity. What about the emotional dysfunction? The emotional wellness people are suffering from. A lot of it could be the additives in the food, the blood sugar fluctuations, so be really smart with your food choices. And there's no food on this chart right here. These are all what I call processed junk foods, right? So if you're going to eat these, very, very sparingly. I find that over time, the less you eat of these, the worse you feel, and you probably don't want them. And maybe you want to cook your own healthier version of a burger or make your own foods and salads and things like that. So be careful when you're buying these types of processed junk, because it's contributing to your toxicity levels, and it's depleting a lot of your nutrients. So we have a solution. It's called our NF for Life program. Tracy, this is how you practice in your clinical experience. So can you touch a little bit on the NF for Life program? Because I use this program every day. And even though I've been in the field of wellness for 25 years when we came out with this, I've really learned a lot, especially from some of these magazines. And I'm really thankful that you put these together because they're great tools, and we're putting those in every order. So if you do a mail order or you do a curbside pickup or you come in the shop, everyone gets a copy of the Holistic Truth. Can you touch on it a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was in 2019, we put together the NF for Life program, and it was 4 magazines. It was based on how I practiced. So when the client would come in initially, I would do a reset with them. So I would reset their nutrition, reset their lifestyle, their sleep patterns, their exercise patterns. And I would also help them kind of reset their emotional wellness utilizing essential oils and Bach flowers. And then we would reset the mindset that, there is hope, that we can move forward in health by utilizing good nutrition and lifestyle change. The second visit, they would come in and we would remove things that didn't need to be there. So this is where we might cleanse and restore. We might remove things from the GI tract. We could remove heavy metals, candida, parasites, and we would utilize Nutritional Frontiers formulations to do that, like our Candy Kill or our Microgon. And then we would also remove any limiting beliefs that they had about getting healthy and well. And then on the third visit, they would come in, we would rebuild them. So anything that was left over that may have been dysfunctional or impacted by maybe toxins that were in the system or a poor diet, nutrient deficiency, we would use the NF solutions, whether it was GI solutions, joint and bone solutions, brain solutions, to really impact and target those areas that needed a rebuild. And then the last issue was called Recharge. And this was really just, how do we live this lifestyle continually? How do we stay out of the trenches of sabotage and going back to old habits? And it was really about becoming the person you wanted to truly be. Now that you're healthy and well and you feel good, who are you going to be now? So we did this 4-phase program. We certified almost 200 doctors in it. And, it's been very successful. And we've built off of this foundation throughout the last 2 years.
Yeah, I love the program. And I think one of the keys on this one is the remove phase, right? And I've seen you work with people, and sometimes it's removing something from the diet. Sometimes it's removing a person from their life, right? So you got to make sure that you have a coach or a doctor you're working with that can help you make some of these changes, because if you continue to do the same things over and over, you're going to get the same result, right? So I love this program. It gives great strategy. And what you find, Tracy, is that when you get through the program, what happens now? With success comes new challenges, right? Now people want to get a little better shape, or they want to get a little leaner, or they want to add to their workout, they want to travel, they want to get a new job. So I love the program. You can keep recycling them through. That's what I've continued to do over the last 2 years, and you continue to get better results. So I'm going to take a look at, I know this is one of your favorite slides, so I had to update it a little bit for you today. There's all these different foods that whatever you believe in, I believe in God and Jesus. And I find sometimes when my dad says, just stop and smell the roses and look right in front of you. He says, all the answers in life are right in front of your face. Don't look too far ahead. So when I thought about that, my dad's a really simple guy. When he talks, I listen, because he doesn't talk often, but when he does, it's very powerful. And when I started doing this in nature, I looked at all the different foods, and they usually correlate with the organ system. I mean, look at a sweet potato. What's that great for blood sugar? Well, pancreas, right? You look at citrus and breast tissue. You look at ginger, and it almost looks like the stomach. And one of my favorite examples is tomatoes looking like the heart, and walnuts looking like the brain. Just look at, kidney beans, they call them kidney beans because they look like your kidneys, right? And they're good for flushing out the kidneys. So look at whole foods and, have fun with it. Correlate them between what type of organ are they helping out with. We'll go to the next one. And there's some more examples there. And, there's all types of great examples of this, celery for the bones. And, this goes on and on. So you want to eat a variety of fresh fruits and veggies. Fresh and frozen is actually pretty good too. The distant third would be canned food. So try and eat fresh or frozen whenever you can. So I'm old enough to remember the Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, right? 1976 Olympics in Montreal. I was a little kid back then. And I remember everyone wanted to eat Wheaties because, the decathlon champion was on the box. But as I got older and wiser and started being able to read labels, I realized, well, what exactly is in this breakfast of champions? And what I found is a lot of it's just processed carbohydrates and sugar. There's no good levels of protein in there. There's no good fiber. There's no good fats. And there's really even no good carbohydrates. So, folks, the number one choice for breakfast in America is still cereal. Please, if you do one thing today, learn you can't eat cereal for breakfast, okay? I recommend everyone does a shake because we want to do a shake because we know exactly what's in there. We just, by combining power cleansing greens for about $3 a day. Could you ever go out for breakfast, Tracy? Do you ever get breakfast for $3?
No, not unless it was at a really disgusting fast food place.
Even then, it may cost more than $3, right? So for $3, you can get power cleansing greens, which gets you all of the steps of the pyramid. You get your multivitamin and mineral. You get your pre and probiotics. You get your enzymes. You get your micro and macronutrients, your phytonutrients, and your essential fats. Plus, it tastes good. Here's mine from this morning. Going to do another one this afternoon. And it controls blood sugar. And what it does most importantly is it tells your body to burn fat, not by stimulants, but by giving the body exactly the nutrients it needs. Folks, food is information. If you give your body processed carbohydrates and sugar and bad fats, it's going to tell the body to store fat. When you give the body the right nutrients, it tells it to burn fat. How's your energy after you have one of these shakes?
It's great. I felt a lot better once I started the combination, and it holds me over. Like, usually my schedule runs and I'll skip lunch, and my husband's like, don't eat at 2:00 now. I was like, oh, I'm hungry now. So, but I love it. Tastes great and filling.
Yeah, so I do this in the morning after my workout, and then I'm good for about 3 to 4 hours, and I have lunch, and then I may do one in the afternoon, and I go have dinner. So you can do 1 or 2 of these shakes a day. You can do 3. If you're behind schedule for the beach, a wedding, maybe a reunion or a special birthday, and you want to lean up a little more and clean out, do the power cleansing greens. Do 1 to 3 shakes a day, and you'll be pleasantly surprised with the results. When we look at it overall, someone called today and I answered the phone here, and it says, are you a doctor? I says, no, but I train doctors. And they laughed a little bit. And they said, well, that's good because the doctors don't get a lot of training in nutrition. Actually, they do not. Medical doctors get little or no training in nutrition. I have an undergraduate degree from Slippery Rock, a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition. I went through the American College of Sports Medicine's program and the American Academy of Anti-Aging program. And in addition, I worked under Dr. Jeffrey Bland and Dr. Wilder for years. So I have a lot of education in nutrition. But don't expect to go to your allopathic medical doctor and get any kind of nutritional advice. So you need to go to a nutritionist or a functional medicine doctor or a naturopath to get the advice because we have the training. How do we know? Well, I'll tell you one thing. The last people to the nutritional party was the American Medical Association. However, back in June of 2002, almost 20 years ago, the AMA changed their position for the first time in 40 years, Tracy. They went from eat right to eat right and take a multivitamin. So 20 years ago, the AMA told people you need to take a multivitamin. The problem is they didn't tell people which one to take. So at Nutritional Frontiers, you can get your multivitamin or power cleanse, We also have the original Frontier Multi, which is for everybody. We have the Woman's Complete. So there are a lot of different options of which multivitamin and mineral to take, because you got to make sure, first of all, ours are in veggie capsules. Do people prefer veggie caps or tablets? I think people prefer a veggie cap. Second, we have the right amounts of the vitamins and minerals and other ingredients in the right forms to maximize absorbability, assimilation, and elimination, and nothing that you don't want in a multivitamin. Just look at some of these labels on Centrum or One A Day, and you'll see you don't want to take it if it has mag oxide or cal carbonate. So let's go to the next one. In addition, folks, if you're on prescription medications, it's okay. But look at the top 4 nutrients they are depleting, right? So if you're on any cardiovascular med, cholesterol med, diabetic med, or antidepressant, it depletes CoQ10. A direct effect of that is fatigue, muscle aches, and joint pain. So you go back to the doctor, they tell you, oh, you're getting older, you need to take a nap. No, you're depleting CoQ10 levels. So the top 4 nutrients that are depleted by medications are CoQ10, vitamins, minerals, and probiotics. So if you're on more than one medication, the odds of having an effect of that medication are 100%. You need to make sure you're supplementing to at least overcome the deficiencies caused by the pharmaceuticals. Did you find it very commonly that people would come in on more than one medication?
Yes, I do. And, what I think is we have to get away from the mindset that nutrition is some sort of prescription, and it's not. And I think a lot of practitioners get scared to use basic nutrition when, we really all need it. You can't live without food. So I love when you say to somebody, oh, food doesn't matter in your diet. Well, stop eating and drinking for a few days and tell me how you feel. So, yeah.
Yeah, and someone was asking me the other day, is iron going to make me sick? I says, it's in food. Why would God put iron in food to make you sick, right? It's not going to make you sick. So you got to look at, these are food-based nutraceuticals, vitamins, and minerals. Doesn't mean you can take everything under the sun. I don't recommend that. I'm more of a health pyramid guy, right? Foundation nutrition, but you need vitamins and minerals. You need probiotics and CoQ10. You can get all those just in 1 or 2 of our formulations, right? The Woman's Complete has them all in there, right? So make sure you're at least getting the foundation nutrients you need, especially if you're on medications. So we go through this next step here. We go to the next one. We go back to the pyramid, right? Probiotic and enzymes at the foundation, micro and macronutrients, essential fatty acids. They're called essential because you need to take them in your diet. Your body can't produce them. In addition, the phytonutrients, all the different colors of the rainbow, all have different benefits. The more colorful foods you can eat that are non-processed, I'm talking fruits and veggies, the better off you'll do. And if you're concerned with blood sugar from things like fruit, do what I do. I eat a lot more berries now. I love organic blueberries, blackberries, strawberries. That's most of the fruit that I eat. So, however, I find that people are concerned with fruit are eating a lot of processed sugar. So remember, the fruit has fiber and phytonutrients in there. It's not all sugar. It's fiber and phytonutrients. And if you don't overconsume it, it's not going to have an impact negatively on your blood sugar. So we're looking at it, you got to look at all aspects of your life, right? Physical, mental, emotional. Being healthy is as simple as eating wisely, staying active, managing stress, getting enough rest. And look, the difference what separates really your goals from your accomplishments, right, is discipline, right? Let me do it today. Let me be disciplined to stick with it today, Tracy. And let me be consistent so I can repeat it over and over. My friend has a podcast and she was being interviewed and someone says, well, how did you get that body? And she told them exactly what she did for one day. Then she says, repeat it 1,000 times. It's only 3 years. Okay? 3 years from now, if you're still alive, you're going to be here anyway, you might as well start today. And she said, it's just consistency and discipline. That's it. You only got to do it today. That's it. Tomorrow's a new day. Don't worry about tomorrow. So many people ask me, Tracy, well, how long do I have to do this for? My answer is as long as you want to feel good.
Forever.
Just today. Tomorrow will be today, right? Just for today. So it's all aspects of your life, right? It's looking at your emotions. It's looking at your sleep patterns, your digestion, right? You can't out-medicate a bad diet, so the diet's important. You got to be hydrated. We're 70% water, and most people don't drink enough water every day. The first sign that you're hungry is that you're really thirsty. So drink some water and wait 10 or 15 minutes and see if you're really hungry. So you got to make sure that you address all the foundations, and don't look at it like it's a punishment, right? I was watching this interview the other day, and the guy brought the interviewer, and he brought him in a protein shake. And the guy says, oh, some guys bring in beer and cigars. You brought protein shakes in. He says, I only get one body. He says, I'm going to treat it right. He says, I'm going to fuel it every day with my protein shakes, right? So it's all a matter of perspective. Don't look at it as punishment. Reward yourself, folks. Reward yourself. So we talked about water. You're 70% water. All your cells need fluid. How much water do you need, Tracy? I say cut your weight in half, and that's about how many ounces. So for me, about 100 ounces a day. But, some days I get a little more and some a little bit less. Len Branswitz would always tell me when I was at his office, he would say, he called channeling, right? He's like, just sip water all day. He's like, that's all you got to do. Don't make it too complicated. When we were younger, I know when you're in the bodybuilding, we used to carry the water gallon around with us and have to drink that the whole day. You don't have to go crazy with water. The days you're sweating more or working out or outside more, you need more. And actually, even if you're outside during the cold weather, you need more water. But make sure you're consistently drinking water throughout the day. And if you're not drinking any now, start with 2 bottles per day. And I like now that people carry around their water bottles with them, because you need to consume it every day. So, when you look at it overall, you need to make sure you're having your water, your micronutrients, and your macronutrients in right combinations. And this is a good reason even to do 1 or 2 appointments with someone like Jeff Niznik or Dr. Honigman or Tracy via Zoom or Ashley Rozzi. Just call the Wine and Wellness Center at 412-922-WELL. That's 412-922-9355. And meet with someone at least once or twice and have them customize a program for you. When people always ask me, what do you eat? It goes back to the whole foods, right? But I always like to look at the different types of macronutrients. I was talking to somebody recently, Tracy, you get a kick out of this, and we're talking about carbohydrates. And I said, get all your carbs from fibrous sources. This is, what do you mean? I said, vegetables. They says, those don't contain carbohydrates. I said,
Weight Watchers, they're free, Jamie. They're no points.
Yeah, well, I agree. Like, that's one thing I agree with. You can eat almost as much veggies as possible. Just cut back on the starches. Unless you're an elite athlete and you're training excessively 2 hours a day, you don't need as much carbs as you need. So first of all, you can use, that's why all these diets are out there, right? But protein's the foundation, because that's your repair mechanism. Protein rebuilds all your tissue, your muscle, your organs, your brain, your skin, your hair, your nails, all those things. So we all need protein. Depending on how much muscle you have, I say moderate protein is the way to go. Now, you can choose carbohydrates or fat for energy. I like to use the fibrous carbs, a lot of veggies, a lot of salads, and low to moderate fruit intake. You don't need to go crazy. And then the fat intake, I don't like to go too high in fat. I know people talk keto these days. I do a modified program. I'm trying to go low or no sugars, right? And moderate fat, lower carbs, and moderate protein. That works for me. Everybody is different. I like to get my fat sources in from fish, oils, avocados, nuts and seeds, and sometimes eggs on the weekend. But that's what we're here for, is to help customize a program for you based on where you are and what your goals are, because everybody's different. What's your thoughts on combining the macronutrients? What do you do?
I like to eat less carbs at night because I'm less active. So I'll start out with my shake in the morning. I usually have some sort of protein and veg and a carb in the middle of the day, maybe a piece of fruit and some vegetables in between as a snack. And then at night, we'll have a protein and a vegetable. And if there is a carb, I go light on it, or I'll eat a little bit of it. But I am not a big kind of like food combiner where I'm against anything. I think there is nutrient timing, and I think based on your activity level, you need more of stuff. Like if I'm working out with weights, or if I'm running, I'm going to take in more protein on my weight training days and maybe a little more carbs on my running days. So I think there is something to it, but I'm not big on no carbs, high protein, high fat. I'm more of like, if it's good, it's created by God, and it's not loaded with chemicals, pesticides, hormones, and antibiotics, you can eat it and you're going to be all right.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to make this too complicated. If I'm training someone or training myself for a specific elite level, that's a little bit different. But for 90% of the population out there, don't make it too complicated, folks, right? A lot of veggies, a lot of salads, a lot of greens, moderate fruit, some good solid proteins, and then you can adjust your fat and starches according to what your goals are. If you want to lose weight, drop the starch. If you want to gain weight, increase them. If you want to maintain, go low to moderate. So it's really a simple program. Don't make it too complicated. I think the reason a lot of people make it complicated is because they want immediate, quick results, and that's not the way to go. But we look at it overall, you got to maintain all these different foundations of the NFL Life protein. NFL Life program, right? So go to the next slide. And, I think the emotional wellness, the sleep are really keys, but, everything is. They're all parts of the program. I was just talking to somebody, and they said, a friend of mine only has one bowel movement per week. I was like, oh, my God. Like, we got to fix that right away, folks. You should have elimination every day at least once, some people 2 or 3 times, but you can't go more than a day or two without having those bowel movements. So when we look at it overall, the rule of thumb with food, like you said, is quality, quantity, and timing. So we all know high quality food. We all know we can't eat plates and plates of food. I think where people get jammed up a little bit was with the timing. I recommend every 2 to 4 hours you should have a meal or a snack. Now, some people can go a little longer, some go a little bit shorter. That's okay. It could be 2 to 5 hours. But, if you're doing any intermittent fasting, eventually you have to break the fast, and that's where the quality and quantity comes in. So I like people eat a little more frequently, smaller amounts. That way you can digest, absorb, assimilate, and excrete. If you're overeating at any one time, it tremendously slows down your metabolic rate. So you don't want to overeat at any one sitting. So we talk about supplement labels overall. We go to the next slide. I'm not going to go too deep into this because of time factor, but, you got to make sure that you have the right dose of the right ingredients, the form and other ingredients. I ask people to bring in, someone called the other day about their daughter takes a gummy vitamin. So she brought the label in, Tracy. 6 grams of sugar, number one. I said, well, it's all sugar. Number 2, terrible forms of the vitamins. Cyanocobalamin for B12, folic acid for folic acid, right? I said, so first of all, you have a lot of toxins in here. Second of all, I said, you don't have the right forms of the ingredients or the right, I said, you're better doing nothing. Well, she likes it because of the taste. I says, eat M&Ms or Skittles. I mean, there's no nutritional value in this. So bring your vitamins in. You can email me your labels. You can do them by Zoom with us. We'd be more than happy to look at it because we will help you be able to read the labels, which is really important for this process. We talked about probiotics and enzymes. We have Probzyme, which is both. We have Cybezyme, which is both. We have the Superbiotics, which I take every morning. So we have a probiotic and enzyme for everybody. We have chewables. We have capsules. You can open the cap and use the powder if you want. We have them in the powder in the greens. So a lot of different ways to get probiotics and enzymes in. In addition, we talked about the micro and macros from Power Cleanse has them all in one. Then you can go a la carte if you want. You can use the Super Shake, the Keto, or the Best Way. And then we have all the micronutrients, everything from the Frontier Multi, the Woman's Complete, Frontier Minerals, Mag Complete. So many different ways to get your macro and micronutrients in. Well, essential fatty acids, I keep this really simple for people. Do you want a liquid or a soft gel? If you want a liquid or you need the highest dose for anti-inflammatory effects, do the Omega-3 2800 by Nutritional Frontiers. These are all third-party, independently tested for things like mercury, PCBs, dioxins. They're all clean, and they are very high potency. Do not buy your fish oil at Costco's or Walmart, because you're going to get is a really poor quality. It will be cheap, but we always say the most expensive one is the one that doesn't work or makes you more toxic. So there's my recommendation. The omega-3, if you are a vegan or vegetarian, use the Frontier Flax. One of our up-and-coming rising superstars of formulations is New Lean Greens. I love this formula. It has all the superfoods in it. Tastes great. Has proprietary detoxification blend in it. Has pre and probiotics in it. Enzymes. I mean, there's nothing that's lacking except for the macronutrients. That's why I put it right into the Power Cleanse. We got the oranges for energy. The purples is another one we don't talk enough about. That's great for brain, ADD, anxiety, circulation, and skin. And then we have the reds, which is your foundation for everything. So if you don't eat fruits and veggies, you can do any one of these at any time. And then we go to condition-specific wellness solutions. This is where we get down to the nitty-gritty of what are some of your major concerns. So if it's adrenal, thyroid, and hormones, maybe you have problems with blood sugar. A lot of people have issues with GI. It could be weight, right? So once we get the foundations and a great pyramid of health done, then we can add in the wellness solutions for you. And this is an example of our most common one is our immune wellness solutions, because regardless if you're doing the vaccine or not, if you've had COVID or not, everyone needs a boost to their immune system. And I do a lot of these for prevention. I do one a day of the Immunomax, vitamin C, D, and Super Zinc. So you can do this one a day for prevention. If you're getting signs and symptoms of being sick, you just increase your dose. And then we have a whole host of over 50 patented, research, trademarked ingredients, Tracy. These are what really make us more unique than even some of the other professional health companies out there. These are not ingredients you find routinely from the big box store, from the vitamin shop, or online. So these have a lot of research behind them to prove that they're safe and more effective than in generic form. So thanks so much for having me on this week. I can't believe we're coming to a close, but you did an incredible job. Very thankful and appreciate all your help.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that lecture. That was great. So remember, you can find all these products at the Weiner Wellness Center. You can stop in, you can talk to one of the professionals there, or you can order your products simply by calling the Weiner Wellness Center at 412-922-WELL. You can do curbside pickup. They'll ship them to your doorstep. So however we can get your nutrition plan to you, there's several ways to do it. Right, Jamie?
That's right. Remember, Dr. Google and Dr. Amazon don't interact and have a relationship with you. We're here to help you, right? You can buy products from anywhere. However, to get the results you want, you need a team behind you. We're here to support you.
That's right. Well, thank you so much. And Dr. Honigman is coming up next. So everybody stay tuned because Dr. Honigman is going to be sharing how to help your immune system work better. So stay tuned for that because it's going to be another amazing lecture, and he's going to finish out our day for us. Stay tuned, and we'll get him all set up, and he will be back at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We are coming to an end. I can't believe it. And for our final presentation, we saved the best for last. Dr. Honigman is back, and he is going to be talking to us about how to maintain how to help your immune system work better. So I think this is, for a time such as this is very relevant. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Thank you for finishing out the Weiner Wellness Summit with us. And I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you, Tracy. And of course, this is my pleasure. So yes, we're going to talk about how to help your immune system work better. And the reason I've chosen this topic today is because of the ongoing threat of COVID-19 and the mutations that are taking place. But along with that, don't forget, there are many, many other viruses and nasty microbes that circulate during this time of the year. So I thought this would be a good time for us to go over how to help your immune system work better. And as you look at this slide, I love this slide. These are colorized versions. These microbes do not look like this, but they sure are pretty. As I'm looking at them now, the one that is in blue is a T cell, one of your warrior cells from the adaptive immune system that we'll be talking about later. And that green blob, I guess it's not really a blob. That green, what you see in green, is actually a warrior of the innate immune system called the neutrophil. And it looks like they're tag teaming on that nasty microbe in purple, pinkish purple, known as Staphylococcus A. And it looks like it's doing a pretty good job of killing it, of ingesting it and getting rid of it. So briefly, this is who I am. I am Dr. Joseph Honigman, and I'm a functional wellness nutritionist and a lifestyle-oriented doctor. I have approximately 40 years experience in the natural healthcare field, and I use safe, natural, effective methods focusing on optimizing the health of your whole body. I have specialized training in functional wellness and nutrition, integrative medicine, stress management, such as relaxation, meditation, and deep breathing, diaphragmatic breathing techniques. And I also hold a Master of Public Health degree with a major in epidemiology. My goal for you, as well as for me, is always healthy transformation of body, mind, and spirit. So let's get to our topic, which is your immune system. And your immune system is generally recognized to have two main parts. And they are innate immunity and adaptive immunity. One's not any better than the other. They're both very important and absolutely essential for your well-being and to keep you alive. Innate immunity. This is something that's already present in your body. Listen to that word, innate. You can almost hear that it's something already there. It's inborn, a natural, intelligent immunity. It's a generalized, a rapid response. It's not very specific. However, it's ready to rock and roll as soon as something dangerous or foreign and dangerous enters into our body. So whatever that nasty microbe or pathogen is, a similar defense is going to be given. It's going to be mounted. So the innate immunity will bring the same barriers and weapons to the fight. However, without a strong innate immune response, you simply could not survive. A key concept about your innate immune system is that its primary goal and responsibility is to eliminate the invader before it ever damages your cell. So this means that the fight is taking place outside of your cells. So a strong innate immune system could mean the difference between being exposed to some nasty microbe, such as a virus, and remaining asymptomatic, meaning having no symptoms at all, or only having mild symptoms, compared to having the full-blown version of the illness. So, obviously, We want a healthy, active, innate immune response. And these are some of the ways that your innate immune system does its job. It has physical barriers, such as your skin and your eyelashes and body hair. It provides defense mechanisms, such as mucus and bile and gastric acid. In fact, I believe gastric acid, the pH is somewhere between 1.5 and 3.5, which will kill many of the bacteria and nasty microbes that enter through your food into your mouth and make its way into your stomach, where that gastric acid resides. So that is an important part of our innate immune response. I'll deviate just a little bit. What happens if you take an acid-suppressing drug, such as a proton pump inhibitor, such as Nexium, and you take it for an extended period of time? It's going to reduce your stomach acid. And amongst the many other bad things that will do, in addition to it reducing your ability to digest food, it's going to allow more nasty bacteria to enter into your gut. So that gastric acid at 1.5 to 3.5, we want to keep it there. Now let's talk a little bit about fever. Fever actually enhances your blood cells to kill pathogens. So it actually helps to activate the white blood cells, fever. And in and of itself, it can inhibit the growth of pathogens. It creates an unwelcome environment for the pathogen. Now that takes us to the warrior cells of your innate immune system. They get most of the glory. And many of these can respond quickly and broadly when a problem arises. And they include your neutrophils, your eosinophils, your dendritic cells, your monocytes, and your macrophages. So we simply don't have enough time to go over each one of those warrior cells in detail. So I'm going to use, as an example, the macrophage. The macrophage is a large cell that can circulate throughout your body looking for potential threats like bacteria and viruses. And once they are found, the macrophage will engulf and destroy them like a microbe-eating Pac-Man. And because macrophages can roam outside of the circulatory system, this allows them to hunt with less limits. So they are voracious eaters and hunters of nasty microbes. But in addition to their ability to ingest and get rid of these nasty microbes, the macrophages can also signal and recruit other cells to aid in the removal of pathogens such as viruses and bad bacteria. Macrophages are actually central regulators in T cell activation. And the T cells are part of our adaptive immune system that help get rid of the pathogen. Oh, let's take a look at what a macrophage may look like. Okay, so you can see that this macrophage here is about to ingest some nasty microbe. I'm going to call this a virus. Looks like a virus to me. And it's going to use a process called phagocytosis, in which it's going to ingest it. So it's going to use, sometimes it will use its things called tentacles, actually these tentacle-like appendages that will wrap around, fit into the receptors of the virus, and then it's going to form a membrane around the virus. And that's going to enable it to enter into the macrophage. And so that's going to be called a phagosome. And that's formed by the fusion of the cell membrane around the intruder. Now, once that phagosome is inside the macrophage is going to release its lysosomes, which are going to attach to the phagosome and release these chemicals that are going to destroy the virus or whatever's been caught. So the lysosome is going to contain things like digestive enzymes, microbiocidal chemicals, and toxic oxygen radicals. And that's how our macrophage Pac-Man does its job. Now, there's another warrior cell I want to go over because it has a little to do with your adaptive immune system, but it is really actually part of your innate immune response. And these cells are called the natural killer cells. Wow, what a name. Natural killer cells. They actually belong to the same family of white blood cells as our T and B cells from our adaptive immune response, but they respond, the natural killer cells respond very quickly to a threat, and they already contain the weapons of their choice, which are these cytotoxic granules, which will kill the pathogen, such as a virus-infected cell. That's why they're generally considered to be part of the innate immune response. They're ready to rock and roll as soon as something bad enters. They already have their weapons with them. The natural killer cells will also secrete cytokines. You're going to hear this term again, this word again. And simply put, cytokines are molecules that allow your cells to talk to each other, to exchange messages. And these cytokines, because they provide valuable information, can enhance the immune response of other immune cells, such as the macrophage. So now they can work together. Recent evidence has shown that these natural killer cells also develop long-lasting and antigen-specific memory to viruses. So they can do lots of things. Okay? They can respond quickly to a threat. They can kill the threat with cytotoxic granules. They can get other cells to help. They can recruit other warrior cells. And they have memory. So if that nasty virus or bacteria rears its ugly face again, it's going to be there quicker. And it's already quick. So natural killer cells make up an important part of your innate immune system. Oh, look, here we have a natural killer cell in a photograph. Again, it's a colorized photograph. Still, looks lovely to me. You can see it's the appendages and what it looks like. This is a natural killer cell in action. So the green outline, that's actually the natural killer cell. And it's going to attack and kill the cancer cell that's outlined in blue. So this is just another picture of the natural killer cell. This time it's in action, doing its job. And that brings us to adaptive immunity. It's different than your innate immune response, but it's important to note that they are working together. They are working in harmony to keep you safe and well. But sometimes the innate immune response is just not enough. So that pathogen manages to make its way into your cell. And once it does, that's when this second part of your immune response, which is known as the adaptive immune response, is going to come into play, and it's going to shine. It's going to bring the weapons of its choice, and it's going to be specific to the threat. Because it's going to be so specific, it's going to take longer to kick in. especially if it's never seen the threat before, such as a new virus or a new strain of a virus. And this can take even weeks to fully develop because it's specific to that threat. Now, that's important to note because sometimes if you're not aware of that, you might panic a little too early. Like you wake up the next day and you're feeling just awful. And you're thinking like, oh my God, what's happened to me? Am I going to die? You'll know the difference, I'm pretty sure, in most cases. But it could be that this is just the early response, right? Your innate immune system wasn't able to handle it in the fashion that we would have liked it to handle it, which is basically keep you asymptomatic or minimize the symptoms. So now your adaptive immunity needs to kick in, and it takes time. You got to have some patience. Give it a few days. Give it 3 to 4 days in the least amount of time, and see if it starts working. I actually have a 10-day rule. As long as I'm not getting worse and I don't feel absolutely awful, I'm usually not that worried about it. Because I figure my adaptive immune system needs a little bit of that time to do its job. And when it does a marvelous job. Now, once your adaptive immune system has encountered that specific pathogen, that specific variation, it can remember that microbe. It's able to respond much quicker, more powerfully the second time around, and it will bring with it the weapons of its choice against that explicit threat. Now, we're going to talk about the types of cells that make up your adaptive immune response. And that's going to include your B cells and your T cells, and we call them the specialists. You can think of them as the special ops of your immune system, right? These are the Green Berets and the Navy SEALs. They're specially designated, organized, selected, trained, and equipped forces that will neutralize the threat. And once they've encountered that threat, they will use that past interaction to now recognize, neutralize, and kill them in a future encounter much quicker than before and way before any significant damage can be done. Well, it does sound great, but you also have to consider this. The nasty microbes are also adapting. They don't want to be killed. They want to populate. They want to take over. So they're constantly trying to figure out ways to get by your innate immune system, to bypass it, to take over your cells and create more nasty versions of themselves. So responding to a new version of an old foe can still take considerable amount of time and effort, depending on how much that pathogen has mutated into something different. Let's take a look at those B cells or B lymphocytes. And they mature in your bone marrow. So you can think of them as B for bone marrow. And lymphocytes, because this is where a lot of them reside, in your lymphatic system. So these B cells produce antibodies in response to an antigen. And an antigen can be any toxin or foreign substance which induces an immune response in the body. For our talk, the antigens will be a bacteria or a virus pathogen. One of the main functions of antibodies is to attach and bind to the nasty virus, thereby identifying it as a danger so that other parts of your immune system can easily locate it or destroy it. So in other words, the B cells antibodies place a target on the enemy's back, and the target is specific to each type of bacteria or virus. It's kind of like putting a laser target right on that nasty microbe so that the rest of your immune system can easily identify it attack it, and destroy it. This means each antibody is made for one and only one type of antigen, clearly tagging it for removal. So that means a specific antibody for, say, the influenza virus cannot help with the COVID-19 virus. It'll only be specific to the influenza virus, and only if that influenza virus doesn't mutate too much. Now, another important function of antibodies is to neutralize the pathogen, such as a virus, by coating the receptors and blocking the ability to attach to the cell, thereby preventing the virus from ever penetrating your cell membrane. So it can do that as well. So these antibodies will attach to the receptor of the virus, and therefore it can't take hold on your cell. So it's neutralizing it while the other cells are coming to destroy it. And it's also placing a target on that nasty pathogen so everybody can easily recognize it. That's going to help get rid of it. Oh, your wonderful immune response cells. And this is a picture of your B lymphocyte, colorized. And now we have a diagram showing an antibody that's produced by your B cells that's going to be specific to this virus, which is the COVID-19 virus. So it's going to attach onto the coronavirus, and it's going to target it so that our other immune response cells can recognize what it is easily, very easily. And in addition, it's going to help prevent it from binding to your cell. So the antibody connects right on to the surface of the invading microbe, the virus or bacteria. Now that takes us to the T cells. And the T cells' major function is to kill the pathogen, such as a virus, once it has entered the cell, which means the T cell is also going to kill your own cell as well. However, that cell is no longer really your cell anyway. It's become a virus-making machine. It's actually become like a zombie virus-making machine. So when the T cell kills your own cell, it's doing it for good reason. There's three main types of T cells, and they include your cytotoxic, helper, and regulatory. Each of them has an essential yet different role in your immune response. So we're going to learn about each of them. The cytotoxic T cell is also known as the killer T cell. When the killer T cell recognizes the infected cell, it's going to produce cytotoxins that kill the infected cell, and as a result, kill the pathogen in the process. Each T cell is created to fight only one type of virus. However, they deliver a more specific and targeted response. So I want you to think of your T cells as part of your special ops division, made specifically to fight only one kind of virus or pathogen that is attacking your body. So they're very, very specialized, they're very specific. It's like being part of a Navy SEAL team that knows the specific enemy that it's going after, the weapons that they may encounter, and what they need to do to go after that specific enemy, that specific virus, and kill it. Could be a problem if all of a sudden, that enemy comes with different weapons and you're not prepared for it. So they're very specialized. But if they find that enemy, they're very, very good at killing it. And this is your killer T cell in orange, right? Going after an enemy. That's a picture of a killer T cell. That's a picture of a natural killer cell. Remember that the natural killer cell is part of your innate immune system, and your killer T cell is part of your adaptive immune system. I used to get them confused. So I thought I would do these slides and kind of contrast them to you so that you know that you have two different types of killer cells. One is the natural killer cell of your innate immune response, and the other is the killer T cell of your adaptive immune response. And they both do a very good job, but they're different. What's more, that's your killer T cell in orange. Now, along with your killer T cells, you have helper T cells, and these are your messenger cells. And when activated, they're going to produce those message-making molecules called cytokines that will signal other immune cells. There's many different types of helper T cells, and they all deliver important information about the invader. When a helper T cell sends out its message, it alerts its matched special ops cytotoxic killer T cell that there is a virus present. So we all know when you go into battle, you have to have a very, very good communication system. If the communication breaks down, you can get lost. So the helper T cell is going to make sure that doesn't happen. It's going to provide the right information to the cytotoxic killer T cell. And if your killer T cell finds and destroys the infected cell, the helper T cell messages the cell to copy itself. This is just amazing. Think about this. The helper T cell gets the correct message to your cytotoxic killer T cell about the virus that it needs to go after and destroy. The cytotoxic killer cell finds the virus, has the right weapon, and does its job. Now, the helper T cell says, great job. Now, this is what you need to do. You need to copy yourself and make an army of killer T cells that are going to be specific to fight that invading virus. So as long as it's the same virus and it hasn't mutated too long, we've got an army of special ops. It's like having an army of Navy SEALs and Green Berets and all the other special ops that are prepared for that specific enemy, that virus. Now, the third type of T cell is your regulatory T cell, and it plays a protective role by shutting off the immune response when it's no longer needed. This prevents an overreaction of your killer T cells to prevent excessive damage to your normal cells and tissues. So, in a nutshell, a healthy and appropriate immune response includes your cell messengers, your soldiers, along with appropriate feedback and repair mechanisms. They all need to be working in harmony, dispensing and receiving information quickly in order to stop and kill the invader. And, of course, it needs to know when to shut down to prevent excessive collateral damage to your own body. So let's review. Your initial goal is to have a strong but balanced innate immune response to prevent the invader from ever taking hold. And if it's very good, you're going to remain asymptomatic. And if you do get symptoms, they'll only be mild. However, if necessary, the next goal is for our adaptive immune response to stop the invader from reproducing, spreading, and killing it. Now, at the same time, it's going to be important to prevent an overreaction of your immune response so it doesn't damage your own tissues. And a problem can occur when there is an overreaction of your immune response, which will result in excessive force. So I think of it like bringing a shotgun to kill a fly, when opening the window may be sufficient and result in a lot less damage to your own personal property. An overreaction of your immune response to a bacteria or virus that is unfamiliar to your immune response can literally result in disaster. So, for example, let's take the Spanish influenza epidemic that occurred in 1918, 1919, and killed as many as 70 million people worldwide. Some died within 24 hours or less because the 1918 flu often rapidly progressed to a deadly form of pneumonia. But most died not because of the influenza virus itself or even the pneumonia, but because the virus was new to their immune system. And our own immune response attacked the influenza with such overwhelming force that not only did it kill the virus, but it killed the person. I think it was especially made worse that it was happening during World War I because there was probably so much stress that people were dealing with on every day. So you have that ongoing stress, you have a suppression of the immune system to begin with, and now you have this new deadly variant of virus that the body's never seen before. And so it reacts with excessive force, and you wind up with this phenomenon called the cytokine storm. Too many messages going to say, kill it, kill it, kill it. And it winds up killing the virus, but also you as well. Why will that occur now? Well, if your immune system is weakened and slowed down by poor diet, dehydration, the stress that we just talked about, being inactive, lack of sleep, lack of certain nutrients, such as vitamin D and A and zinc, it's going to give the nasty microbes an advantage, a heads up. This is because when a pathogen invades, the difference between illness and health is a race between how fast the pathogen can spread and how fast and strong your immune system can react without causing too much collateral damage. Age alone, unfortunately, can be a significant risk factor because as some people age, their innate and adaptive immune response reacts a little slower and a little weaker. And this is going to allow the virus to increase and do more damage. And now, because of that increased amount of virus, ironically, this is going to result in an overreactive immune response later, which in turn can be more deadly than the virus itself. So how do you help your immune system work better? So these are some things that you can do for yourself right now. By far the best thing you can do to improve your immune response is to adopt healthy living strategies that benefit the entire body, along with taking some selected supplements. So an overall strategy may include a healthy diet. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. A healthy diet that's going to be rich in fruits and vegetables and beans and nuts and seeds, as well as high in soluble fiber and omega-3 fatty acids. This can actually help change cells from a pro-inflammatory state to an anti-inflammatory state. This type of diet is loaded with antioxidants and phytonutrients to help fight off an infection and help you heal faster. So I want you to avoid unhealthy foods, and they include sugar, excess alcohol, processed meats, and processed carbohydrates, as we know that these can damage your immune response. Specific things you can do is load up on greens and fermented foods, such as kimchi, sauerkraut, miso, and kombucha, because they contain probiotics, the good bacteria. In addition, I recommend that you take a probiotic along with eating foods that contain probiotics. And the one that I recommend often is if you are fighting off a disease or want to prevent one, you're in the season, that would be Frontier Superbiotics. I believe it contains 50 billion types of 50 billion good bacteria of many different types in one capsule. Guaranteed to remain that way until the expiration date. I think that's phenomenal. Probiotics help improve your immune response in a variety of ways, such as their ability to stimulate the production of antibodies and T lymphocytes. So when you hear that, well, probiotics are actually talking to your immune system and they're working together to help you remain healthy and to fight off nasty invaders, they do. Exercise. Working out moderately for just 20 minutes a day, I think that right there is important. So when you hear the word exercise, oh my God, do I have to work out an hour a day or even a half an hour every day if my schedule is really busy? Well, there's been studies that have shown that if you will actually exercise 20 minutes a day at a moderate pace, that it can boost and enhance both your innate and adaptive immune systems. So regular moderate exercise will elevate and mobilize your T cells, for example. Stay hydrated. As simple as it sounds, it's not always that simple. For example, I don't get thirsty. If I don't have a large container in front of me, I don't drink water. So I have to have a container it's pretty big, right? This big to remind me to drink water. I need that cue. It works for me. So increase your water, your clear broths, and soup intake. Staying hydrated helps your body fluids get your immune cells to where they need to go and function optimally. And quit smoking. You don't need for me to go into detail on that, but it's important. Now we're going to talk about sleep, reducing stress, hand washing, and social distancing if necessary. Sleep. It's when your body heals, repairs, and restores itself and makes more white blood cells and antibodies that attacks viruses and bacteria. It's quite a bit, so it's very important. My recommendation is 7 to 8 hours every night, although more may be needed when you're ill, feeling sick. I mean, 9, 10 hours, that's fine if you need it. Reduce stress. Now, obviously, that's easier said than done. I mean, but it's important because chronic stress can suppress the response of your immune system and its ability to fight disease. So for now, I'm actually recommending that you go to you're on it right now, on the Weiner Wellness Facebook page, choose all videos and scroll down until you find my presentation on Don't Stress Out, how to manage stress and have it work in your favor. So I have a whole presentation on it, and maybe some of that will help you. And as a result, increase your ability to fight disease. Now for the supplements. And these are selected. I could have chosen more, but I've chosen what I thought would be the most important for our talk. First, a multivitamin. This is your insurance for overall nutrition that's required for proper immune function. Deficiencies in certain nutrients can adversely affect several aspects of adaptive immunity, including cytokine production as well as antibodies, such as possibly a deficiency in vitamin A. So to me, it's kind of a foundation, that kind of covers the basis of all the vitamins that you just may not be getting enough of during time of illness or to prevent an illness. My recommendation, Nutritional Frontiers multivitamin, 2 to 6 per day, depending on the level of your health and the quality of your diet. Selenium. Selenium is essential for you to mount a proper immune response. Optimum selenium status helps suppress severe inflammation in tissues, including your lungs and intestine. Now, most viruses are respiratory viruses, so they're going to attack your lungs. And of course, there's a lot of viruses that are what? Intestinal viruses as well. Vitamin D3. You heard it. You heard the hype. But here's the thing. It's true. Listen to the title of a recent article that was published this past November. The title stated, vitamin D insufficiency may account for almost 9 out of 10 COVID-19 deaths. Vitamin D insufficiency may account for almost 9 out of 10 COVID-19 deaths. So vitamin D3 is essential for healthy functioning of your immune system. It helps produce antibodies. Clinical trials have confirmed that vitamin D supplementation reduces the risk of acute respiratory tract infections. In addition, 30 observational studies have shown that incidence, severity, and death from COVID-19 is inversely correlated with serum vitamin D blood concentrations. In other words, the higher concentration of vitamin D you have in your serum, the less likely you're going to have a severe case of COVID-19 or die of it. And the less that you have, the higher the likelihood that you're going to have a severe case or die of it. So what do you do if you're low? And I think at very minimum, you should have a level of 50. It should be between 50 and 90. If you're low, you take 5,000 to 10,000 IUs, and that's now equivalent to 125 micrograms to 250 micrograms. So 500 IUs equals 125 micrograms, because you're going to see it in different ways. And 10,000 IUs is going to be 250 micrograms. And then I recommend that you get tested like every 3 to 4 months, see where your level is. And in general, I'm recommending a blood range between 50 to 80, maybe 50 to 90. For COVID-19 infection, for preventing it, especially in the wintertime, I'm actually recommending that you take 10,000. You can even, and if you've got the problem, I'm recommending that you take up to 15,000 IUs a day. So it depends on the situation. And I'm recommending Nutritional Frontiers Vitamin D3. I have both the liquid form, it's like a tincture that you drop in your mouth, and I also have the little capsules, and they're small little capsules. They contain 5,000 IUs within it. Also, you should know that magnesium assists in activation of vitamin D. Full disclaimer, I recommend magnesium for everything. I don't think I've never not recommended magnesium. I actually think it's the mineral, I think, and even vitamin that most people have a deficiency in. So just in general, you should be taking magnesium. But I recommend it for heart, I recommend it for arrhythmias, I recommend it for diabetes, pretty much recommend it for everything. And now I'm recommending it for your immune system. Quercetin, you may have heard of this. It's gotten a lot of good positive press, and it should. Quercetin is the trifecta of goodness when it comes to your health. It's a well-known antioxidant, it's an antihistamine, and it's an anti-inflammatory, along with having antiviral qualities. So quercetin has been shown to have antiviral effects against both RNA viruses, such as influenza and coronavirus, and DNA viruses, such as herpes and smallpox. So how does it do it? Well, first of all, it actually helps with viral eradication, as well as inactivation and inhibition of viral replication. So it inhibits the virus entry and the virus cell fusion. So once more, it can inactivate the virus. It can prevent the virus from reproducing itself. And it can actually help eliminate the virus. In addition, it can help modulate the inflammatory response, helping to prevent that overreaction of your immune system, otherwise known as a cytokine storm. And I want to say that's a severe overreaction of your immune system. Because sometimes you get little overreactions, it's not going to be a big deal. But if you've got something called a cytokine storm, now you have a severe overreaction. And I'm recommending 1 gram twice a day of this. Okay, so that's 1,000 milligrams twice a day. You can do 500 milligrams, 2 of those, and do that twice a day. Or you can do 1,000 milligrams twice a day. Vitamin C. Always, you're going to see vitamin C, and rightly so. This is a very, very powerful antioxidant. And it's going to support the function of various immune cells, such as your T and B and natural killer cells. Vitamin C enhances the ability to protect against infection. It's been shown to reduce the duration and severity of viral upper respiratory infections. And I'm recommending Nutritional Frontiers Buffered C+, and anywhere from 1 to 3 grams a day. And if you actually have a virus infection, you can do a lot more, but I recommend that you see your healthcare provider to know how much. The plus in Nutritional Frontiers Buffered C are the citrus bioflavonoids, which include hesperidin, rutin, and quercetin. We already talked about how important quercetin. Hesperidin and rutin are powerful antioxidants as well as anti-inflammatories. Zinc now, you've heard of zinc, and it is critical for normal development and function of cells that mediate both innate and adaptive immunity. Zinc has anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, as well as direct antiviral effects. And studies have shown that zinc supplementation reduces the occurrence of acute respiratory infections by 35%. And zinc lozenges have been shown to reduce the duration of common cold and flu symptoms by an average of 3 days. And for those of you who have ever had a nasty version of the flu or other nasty virus, 3 days is a lot, right? So zinc dosage varies according to use. Another excellent supplement to take to prevent viruses or to shorten the duration is a supplement called Immunomax 3. This is a Nutritional Frontiers supplement, and it contains many beneficial constituents to improve your immune response. I'm not going over all of them. I'm just going to choose a few selected ingredients. The first one's going to be maitake defraction. And we all know that maitake comes from a mushroom. This is a highly concentrated source of beta-1 glucans. And research has found that beta-1,6 glucans stimulates the body's first line of defense, your immune response, including the macrophages and our friends, the natural killer cells. And you saw pictures of both the macrophages and the natural killer cells. It also contains olive leaf extract, which is going to work directly against unwanted microbes. Olive leaf extract is a potent antimicrobial, but it's also going to stimulate your own protective cells, the phagocytes, to ingest them. What are your phagocytes? Well, we know that macrophages are a phagocyte. Well, so are your neutrophils. And I believe the dendritic cells are as well. And probably others. Arabinogalactans. This substance supports the immune system by increasing the number of immune cells and limiting unhealthy cell replication. And again, it's part of the Immunomax 3 supplement. Dosage, take 2 capsules 1 to 2 times per day. You probably can take more if you are in the midst of a viral infection. Okay, remember those phagocytes, those are like Pac-Man, like cells, engulfing, ingesting the nasty microbe. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about elderfruit, which I think is the last one. Elderfruit has long been used to treat influenza and reduce the duration and intensity of influenza. You've all heard of it for that purpose. However, recently you may have heard that it's best to avoid elderberry for COVID-19 because it could create a cytokine storm, which is that severe overreaction of your immune response to a threat. However, this is the bottom line. The cytokines that are elevated with elderberry have not been shown to be the same cytokines elevated in a coronavirus storm. And that's according to the prestigious medical journal, The Lancet. And as far as I could find, there are no reported cases or associations of elderberry and a cytokine storm. In contrast, we know elderberry to be effective in preventing and shortening the duration and severity of colds and flus. So I actually recommend that you keep it on hand. Elderberry, in my opinion, is best used with the first onset of symptoms. Many of these are going to be best when the symptoms first appear. But elderberry, shines when they first appear. Now, if you're worried about it affecting your immune response and causing an overreaction, I simply recommend taking it for 4 to 5 days and then stopping. Because if the virus continues to get stronger, it's going to take 4 to 5 days for your adaptive immune response to kick into gear anyway, and for it to become a problem. So I have elderberry in my vitamin and supplement shelves. So this is a summary of the recommended supplements. By the way, they're all on sale now for 30% off. 30%. I'm not sure about the elderberry, might be 20%. But I know for sure all the others are 30%. And the number to call is 412-922-9355. And that's Nutritional Frontiers multivitamin. Dosage will be 2 to 6 per day, depending on the level of health and quality of your diet. Selenium is going to be 100 micrograms per day minimum. You have to be careful with selenium. You can overdose with selenium. Nutritional Frontiers, vitamin D3. Dosage is going to be anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000 a day. Quercetin dosage is going to be 1 for at least this time right now, this time of year. 1 gram twice a day. Nutritional Frontiers Buffered C, 1 to 3 grams a day, and more if you actually are experiencing symptoms. Nutritional Frontiers Zinc, the doses will vary according to use. I can't do better than that right now, although to begin with, you could take 1 a day. Nutritional Frontiers Immunomax 3, the dosage is take 2 capsules 1 to 2 times per day. It's a great way to start. If you need more, contact your provider and they can tell you how much you can take. And the elderberry dosage is going to depend on use and the product. In addition, you can help your immune system work better by making an appointment with me. I'm Dr. Honigman, and I can help you improve your immune response to a pathogen invader, as well as decrease an inappropriate response due to a chronic inflammatory condition, such as rheumatoid arthritis. So whether it's an acute reaction or a chronic condition that you've had for a long time, I can help you. In addition, whether your goal is to optimize your already good health, review your supplement regime, or to address the root cause of a chronic problem such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, gastrointestinal problems, I can help you. And as I began this presentation, my goal for you and for me is always healthy transformation of body, mind, and spirit. Call the Weiner Wellness Center, 412-922-9355. The fees are very reasonable. The supplements are on sale for 30% off and will remain so until the end of next Saturday. So we are continuing the sale for 1 entire week. God bless everybody. Have a great weekend. And it's been my pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Honigman. That was such great information. And please get in touch with Dr. Honigman if you would like a health consult at the Weiner Wellness Center. As always, so informative. So thank you for sharing your knowledge today.
Thank you, Tracy. Again, it's been my pleasure.
All right. So guys, the sale continues, as you heard Dr. Honigman say, for another week until next Saturday. Deep discounts, 30% off supplements and CBD. Thank you for joining us for a week of education. We are so excited to be able to bring this to you free into your living room, or if you can, stop in at the Weiner Wellness Center. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for joining us, and I hope to see you in May for the next Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit.